Chapter 42-31. Battle Saint Technique. Long San used the Do symbol art with a single hand and charged towards Luo Ming. Luo Ming's expression changed the moment he used the Do symbol art. All of his previous arrogance collapsed in an instant, disappearing without a trace. As the saying goes, an expert can tell with a single move. Luo Ming knew that he had underestimated Long San. He felt an incomparable pressure as soon as he attacked. That pressure told Luo Ming that he wasn't his opponent. Not only that, they were on completely different levels, even if Long San's cultivation was a level lower than his. Rumble, space trembled. Under the Do symbol art, the explosive killing fist and the third heavenly layer of the heavenly source stage were all bullshit. It was as if he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Luo Ming let out a miserable shriek as one of his arms was torn apart by the powerful battle chi. Long San didn't show any mercy. He followed up with his metal club, arriving in front of Luo Ming in the blink of an eye and smashed it towards Luo Ming's head. "Father, save me. Bastard, stop. Don't hurt my son." Luo Ming and Luo Lai cried out at the same time. One begged for help, while the other acted decisively. Unfortunately, it was too late. Long San's movements were too quick. At such a close distance, it was too easy for Long San to kill a crippled Luo Ming. Not to mention Luo Lai, even if the sect master of the Luofu sect was here, he wouldn't be able to save Luo Ming from Long San's hands. Bang. Arg. The sound of the iron cudgel hitting Luo Ming's head was accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dragon San smashed Luo Ming's head with his iron cudgel, killing him in front of countless people. My son. Luo Lai's heart ached. Someone had killed his son in front of him. He was so close, yet he could only watch. He couldn't save his son. For Luo Lai, aside from losing face, this was undoubtedly a stab to his chest. In fact, it wasn't just Luo Lai. No one present, including the members of the Hong family, had expected Long San's strength to be this strong. Luo Ming was a famous genius of the Luofu sect after all, far surpassing ordinary third heavenly layer heavenly origin experts. To put it bluntly, the peak third heavenly layer Luo Ming was basically on par with ordinary fourth heavenly layer heavenly origin experts. No matter how strong Long San was, he was only at the peak of the second heavenly layer. How could he be Luo Ming's opponent? Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Long San was really that powerful, Luo Ming wouldn't be a match for him. However, with Luo Ming's cultivation being 2 levels higher than Long San, even if he couldn't defeat Long San, he would still be able to survive. However, they had never thought that Long San would be so terrifying. Before him, Luo Ming could not even withstand a single blow. The two of them were on completely different levels. Long San killed Luo Ming in a single strike, not giving Luo Ming any chance at all. At such a close distance, even Luo Lai could not save him. The members of the Hong family sighed. Such a person was just too terrifying. Why would he appear in a small place like the Triangular region? Let alone the tiny Luo Hong city, even the entire Luofu sect would not be able to find a monstrous existence like Long San. Long San, I'll kill you. Luo Lai roared and charged at Long San. Luo Lai, your opponent is me. Hong Zhan had already made his preparations for battle. The moment Luo Lai attacked, he charged out and blocked Long San's path as quickly as possible, engaging in an intense battle with Luo Lai. Everyone, listen up. Kill them all. Kill everyone from the Hong family. Leave no one alive today. Luo Lai was enraged. He had almost gone crazy. Both of his sons had died to Long San, especially his eldest son. He was Luo Lai's pride and joy. He was a famous genius of the Luofu sect. His talent could be ranked amongst the top in the entire triangular region. Although the triangular region was small, it was still a region. Now that his eldest son had been killed by Longsher San right in front of him, Luo Lai's heart ached. He needed to vent his anger and pain on Longsher San and the Hong family. He needed to use the blood of the people before him to vent his anger. Kill. The experts of the Luo family moved out. An intense battle began in the sky above the Luo family. Of course, this battle was only for Luo Hongqing. Longsher San, you killed my disciple, so I'll take your life, said a white-haired old man from the Luofu sect. The presence of a peak 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert was clearly displayed. You old fart, you want to kill me? Do you think I'm that easy to kill? Longsher San showed no fear. He raised the metal staff in his hand high into the air, showing no signs of retreating even in the face of a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert. To Longsher San, he had experienced even the most difficult of battles. This was nothing. At this moment, both sides had entered into battle. If the two old fellows from the Luofu sect wanted to kill him, no one would help them. The only 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert of the Hong family was currently occupied by Luo Lai. The two of them were evenly matched, so it was basically impossible for them to help him. As a result, he would have to rely on himself for the next battle. Roar, Longsher San bellowed and turned into a violent ape. His battle prowess skyrocketed once again. He swung the metal staff in his hand in a domineering manner. You old fart, let's see who's stronger. Longsher San unleashed his tyrannical aura. In his berserk state, he was definitely terrifying. What a beast. Watch me cut you down. The old man swung his heavy sword. It was like an eternal rainbow, colliding heavily with Longsher San's metal staff. Rumble, the surrounding space shook. Even the formation set up in the sky could not stop the powerful battle chi. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the others, who were watching from outside Luohong City, suddenly noticed the aura that had erupted from the center of the city. That seems to be the center of the battle, but it's been concealed by a formation. Jiang Chen said. Interesting. It seems like one side has the upper hand and is setting up an inescapable net, not giving the other side a chance. We often do this. Let Lord Dog take a look. Lord Dog wants to see the most exciting battle through the formation. That's right. De Huang Dog chuckled. He had originally been bored and was about to leave, but when he sensed the battle in the center of the city and the appearance of the formation, he immediately gained some interest. De Huang Dog's soul drifted out. With his abilities, it was impossible for a mere formation to stop him. De Huang Dog's soul very quickly permeated the formation and saw the battle clearly. He just happened to see Longsher San being pincered by two 5th heavenly layer heavenly source experts, being beaten to the point of vomiting blood. F***CK, what the F***CK? Chapter 4232. Damn dog, where are you going? Jiang Chen pulled back the De Huang Dog who was about to rush out. He said that he wouldn't meddle in other people's business, but this dog couldn't bear it anymore. To Jiang Chen, Luohong City was just a passerby. At most, he wanted to go in and drink some wine and rest his feet. If he couldn't rest his feet, he would continue on his way to Kirin province. He wasn't interested in the battle in Luohong City at all. It's Monkey. Hurry up and help. If you don't, Monkey will be beaten to death. De Huang Dog said anxiously. What? Jiang Chen cried out in surprise. A soul force instantly rushed out and penetrated into the inescapable Great Formation. He could clearly see the battle inside. Monkey. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated. In a flash, he had already arrived at the center of Luohong City, above the Hong family, the center of the battle. Originally, he just wanted to be a spectator. But now, it seemed that it was impossible for him not to be involved. Jiang Chen started to feel lucky that he came to Luohong City today and stayed to observe. If he had left just now, he would have missed Longshan perfectly. It didn't matter if he missed it, but right now, Longshan was in danger. If anything happened to him, Jiang Chen would probably blame himself to death. Big brother, wait for me. Xiaolong followed closely behind. He didn't know who the monkey that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were talking about was. But seeing how nervous they were, it must be someone very important to them. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's friends were also Xiaolong's friends. Moreover, as his cultivation continued to rise, Xiaolong's bloodline gradually developed as well. His desire for battle grew stronger and stronger. He might not be big, but he was truly a battle maniac. He was the same as De Huang Dog, unable to move once he encountered a battle. Under the cover of the inescapable net, although Longshan was powerful and had entered a berserk state, it was still extremely difficult for him to face two peak 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts alone. He was not their opponent at all. Longshan was injured, but due to the life seal, his injuries were not fatal to Longshan. However, Longshan could not see any hope in the current situation. Longshan's fiery eyes of gold were activated as his anger soared. He could have left freely with his abilities, but if he insisted on leaving, let alone two 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts, even 10 more would not be able to stop Longshan. However, Longshan could not leave. He could not watch the Hong family fall into danger or even be destroyed. He was a person who valued relationships. Longshan would never forget someone who had helped him, not to mention that Hong Zhan had saved his life. If Longshan left at a time like this, would he still be human? Even if he managed to survive today, he would not be able to get over the mental barrier. Longshan, you are indeed talented, but it's a pity that you're not a member of our Luofu sect. Only death awaits you if you choose to become enemies with us. Die, the white-haired old man sneered. He was already certain that he had Longshan in the palm of his hand. That was indeed the case. Longshan basically had no chance in the current situation. He was basically doomed, and it was not just him. The entire Hong family would suffer the same fate. They would not be able to escape. Although the Hong family could still hold out against the Luo family, the situation would change very soon. As long as the two experts of the Luofu sect dealt with Longshan, they would interfere in the battle between the two families. At that time, Hong Zhan would definitely not be their opponent when the three peak 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts worked together. Once Hong Zhan died, the remaining descendants of the Hong family would be like a plate of loose sand, not even worth mentioning. Come. Even if I die, I, Longshan, will not take even half a step back. Longshan's domineering manner soared into the sky. He had fought his entire life, so he did not know what retreat was. He had done many things where he would fight to the death. What's the point of saying so much? Kill him first, the other old man said impatiently. The sword in his hand flickered with a cold light as he prepared to continue his attack. Rumble, at this moment, a terrifying energy that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly descended from the sky. Under the impact of this energy, the formation that was floating in the sky suddenly shattered and was completely destroyed. Who is it? The white-haired old man was startled and couldn't help but shout. This formation was personally laid out by him. Formations had always been something he was proud of. He naturally knew that ordinary people wouldn't be able to break this formation. But now, it was so easily destroyed by someone. In other words, the person who came was definitely not simple. With the destruction of the formation, the intense battle immediately fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and saw three figures suddenly appear. One was a white-clothed young man wielding a sword, the other was a bull-like De Huang dog, and the last was a 12-year-old boy. Little Chenzi, De Huang. The light from the fiery eyes of gold immediately dimmed. Long San, who had already decided to fight to the death, immediately became filled with excitement when he saw the newcomers. "Monkey, I never thought you'd come here to suffer." "Ha ha ha." The Huang dog laughed aloud, mocking Long San's miserable appearance without holding back. "Cut the crap. Let's get rid of these two old fellows first." Long San's fighting spirit was reignited. His presence immediately doubled. In this world, there was nothing more satisfying than fighting alongside brothers. Although Jiang Chen was only at the first heavenly layer, Jiang Chen's appearance was enough. This came from their trust and understanding of each other. Long San knew just how monstrous Jiang Chen was. As long as Jiang Chen appeared, he would not be afraid. There was nothing in the world that the two of them could not solve together. Jiang Chen arrived before Long San with a single movement. He patted Long San's shoulder and said, "You've worked hard. With me here, no one can harm my brother. If they do, I'll make them pay a heavy price." Long San said nothing, but the look in his eyes was enough to prove everything. They had only reunited after parting in the eternal world. There was no need to say anything else. All the words they wanted to say were contained in the word brother. "Who's that? He looks like he's only at the first heavenly layer of heavenly origin, but he managed to break through the formation. Can't you tell? He's Long San's friend. He looks very strong, but his cultivation is a little weak. It's a pity that he won't be able to truly help our Hong family." Sigh. Does the heavens want our Hong family to die? Chapter 42-33. Meddlesome. The white-haired old man looked at Jiang Chen as the sneer in his eyes did not lessen. "That's right, meddlesome." Jiang Chen shrugged and pointed his sword at the old man. The glow from the sword surged like a dragon, as if it wanted to cleave the entire city in half. "Reckless fool. A mere first heavenly layer dares to meddle in other people's business. I really don't know what's wrong with his brain." The other old man sneered. He could not help but want to laugh when he saw Jiang Chen's domineering appearance. In his eyes, this was an extremely hilarious matter. Boom, Jiang Chen did not say anything else. He unleashed his draconic transformation and his battle prowess immediately skyrocketed. Jiang Chen's current weakness from using the dragonbone spear had completely vanished. Not only had he returned to his peak condition, but his strength had also increased. Jiang Chen was confident that he could finish off a fifth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert without using the dragonbone spear. This was no exaggeration. Transformation technique. Forcefully increasing your strength. It's not enough. It's not even worth mentioning. Trash will always be trash. Today, I will show you that the difference in cultivation cannot be easily made up for. The white-haired old man continued to sneer. Although he was surprised by Jiang Chen's transformation technique, he did not take Jiang Chen seriously. After all, a mere first heavenly layer heavenly origin was not enough to catch their attention. "Little Chenzi, can you handle it?" Long San looked at Jiang Chen. "Don't worry. Leave these two old guys to me. You deal with the others." Jiang Chen smiled confidently. He knew that Long San was currently injured, so it would be very difficult for him to gain any advantage against a fifth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert unless Long San reached the third heavenly layer. However, to the others, Long San's participation was the end of the world. Even if all the fourth heavenly layer heavenly source experts of the Luo family worked together, they would not be enough to kill Long San alone. Jiang Chen did not know why Long San would participate in the battle between the Luo family and the Hong family, but since Long San had risked his life to stay here, he must have his own reasons. Now was not the time to ask for the reason. Everything could wait until the enemy retreated. As long as Long San wanted to do something, Jiang Chen would definitely support him unconditionally. Ah! Miserable cries rang out from the other side. Xiaolong and De Huang Dog had entered the fray. Even third heavenly layer heavenly origin experts were not their opponents at all. The experts of the Luo family were like vegetables to them, unable to withstand a single blow. Patriarch, where did this monster come from? How could he be so powerful? Someone couldn't take it anymore and shouted. You too, hurry up and finish them off. Luo Lai was also panicking. This uninvited guest that had suddenly appeared was so powerful. If he allowed them to continue, most of the experts of the Luo family would be killed. In Luohong City, the overall strength of the Luo family and the Hong family was about the same. If no outsiders participated, it would be very difficult to determine a victor even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Now that Xiaolong and De Huang Dog had joined the fray, the overall strength of the Hong family would increase slightly. The Luo family was currently relying on the 2 experts of the Luo Fu Gate. As long as the 2 of them displayed their strength, the Hong family would definitely be destroyed. A mere heavenly source brat. Even if he has a transformation technique, it's not worth mentioning. Let me kill him. The old man from the Luo Fu Gate raised his hand proudly. He grabbed at Jiang Qin, summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Underestimating him. The old man had underestimated him far too much. A sneer curled up from the corner of Jiang Chen's lips. The old man would definitely not be able to bear the consequences of underestimating him. 26 Sword. Jiang Chen did not hold back at all, immediately using the 26 sword. The terrifying sword turned into a dragon, and in the blink of an eye, he had fused with the sword and sword. The powerful sword technique was invincible, and its speed had reached the limit. Terrifying sword chi filled the sky, and in just an instant, a miserable shriek rang out. Arg! The old man was screaming miserably. Half of his body was chopped off by Jiang Qin. He was in an extremely miserable state. What? The white-haired old man's expression rapidly changed as he cried out on the spot. His gaze towards Jiang Qin was filled with endless shock. He was not the only one. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Whether it was the people of the Luo family or the Hong family, they were all dumbfounded. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards Jiang Qin as if they had seen a ghost. Too terrifying. They had never seen such a terrifying person. Instantly killing a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert. Was this really something a 1st heavenly layer heavenly source expert could do? Wasn't this child's play? In reality, the old man was not that weak. After all, he was a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert. The reason why he had been instantly killed by Jiang Qin was because he had underestimated Jiang Qin too much. In this world, no one who underestimated Jiang Qin would have a good ending. He might not even be Jiang Chen's opponent even if he used his full strength, let alone when facing Jiang Chen's 26 sword while underestimating his opponent. What was this other than seeking death? The reason why he had fought the 5th heavenly layer heavenly source elder was because he had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength and did not dare to underestimate him at all. Moreover, Jiang Chen's strength was not as stable as it was now, which was why he had used the dragon bone spear to obtain victory. There was a huge difference between the 2 of them. Heavens, this person is even more powerful than Long San. Looks like the friend of a monster is also a monster. Yeah, Long San is already the most monstrous genius I've ever seen. I never thought that there would be someone even more monstrous than him. Even a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert was instantly killed. Our Hong family is saved now. That's right. There's always a way out. Our Hong family is not fated to die yet. The people of the Hong family all began to grow excited. Although the addition of De Huang Dog and Xiaolong had already roused their spirits, the 2 5th heavenly layer heavenly source experts of the Luofu sect were still like 2 huge shadows hovering above their heads, making them feel extremely pressured. They still could not see any hope in this battle. However, it was different now. A peerless figure who could instantly kill a fifth heavenly layer heavenly source expert had appeared. As long as the two Luofu sect experts were no longer a threat, the Hong family would not be destroyed. Ah, little Chenzi, you're as ferocious as ever. Long San laughed at the sky. He knew his brother the best. At crucial times, his brother was still the most reliable. Come, trash of the Luo family, receive the wrath of your grandpa monkey. Long San charged forward, swinging his dark gold club at a fourth heavenly layer heavenly source expert. Arg! A miserable shriek rang out. The person was unable to endure Long San's attack, dying in a single strike. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. It was an extremely miserable sight. Chapter 42-34. He was too powerful. They were on completely different levels. Long San was like an ancient beast, filled with explosive power. He was invincible as he swung his staff. In his current state, there was basically no one who could match him apart from fifth heavenly layer heavenly origin experts. To put it bluntly, without a fifth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert to control Long San, it was basically the end of the world for the fourth heavenly layer heavenly origin cultivators of the Luo family. No one could withstand a single strike from Long San. He was truly invincible. Screw you. Monkey, it's been a while. You're still as ferocious as ever. The Huang dog bared his teeth. Probably only a simple-minded fellow like the Huang dog could find the time to joke in such an intense battle. Same to you. Let's just do it. Long San was extremely happy. He had reunited with his brothers and fought side by side. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a carefree feeling. Let's go. The Huang dog's body shook. Like a huge elephant, he rampaged and slaughtered the members of the Luo family. God damn it, why is it like this? Luo Lai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He never thought that the situation would turn out like this in the blink of an eye. The Hong family was turned around just like that. 3 monstrous geniuses appeared, and one of them was even scarier than Dragon San. After the fifth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert of the Luo Fu sect was instantly killed by Jiang Qin, the Luo family's morale began to weaken. Let alone the members of the Luo family, even the patriarch, Luo Lai, began to feel heavy-hearted. He was beginning to lose the upper hand against Hong Zhan. Ha, Luo Lai, do you think you can destroy my Hong family just because you've called the experts of the Luo Fu sect? You're too naive. Hong Zhan laughed aloud. The feeling of a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour was extremely satisfying. Humph. Hong Zhan, don't celebrate too early. The elder of the Luo Fu sect only underestimated him. No matter how powerful that kid is, it's impossible for him to kill a fifth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert. Also, you've killed someone of the Luo Fu sect. Even if you manage to escape today, you'll have to face the Luo Fu sect's wrath. Luo Lai snorted coldly. That's not for you to worry about. You should take care of yourself first. Hong Zhan's aura was like a rainbow. Offending the Luo Fu sect in the triangular region was indeed a thorny matter. However, today, the Hong clan was facing a life and death situation. If they did not resist, they would die. They had no choice. On the other side, the white-haired old man's gaze locked onto Jiang Qin. He did not dare to underestimate him at all. This was probably the first time in his life that he had to face someone who was 4 levels lower than him so seriously. Normally, a first heavenly layer heavenly source brat would not even be worthy of his attention. He could easily crush a handful of people with that level of cultivation. However, he didn't dare to underestimate the young man in front of him. Because just now, this person had personally killed his companion, and it was an instant kill. Brat, eat my great mercy palm. The old man was the first to move. Golden light blossomed from his body as he swung his hand at Jiang Qin. A giant palm that seemed to have been smelted from heaven appeared. It was as dazzling as the sun, illuminating the entire space. He wanted to kill Jiang Qin with a single slap. A Buddhist palm seal. Jiang Qin was startled. He never thought that this old man could actually use a skill of Buddha sect. One should know that the skills of Buddha sect depended on fate, and it was rarely taught to outsiders. This old man must have obtained it by chance. Jiang Qin was stunned. However, when the old man used the Great Mercy Palm, it was nothing like a Buddhist technique. "You can't kill me." The white-haired old man's face paled. He would not be able to raise his head in the future after losing to a kid at the first heavenly layer of heavenly source. It was too shameful, but even so, he had no choice but to beg for mercy. "Because you're from the Luofu sect. That's useless against me." Jiang Qin shook his head. He knew what the old man was going to say next. "That's right. If you kill me, the Luofu sect will not let you go. In the triangular region, no one dares to kill a member of the Luofu sect." Chapter 42-35. Trying to scare me with the Luofu sect. Jiang Qin sneered. He was not moved at all. The sword qi on his sword was still as cold as before. It seemed like it could cut the old man in half at any time. "At most, I will withdraw from the Battle of Luohong City. Let me go and pretend that I have never been here. I will not look into what happened today. It will be better for everyone. If you insist on killing me, you will become the enemy of the Luofu sect. Little brother, I can see that you are a smart man. You should know the consequences of being the enemy of the Luofu sect." Seeing that Jiang Qin remained unmoved, the white-haired old man continued. "I have already killed one. Why would I care about killing another one? Besides, I don't care about the Luofu sect at all. No matter how strong they are, how can they compare to Kirin province?" Jiang Qin said that once he attacked, he would not give the old man any chance. This old man had injured Longshu San, so he was doomed to die. "What? Qilin Manor, could it be that you're someone from the Qilin Manor?" "Impossible. How could one of the 4 prefectures of the Great Lin Empire come to this remote triangular region?" The white-haired old man's complexion completely changed. Endless despair appeared on his face. The weight of the 3 words Qilin Mansion was too great. If Yi Shiwen was really a disciple of the Qilin Mansion, then even if Yi Shiwen killed him, his death would be in vain. Although the Luofu Gate was the overlord of the triangular domain, it was just an ant-like power compared to the Qilin Mansion. A sesame seed-sized power was simply not worth mentioning. The Qilin Mansion could casually blow the Luofu Gate into ashes. However, Kirin Province was one of the 4 prefectures and 1 military camp. They were high up in the hierarchy. How could a disciple of Kirin Province appear in this remote triangular region? How could he participate in the battle of a small clan in Luohong City? However, looking at Jiang Qin, the old man had no choice but to believe it. More importantly, the strength of the dragon man in front of him was too strong. He was simply a monstrous genius among monstrous geniuses. Such a genius couldn't be found in the entire Red Mid region. Perhaps only a place like the Qilin Mansion could cultivate such a genius. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you have hurt my brother, so I will kill you. After saying that, Jiang Qin swung the sword in his hand mercilessly. Followed by a shrill scream, the old man was cut in half. He died under Jiang Qin's sword. Who was Jiang Qin? He was absolutely a peerless madman. If he wanted to kill the white-haired elder, he didn't need the identity of the Qilin Mansion to back him up. He didn't put a mere Luofu Gate in his eyes. The reason why Jiang Qin mentioned the name of Kirin Province was because he wanted to see whether the name of Kirin Province was useful or not. He wanted to see how influential Kirin Province was in the Red Middle region. Judging from the reaction of the old man, the name of Kirin province was indeed useful. This was enough to prove the status of the 4 prefectures and 1 military camp in the Red Middle region. At the same time, it had strengthened Jiang Chen's determination to go to Kirin province. Jiang Chen's methods were brutal and ruthless. He had killed 2 experts of the Luo Fu sect in a row, which had instantly changed the situation. The Luo family's morale was already low. The moment the white-haired elder was killed, the Luo family fell into endless despair. It's over. The experts of the Luo Fu sect have been killed. Our Luo family is finished. Patriarch, we can't fight anymore. Let's retreat. A peerless monster has appeared. God wants our Luo family to die. The members of the Luo family wailed in pain as they were killed. Even the patriarch, Luo Lai, was at a complete disadvantage and was being suppressed by Hong Zhan. If the battle continued, there was no doubt that Luo Lai would be defeated. Retreat. Luo Lai's eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with unwillingness. But no matter how unwilling he was, he knew very well that the Luo clan had already lost. They had completely lost this battle. If the battle continued, all the members of the Luo clan would be killed today. Not even a chicken or a dog would be spared. Luo Lai, it's too late to retreat now. Hong Zhan's aura was unstoppable. How could he give Luo Lai a chance to escape? The 2 families of Luo Hong City had been fighting for so many years. They both wanted to kill each other and dominate the city. Now that there was a great opportunity, how could Hong Zhan let it go? Moreover, the Luo family had invited 2 experts of the Luo Fu sect. Their goal was very simple, to kill the Hong family. To put it bluntly, Luo Lai had no intention of letting the Hong family live. Since that was the case, there was no need for Hong Zhan to be polite. Hong Zhan was not a benevolent person. His methods were unyielding when facing his enemies. Blood escape. Luo Lai gritted his teeth. He knew that if he did not leave now, he would not be able to leave. At this critical moment of life and death, Luo Lai had no choice but to use a forbidden technique. Blood escape was a secret technique that allowed one to burn their own essence blood to escape. It was a true forbidden technique. Burning one's essence blood was the same as burning one's life. The damage to one's body was unimaginable, irreversible, and irrecoverable. Not only would no one use this escape technique in a moment of life and death, Luo Lai's cultivation would drop to the 4th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm every time he used the blood escape. But now, Luo Lai had no other choice. What he was truly worried about wasn't Hong Zhan, but the terrifying guy who had consecutively killed 2 experts of the Luo Fu sect. He had to take advantage of the fact that the other party hadn't made a move on him and escape at all costs. In Luo Lai's eyes, as long as he escaped with his life today, he would have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Jiang Chen had killed the people of the Luo Fu sect, so the Luo Fu sect would definitely not let the matter rest. Once the Luo Fu sect took action, the Hong family would still be destroyed. Hong Zhan left behind an afterimage of Luo Lai. Luo Lai turned into a streak of blood-red light and disappeared into the distance. At a time like this, the patriarch only cared about his own life. He no longer cared about the lives of his clansmen. Hong Zhan, Long Shisan, Luo Lai, will never let the matter rest. You've killed people of the Luo Fu sect, so just wait for the Luo Fu sect's bloody revenge. Luo Lai's voice rang out as he disappeared. Jiang Chen did not give chase. Even if he could not catch up, he did not care about a mere Luo Lai. After all, Luo Lai was a 5th heavenly layer Luo Lai. It was not a problem for him to escape with his life if he used blood escape. Luo Lai was a smart person. When he saw that the situation was not right, he did not linger and chose to leave. This was how he managed to escape. This was the truth. If Luo Lai continued to fight, his injuries would only worsen. Once Jiang Qin was free to deal with him, he would not be able to escape even if he used blood escape. Chapter 42-36. Luohong City was in chaos, but the chaos was quick, and peace was also quick. Normally, the battle would only last about 2 hours, and the Hong family would win. It should be said that they had turned defeat into victory. Although there were some casualties at the beginning, these casualties were completely different from what they had expected. With such a result, the Hong family was going to celebrate. Countless members of the Hong family were cheering. The higher-ups of the Hong family were more excited than the other. They had never thought that such a result would happen. Until now, they still felt like they were in a dream, unable to believe that it was true. Jiang Qin retracted his dragon form, and Long Shan also retracted his violent ape form, walking together with the Huang dog and his 2 brothers. Little Qinzi, we finally meet again. Long Shan was extremely excited. Back then, the 3 brothers left their original world together to explore the eternal world, but unexpectedly, they were separated as soon as they arrived here. All these days, Long Shan had been looking forward to reuniting with his brothers. However, the eternal world was too big, and it was easier said than done to reunite with them. Today, the Hong family was suffering, and Long Shan had to live and die with them. Long Shan thought that the chance of reuniting with his brothers in this life was even slimmer. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, his brothers descended from the sky, fought side by side, and killed the strong enemy. Yes, I trust you have been well since we last met. Jiang Qin patted Long Shan's shoulder. This time, the most important purpose of coming to the Red Middle region was to find Long Shan. He didn't expect that he would find him as soon as he arrived in the Red Middle region, which was a pleasant surprise. Jiang Qin also wanted to thank the Luo family for today's attack on the Hong family, causing such a big commotion in Luohong City. Otherwise, Jiang Qin and the Huang dog would definitely come in to rest and leave. Luohong City was so big, Jiang Qin definitely wouldn't think that Long Shan would be here. At this time, Hong Zhan came to greet Jiang Qin with a group of higher-ups of the Hong family. Little brother, our Hong family will never forget your kindness of saving us today. Hong Zhan said solemnly. His gratitude was beyond words. Chief Hong, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Jiang Qin. This is De Huang. And this is... After Long Shan introduced Jiang Qin and De Huang dog, he looked at Xiaolong as a complete stranger. He didn't know who Xiaolong was. Presumably, Jiang Qin had only gotten to know Xiaolong after coming to the eternal world. However, Long Shan clearly saw Xiaolong's ferocious performance in the battle earlier. This little fellow was no weaker than De Huang dog. I'm called Xiaolong. Xiaolong introduced himself. This little guy is the little brother I saved in the Scarlet Mid-region. His talent is extraordinary and his bloodline is tyrannical. Xiaolong, quickly greet Brother Shan. Jiang Qin stroked the little dragon's head. Brother Shan. Xiaolong shouted excitedly. Xiaolong admired Long Shan very much. Jiang Qin's good brother was his big brother. Moreover, the strong appreciated the strong the most. Long Shan's performance made Xiaolong admire him very much. This little guy is really extraordinary. Long Shan said with a smile. Brother Jiang Qin, let's go to the mansion for a chat. Hong Zhan invited. This place had just experienced a battle. The air was filled with the smell of blood and the ground was covered with corpses. It was not a good place to chat. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. He had no interest in the Hong family, just like how he had no interest in Luohong City. Long Shan had already reached the peak of the second heavenly layer, only a step away from the third heavenly layer. He was an entire level higher than De Huang dog. On the other hand, De Huang dog had consumed a lot of energy to increase his cultivation. Who knew how much his cultivation had increased in the heavenly hurricane region alone? Even so, he was still unable to catch up to Longshan. This was enough to show just how much the spiritual pearl had benefited Longshan. Of course, the more powerful Longshan became, the happier De Huang Dog was. After all, they were all brothers, people who would reach the apex of the eternal world together. Oh right, little Chinzi, although we've achieved a complete victory today and almost killed Luo Lai, we've also killed an elder of the Luofu Gate. The Luofu Gate probably won't let this go so easily. Chapter 42-37. Longshan's words were exactly what Hongzhan was worried about. In the triangular region, the Luofu Gate was the strongest. They were the true overlord, and basically no one dared to offend them. Although Luohong City was not small, it was nothing compared to the Luofu Gate. Is the Luofu Gate very powerful? I've only just arrived in the Scarlet Mid-region, so I don't know much about this place. Jiang Chen said with a relaxed expression, as if he did not care at all. Brother Jiang Chen might not know this, but this is the triangular region. Although it's a rather remote region, the Luofu Gate is still the overlord of the triangular region and cannot be underestimated. The sect master of the Luofu Gate is already at the 9th heavenly layer of heavenly origin. He's not someone we can deal with. Luo Ming is one of the rare geniuses of the Luofu Gate. It's said that the sect master plans on nurturing him, hoping to send him to the 4 battalions in the future. Does the Luofu Gate hope to rely on Luo Ming to climb up the 4 battalions? Not only have we killed Luo Ming, we've also killed 2 elders of the Luofu Gate. How can the Luofu Gate just let this go? Hongzhan smiled bitterly. Although he had won the battle today, he knew very well that it was only temporary. He would not be afraid of the Luo family, but the Hong family was like an ant against the Luofu Gate. They were not even worth mentioning. Don't worry about it. In my eyes, the Luofu Gate isn't even worth mentioning. Jiang Chen said. It sounded like he was boasting shamelessly. The upper echelon of the Hong family were stunned at first, before they could not help but smile bitterly. Jiang Chen's strength was naturally extraordinary. After all, he had killed 2 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts. In terms of strength, there was no one in the Hong family that could match him. However, with Jiang Chen's current strength, it would be boasting if he said that he did not take the Luofu Gate seriously. After all, killing 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts and 9th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts were 2 completely different concepts. Little Chinzi, do you have some powerful trump card? Asked Dragon Shersan. Others might not know Jiang Chen, but he knew Jiang Chen very well. Jiang Chen rarely boasted, especially in such a manner. Since Jiang Chen had said so, he must have a way to deal with it. There was no doubt about it. No matter how powerful the Luofu Gate is, how can it compare to Kirin Province? No matter how powerful it is, how? Of course not. The Qilin Mansion is one of the 4 mansions and 1 battalion of the Lin Kingdom. Let alone the 9th layer of the heavenly origin stage, they even have countless star masters. The difference between the Luofu Gate and them is like heaven and earth. Hongzhan said. As a resident of the Qizhong region, everyone had an indescribable reverence for the Qilin Mansion. I'm a disciple of Kirin Province now. I'm not boasting when I say that the Luofu Gate is nothing in my eyes. Jiang Chen took out his Kirin Province token and waved it in front of Longshan and the others. What? It really is the token of Kirin Province. It can't be faked. I never thought that Brother Jiang Chen would be a disciple of Kirin Province. My apologies. The Luofu Gate is powerful, but they don't have the courage to touch someone from Kirin Province. To put it bluntly, even the sect master of the Luofu Gate would not dare to touch Brother Jiang Chen, Hongzhan said excitedly. Hongzhan said excitedly. All the people of the Hong family looked at the jade token in Jiang Chen's hand with envy. It was Kirin Province, a high and mighty place. If someone from the Hong clan cultivated in Kirin Province, who would dare to offend the Hong clan in the Triangular region? Little Chinzi, you've just arrived in the Qizhong region. How did you get the token of Kirin Province? Long Shersan asked curiously. But seeing that Jiang Qin had joined Kirin Province, he could not help but feel happy. I received this token after saving the life of the second mistress of Kirin Province. I was planning to go to Kirin Province directly, but I didn't expect to encounter such a battle when I passed by Luohong City. I also found you, so I took action. Jiang Qin said and told Long Shersan everything that had happened in the Triangular region. I see. However, the Luo Fu sect doesn't dare to touch the people of Kirin Province, but it doesn't mean that they don't dare to touch the Hong clan. We can't stay here forever. The Luo Fu sect will hold a grudge against the Hong clan after today's battle. They will vent their anger on the Hong clan. For the Hong clan, sooner or later, it will be a hidden danger. Long Shersan frowned. Not to mention Jiang Qin, even he, Long Shersan, was just a guest to the Hong clan. Long Shersan had already planned to leave the Triangular region after everything was done. Hong Zhan and the others looked at Jiang Qin with worried faces. Long Shersan had spoken the truth. The Luo Fu sect might not be able to do anything to the people of Kirin Province, but they were different. Don't worry, I have other methods. I will definitely leave after dealing with the Hong clan. If the Luo Fu sect knows what's good for them, they can continue to be the overlord of the Triangular region. If they don't, I'll make the Luo Fu sect disappear from the Triangular region. Jiang Qin said calmly. He could sense that the Black King had immediately broken through to the seventh heavenly layer of heavenly source after obtaining a sliver of Long Futa's law of ways. The law of ways' influence on the Black King was just too great. Coupled with the fact that the Black King was a Star Emperor expert, his recovery speed was just too fast. According to Jiang Chen's estimates, the Black King would reach the 8th heavenly layer of heavenly source in 3 days at most if nothing unexpected happened. The Black King's bloodline was so powerful that it could not be compared to ordinary demonic beasts. It was just too easy for the 8th heavenly layer Black King to kill a 9th heavenly layer heavenly source cultivator. To put it bluntly, a single Black King was enough to flatten the tiny Luo Fu sect. De Huang and Xiaolong were about to reach the 2nd heavenly layer of heavenly source very soon, while Long Shersan was close to reaching the 3rd heavenly layer. There were still tens of thousands of heavenly source demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace and the experts of the Hong clan. Once they unleashed their power, the Luo Fu sect would be scared to death. That's great. Long Shersan's presence shook. His last bit of worry disappeared when he saw how confident Jiang Qin was. Others might think that Jiang Qin was boasting, but Long Shersan understood Jiang Qin. Since Jiang Qin had said so, there would definitely not be any problems. Patriarch, you don't have to worry since little Chinzi has said so. The Hong clan will definitely not be in any danger. Go do what you need to do. We brothers haven't seen each other in a long time, so we need to catch up. Long Shersan said to Hong Zhan. Alright, you guys chat. Hong Zhan said happily. Hong Zhan did not know what methods Jiang Qin had to deal with the Luo Fu sect, but it was a reassurance that Long Shersan trusted Jiang Qin so much. Chapter 4238. The Triangular Region, the Luofu Gate. The vast mountain range was the headquarters of the Luofu Gate. The Triangular Region was only a rather remote part of the Lin Kingdom of the Scarlet Mid-region. Although it was not large, it was not small either. The Luofu Gate was the greatest faction in the Triangular Region, possessing an absolute position of power, just like how the Lin Kingdom was to the humans of the Scarlet Mid-region. At this moment, Luo Lai dragged his heavily injured body to the entrance of the Luofu Gate. He walked with a limp and blood constantly spurted from his mouth. Even with his cultivation of the 5th heavenly layer, he could no longer fly. From this, one could see just how much damage the blood escape technique had done to him. Such a forbidden technique could indeed save his life at a crucial moment, but the damage to his body was just too great. It was basically irreversible. To put it bluntly, Luo Lai would need at least a month to recover, and he would not even be at his peak condition. The disciples of the Luofu gate hurriedly went up to greet Luo Lai when they saw him. "Patriarch Luo, what's wrong?" a disciple asked, hurriedly supporting Luo Lai. Due to his relationship with Luo Ming, Luo Lai was a frequent visitor of the Luofu gate. Basically everyone knew him, so the ordinary disciples were naturally respectful when they saw him. "Quick, bring me to see the sect master." Luo Lai gasped for breath. "All right." The disciple did not dare to tarry. He knew that something big must have happened when he saw how heavily injured Luo Lai was. The sect master, Nye Fuxing, was currently conversing with several elders in the central hall of the Luofu gate when Luo Lai hurriedly walked in. Without saying anything, he knelt on the ground with a plop. Sect master, you have to take revenge for our Luo family." Luo Lai wept bitterly. His nose and tears were running down his face. It was truly too sad. "What's going on?" Nye Fuxing frowned. He had known Luo Lai for so many years, but he had never seen him in such a miserable state. "Sect master, Ming, has been killed. The two elders of the Luofu gate have also been killed." Luo Lai narrated everything that had happened in Luohong City. He clearly described how Longsher San had killed Luo Ming and how Jiang Qin had killed the two elders of the Luofu gate. "What?" Nye Fuxing smashed the armrest of the rattan chair he was sitting on and abruptly stood up. Several elders in the hall were also furious. To think that such a thing actually happened. Someone actually dares to kill the people of our Luofu sect in the Trihorn region. They must be tired of living. Nye Fuxing was enraged. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. As the absolute overlord of the triangular domain, he had never received such treatment before. The disciples of the Luofu gate were respected wherever they went, let alone the elders of the Luofu gate. There was no need to mention Luo Ming. He was a genius that the Luofu gate had spent countless resources to nurture. He had the highest chance of entering the 4 prefectures and 1 barracks to cultivate. It could be said that he was the hope of the Luofu gate. Now that Luo Ming had been killed, it was tantamount to cutting off the Luofu gate's hope. "Good fellow, you've really eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Sect leader, let me go to Luohong City and exterminate the Hong clan. Kill our Luofu sect's elder and dismember his corpse into 10,000 pieces." An elder at the 8th heavenly layer of the heavenly origin stage was fuming. It was obvious with a single glance that he had a bad temper. "Come back!" roared Nye Fuxing. "In the Trihorn region, no one dares to attack my Luofu gate. The Hong clan has already angered me. Elder Li Kuan, immediately send someone to Luohong City with a message. Hong Zhan has 3 days to bring everyone from the Hong clan, including Longsher San and that kid who can transform, to the Luofu gate to apologize. If he doesn't come, I'll flatten the Hong clan in 3 days, said Nye Fuxing. Nye Fuxing spoke. He wanted to establish his position as the overlord of the Luofu sect and display his might. For this matter, the Hong clan had to voluntarily come forward to apologize, or rather, voluntarily come forward to accept their deaths. He didn't have to take the initiative to find them. He would give the Hong clan 3 days, and he wanted everyone in the Hong clan to live in endless fear, living under the pressure of the Luofu sect. All right. Li Kuan, who had just turned around, immediately turned around and left to carry out the orders. Thank you, Patriarch. Luo Lai clenched his teeth. When he thought about what had happened today, he could not hold back his hatred. Originally, the Luo clan was in an advantageous position. However, because of a dragon man who appeared out of nowhere, the Luo clan had completely changed the situation, causing the Luo clan to be consigned to eternal damnation. Even he, the patriarch, would not have been able to escape if he had not used the blood escape technique. You should stay in the Luofu gate and rest first, Nia Fuxing said to Luo Lai. His tone was obviously not as polite as before. This was the reality. In the past, when Luo Ming was still alive, Nia Fuxing was still respectful to Luo Lai. Now that Luo Ming was dead and the Luo clan was destroyed, Luo Lai was useless to him. If it was not for their past friendship, Nia Fuxing would not even give Luo Lai the chance to stay in the Luofu gate. As for killing the Hong clan, it was because Jiang Chen and Long San had killed the elders and disciples of the Luofu gate. He had to vent his anger. Otherwise, how could the Luofu gate continue to stand in the Trihorn region? How could it continue to be the overlord? In other words, Nia Fuxing did not attack the Hong clan for the sake of the Luo clan. It was for the sake of the Luofu gate's reputation. Luo Hong City, Hong clan. The Hong clan had just finished cleaning up the battlefield. They did not even have time to heave a sigh of relief when the news from the Luofu gate arrived. Nia Fuxing, the patriarch of the Luofu gate, had personally sent a message. He wanted all the members of the Hong clan to go to the Luofu gate to apologize. The time limit was 3 days. If they did not go within 3 days, the Hong clan would have to face the wrath of the Luofu gate. It's over. It's really over this time. Sigh. Although we have just won, we have also offended the Luofu gate. It's really heaven's will to destroy our Hong clan. If the Luofu gate wants to attack us, we won't even have the slightest chance. Sigh. This is all fate. Offending the Luofu gate in the Trihorn region is no different from courting death. I wonder how the patriarch will deal with this. If he takes us to apologize, will the Luofu gate give us a chance to live? You're thinking too much. The Luofu gate is so overbearing. How could they give us a chance after killing their people? This time, I'm afraid our Hong clan will not be able to escape this calamity. What are you afraid of? The patriarch hasn't said anything yet. We can't panic. Let's wait for the patriarch's decision. There's no point in talking too much. The disciples of the Hong clan were in chaos. No one was able to maintain their composure. After all, this was an order from the Luofu sect. They didn't doubt the Luofu sect's overbearing attitude. If the Hong clan didn't go to the Luofu sect to apologize within 3 days, then the only thing waiting for them would be death. Chapter 42-39. In Long Shan's courtyard, Hong Zhan and the others rushed over in panic. Now that the situation had developed to this stage, even he, as the clan leader, was at a loss. The Hong family was experiencing an unprecedented crisis. At this time, other than looking for Jiang Chen, Hong Zhan couldn't think of any other way. After all, Jiang Chen had personally said that he would solve the Hong family's crisis. Clan leader, don't panic. We've already heard about it, Long Shan said. He naturally knew why Hong Zhan was here. 13. Brother Jiang Chen, you must save our Hong family. Nia Fuxing has personally spoken. What should we do now? Hong Zhan said, his eyes shining as he looked at Jiang Chen and Long Shan. Long Shan also looked at Jiang Chen. The Hong family had offended an unprecedentedly strong enemy. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could solve it. 3 days. That's enough. Jiang Chen smiled, not showing the slightest sign of panic. What's enough? Hong Zhan's face was full of confusion. He didn't know what Jiang Chen was talking about. The other elders were even more anxious. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was an outsider. He could be calm, but the Hong family couldn't. Clan leader, you just stay in the Hong family and do what you need to do. Pretend that nothing happened. In 3 days, I will personally go to the Luofu gate to solve it. Jiang Chen said. His words were filled with endless confidence. This? Hong Zhan sighed. Jiang Chen's words could make people feel safe and at ease, but it also made people feel uncertain. The elders below also looked at each other, not knowing where Jiang Chen got his confidence from. Clan leader, since little Chenzi said so, then you can relax. Long Shirshan said. He trusted Jiang Chen more than himself. Alright, brother Jiang Chen, I trust you. The lives of the hundreds of people in the Hong family are in your hands, brother Jiang Chen. Hong Zhan cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen, bowed deeply, and then left with a few elders. Outside the courtyard gate. Patriarch, can this Jiang Chen be trusted? That's right, chief. Although he is a disciple of Kirin province, the Luofu sect won't do anything to him. However, we are different. Although Jiang Chen is powerful, compared to the Luofu sect, there is still a huge gap. If we don't handle it well and he leaves, our Hong clan will have to bear the calamity alone. Alright, that's enough. What's the point of saying so much? Other than believing in Jiang Chen, what else can we do? The few elders sighed. It was obvious that it was difficult for them to truly feel at ease leaving their fates in the hands of others. Of course, this was also human nature. Anyone in their position would have the same concerns. Let's just wait. I believe in 13, and just like what the third elder has said, there's nothing else we can do besides believing in Jiang Chen. Let's pray. Hong Zhan said. In truth, everyone understood that they had no other choice. Other than believing in Jiang Chen, there was nothing else they could do. It was impossible for them to go to the Luofu sect and beg for forgiveness. With the way the Luofu sect handled things, that was no different from sending themselves to their deaths. In the courtyard, Long Shirshan could not help but ask, Little Chenzi, stop keeping us in suspense. Just what do you have up your sleeves? Don't worry, monkey. You'll know once I bring you to a place. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. He grabbed Long Shirshan's shoulder and entered the Dragon Palace with a single movement. On the first floor of the Dragon Palace, over 10,000 great beasts were seated cross-legged, recovering their cultivation. So far, all of them had recovered to the Heavenly Source stage, and there was no lack of 5th or 6th layer Heavenly Source experts among them. Master. When they saw Jiang Chen enter, the beasts stood up at the same time and respectfully greeted him. Holy shit. Long Shirshan jumped in fright. His gaze swept across the beasts. Only the word holy shit could describe Long Shirshan's current feelings. This, little Chenzi, you're way too awesome. You've actually made the beasts bow down to you. Although Long Shirshan knew that Jiang Chen had a trump card, he never imagined that it would be so powerful. Even the Luofu sect would not be able to withstand the combined might of 10,000 beasts. This is the Buddha Prison Palace, originally known as the Ninth Heaven Buddha Palace. It was left behind by the peerless figure of the eternal world, Long Futu. Jiang Chen explained the origins of the Buddha Prison Palace to Long Shirshan. The Dragon Palace was his greatest trump card. Ordinary people would not tell him about it, but Long Shirshan was Jiang Chen's sworn brother, so there was naturally no need to hide it. Damn! Long Shirshan gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. Although he was surprised, he was not completely shocked. After all, this was Jiang Chen. No matter how heaven-defined Jiang Chen's abilities were, Long Shirshan would still be used to it. But although the beasts are impressive, they don't have any true battle prowess. They probably won't be able to stop Nie Fuxing. Long Shirshan frowned. I naturally have a trump card. Jiang Chen brought Long Shirshan to the second floor of the Dragon Palace. On the second floor, the Black King was still working hard to absorb the essence of the laws of Tao. The Black King had already reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, only a step away from the 8th heavenly layer. Master. The Black King hurriedly stood up when he saw Jiang Qin. Monkey, this is the tyrannical Sky Tiger King. If he reaches the 8th heavenly layer, killing Nia Fuxing will be no different from crushing an ant. Jiang Qin said. Impressive. The Luofu sect only has Nia Fuxing, a 9th heavenly layer expert. If we have the strength to fight him, there's nothing to be afraid of. Long Shisan's eyes shone brightly as his fiery eyes of gold shone brightly. Black King, I'll give you 3 days to reach the 8th heavenly layer. Will that be a problem? Jiang Qin asked. Master, it would have been impossible for me to reach the 8th heavenly layer in 3 days in the past, but with the laws of Tao, I only need 2 days to reach the 8th heavenly layer. The Black King said confidently. It was clear just how great of an influence the laws of Tao had on him. A strand of the laws of Tao had allowed his cultivation to skyrocket. Very good. Continue cultivating then. Call me when you reach the 8th heavenly layer. Jiang Qin said. Yes, Master. The Black King was extremely respectful. He was deeply grateful to Jiang Qin and did not dare to defy Jiang Qin's orders at all. Monkey, you don't have to worry now. Jiang Qin looked at Long Shisan. Yes, I can rest easy now that the Hong clan's crisis has been completely resolved. I've repaid the patriarch for saving my life. Long Shisan nodded. Hong Zhan had saved him before. With Long Shisan's personality, he would not stand by and watch the Hong clan fall into trouble. The small triangular region isn't a place for us brothers to stay. After we settle the conflict in the triangular region, follow me to the Qilin mansion. We brothers will fight side by side, and in a short period of time, the entire Scarlet Mid-region will be under our feet. Chapter 42-40. Long Shisan laughed heartily as a domineering aura emanated from his body. Today was the happiest day for Long Shisan ever since he came to the eternal world. He had experienced countless years, and only when his brothers gathered together and fought side by side did he not come to the eternal world in vain. Little Chenzi, is there any news from Feng, or? Long Shisan asked. Looking for Jiang Feng was their original intention in coming to the eternal world. That stubborn young man refused to admit defeat and had always been worried about everyone. Jiang Qin shook his head. The eternal world is too big. In the heaven-opening starfield alone, there are 108 astral realms like the Crimson Afterglow astral boundary, 18 major starfields, countless astral realms, and the eternal region at the top. Looking for Feng, or in such a big world is like looking for a needle in a haystack. At the mention of Jiang Feng, Jiang Qin couldn't help but look a little depressed. He naturally felt sorry for his son. Moreover, Jiang Feng couldn't cultivate, so it wasn't easy for him to survive in the eternal world alone. I believe that Feng is a good man. We will find him sooner or later. Long Shisan patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. He knew very well that finding Jiang Feng wouldn't happen overnight. Well, the most important thing for us now is to improve our strength. After all, compared to the entire eternal world, our strength is still too weak. We are at the bottom of this world. The stronger we are, the more foundation we will have to find Feng, Otherwise, we can't even take care of ourselves. Even if we find Feng, it will be useless. Jiang Qin nodded. He understood this very well. Nothing was more important than improving their strength. They were now in the Crimson Afterglow astral boundary, which was still far from the top of the eternal world. Not to mention the top of the world, even in the Crimson Afterglow astral boundary, they were still at the bottom of the Crimson Afterglow astral boundary. That's for sure. By the way, is there any news from Pangu and Hongjun? Long Shisan suddenly thought of these two big shots and couldn't help but ask. No. Jiang Qin shook his head. Big brother and second brother disappeared when they entered the eternal world, but I'm not worried about the two of them. They know the eternal world like the back of their hands, and I guess that they must have some kind of relationship with the eternal world. Maybe they are from the eternal world, and I believe that they will meet again sooner or later. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about Pangu and Hongjun at all. They were much more familiar with the everlasting world than they were. Forget it, there's still a long way to go in the eternal world. Let's just focus on where we're going first. I'll go into seclusion and study the eternal ape's legacy. Reaching the third heavenly layer in 3 days shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, I have a feeling that as I study the eternal ape's legacy more and more, my cultivation will continue to soar. Long Shersan said. He was very confident in the inheritance of the eternal ape in his hands. The eternal ape was the divine ape of the universe and the cosmic ape. To be able to bear these two words meant that they were the top existences in this world. One could imagine how powerful they were when they were able to unify. Go. Jiang Chen said. He had never doubted Long Shersan's strength. Even without the eternal ape's legacy, Long Shersan would sooner or later reach the top of the eternal world like him. With the eternal ape's legacy, Long Shersan was like a tiger that had grown wings, and the road ahead would be even easier. In Jiang Chen's heart, whether it was Long Shersan or De Huang Dog, the stronger they were, the better. They had followed him to the eternal world with the same goal. They wanted to be like the previous worlds, to become true rulers. As Long Shersan went into seclusion, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, and Xiao Long also went into seclusion. The Luofu gate had given them 3 days, but they did not take it seriously at all. They continued to cultivate. If Nie Fuxing knew about this, his nose would probably be crooked from anger. He was the overlord of the triangular domain, the sect master of the Luofu gate. Just how high was his status? His words were a fatal threat, yet others actually did not take it seriously at all. Where was his face? It just so happened that they should be cultivating right now. There was no need to mention De Huang Dog and Xiao Long. Their cultivations had reached the peak of the first heavenly layer long ago, so reaching the second heavenly layer in 3 days would not be a problem at all. Long Shersan would also have no problems reaching the third heavenly layer. The Black King had already confidently said that reaching the 8th heavenly layer in 2 days would not be a problem at all. Jiang Chen had also obtained quite a lot of benefits in the Hurricane Heavenly region, so he needed to consolidate his strength. Reaching the second heavenly layer in 3 days was rather difficult, almost impossible, but reaching the peak of the first heavenly layer was not a problem at all. In the room, Dragon Shersan sat cross-legged with the spiritual bead in his hand. The spiritual bead was filled with mist and a figure could be vaguely seen, like a pillar supporting the heavens, standing on the same level as the heavens. Long Shersan extended his soul. Strands of it directly entered the spirit orb. Because the spirit orb had already acknowledged Long Shersan, it did not reject Long Shersan's soul at all. Long Shersan's soul seemed to enter a boundless world. He knew that this was the inner world of the spirit orb. In this world of light, a giant ape clad in golden scales stared at the sky, looking down on the world. Long Shersan's bloodline was noble enough, but it seemed to be inferior before the eternal ape. Long Shersan's soul charged towards the statue-like ape. Strands of golden energy flowed out of the ape's body, exiting the spirit orb and entering Long Shersan's body. The powerful energy stimulated Long Shersan's body, causing him to tremble. He felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Crack! In the next moment, Long Shersan's bottleneck was broken. The energy in his body surged like the tide, directly reaching the third heavenly layer. Although the eternal ape had only given off a sliver of its energy, it was still terrifying enough. Long Shersan's cultivation did not stop after reaching the third heavenly layer. Instead, it continued to advance, charging towards the peak of the third heavenly layer. In the end, when Long Shersan had refined all the energy, his cultivation stopped at the peak of the third heavenly layer. Only 2 days had passed since he had entered secluded cultivation. Chapter 42-41. In 2 days, nothing happened in Long Shersan's courtyard. The people of the Hong family were like ants on a hotbed. Even the patriarch, Hong Zhan, was unable to eat or sleep. He was filled with worry. The pressure was immense. A great clan could face destruction at any time. Hong Zhan had always wanted to ask Long Shersan, but he restrained himself. He had no idea what Jiang Qin was planning. Seeing Jiang Qin remain silent for 2 days, Hong Zhan's heart was tormented. But just like before, the Hong family had no other choice but to believe in Jiang Qin with their current situation. Meanwhile, tremendous changes were happening in Long Shersan's courtyard. In 2 days, aside from Long Shersan, De Huang Dog and Xiao Long had also successfully broken through to the second heavenly layer. Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the first heavenly layer, only a step away from the second heavenly layer. More importantly, the Black King was the person who would decide the future of the triangular region. The Black King had not been boasting. He had fulfilled his promise to Jiang Qin. Relying on the laws left behind by Long Futu, the Black King had indeed reached the 8th heavenly layer in 2 days. Just as Jiang Qin had said, a tyrannical Sky Tiger King against a 9th heavenly layer Nia Fuxing would be an instant kill in a battle of life and death. Nia Fuxing did not have the slightest advantage against the Black King. He was not his opponent at all. When the Black King was in the Hurricane Heavenly region, he was able to kill a hurricane beast that was a level higher than him, and that was in the hurricane formation, let alone Nia Fuxing. The two of them were not on the same level at all. The Dragon Palace shook. Under Jiang Chen's summon, the Black King turned into a wisp of black smoke and appeared. The rapidly advancing Black King bowed towards Jiang Chen, Master. Very good, Black King. You really haven't disappointed me. Jiang Chen patted the Black King's shoulder. This powerful helper had helped him quite a lot. It's all thanks to Master's bestowment. With Lord Futu's laws, this subordinate's cultivation was able to rise so quickly. The Black King was filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chen. Get ready. Follow me to the Luofu gate. Jiang Chen said. Yes. The Black King obeyed obediently, not daring to slack off in the slightest when it came to Jiang Chen's words. He didn't even ask why they were going to the Luofu gate, nor did he ask where it was. He only had one purpose, and that was to do whatever Jiang Chen asked him to do. As long as he completed Jiang Chen's orders, he wouldn't ask about anything else. Not to mention a small Luofu gate, even if Jiang Chen ordered him to climb a mountain of swords, the Black King wouldn't even bat an eyelid. In Long Shersan's courtyard, the brothers appeared at almost the same time. Seeing each other's progress, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was a monstrous team. There wasn't a single ordinary person among them, and every one of them was extremely abnormal. To put it bluntly, no one in the entire Crimson Afterglow Astral could compare to them in terms of talent and cultivation experience. Of course, in terms of cultivation experience, Xiaolong might be a little lacking. However, his bloodline was powerful enough to make up for everything. The Luofu gate gave us 3 days, right? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. Long Shersan nodded. And then don't let them wait for too long. Let's take the initiative to send them over. Let's see how this Nia Fuxing is going to make us apologize. Jiang Chen smiled, his face showing that he didn't care at all. Let's go, Lord Dog is going to subdue them with his heaven-shattering handsome face. De Huang Dog was arrogant, looking at the sky with his head held high. He was a narcissistic dog. De Huang, put away your narcissism. We can still be brothers. Long Shersan glared at De Huang Dog. Monkey, you've changed. You're starting to be jealous of me. De Huang Dog's narcissism was starting to show. Pfft, do you believe that I won't bring my dog fart to the Luofu gate to apologize? Draconic Shersan spat. You won't. You won't do such a thing. That's worse than a beast. The Huang dog stood up, his two front paws behind his back, and swaggered like a human. Great dog immortal. Long Shan smiled. Let's go. Is this the first day you met him? Jiang Chen was indifferent to the Huang dog's narcissism. He was already used to it. The Huang dog, you're really pretending to walk like a dog. Xiaolong ran to De Huang's side and said in a serious tone. Get lost, don't you know how to talk? De Huang dog pushed Xiaolong aside with his paw, his face full of enjoyment as he walked. Walking out of Long Shan's courtyard, they soon met Hong Zhan and the others. They were all high-ranking members of the Hong family. Brother Jiang Qin. Seeing Jiang Qin and Long Shan finally come out, Hong Zhan looked as if he had seen a lover he hadn't seen for a long time. He almost pounced on them and gave them a bear hug. Chief, we're preparing to go to Luofu Gate to settle the matter with the Hong family. Long Shan said. Really? Hong Zhan was overjoyed. His gaze quickly fell on the Black King. Feeling the strong pressure from the Black King, Hong Zhan couldn't help but shiver. Who is this senior? Hong Zhan asked in a probing manner. Seeing the Black King, Hong Zhan finally saw a glimmer of hope, because he had seen Nie Fuxing before. The man in front of him, who was as strong as a black tower, exuded an aura that was even stronger than Nie Fuxing's. In other words, this person's strength might even be above Nie Fuxing's. No matter how weak he was, he wouldn't be weaker than Nie Fuxing. If the Hong family had such a person to help them, then this grudge might really be resolved. Not only Hong Zhan, but the elders of the Hong family also had a look of joy on their faces for the first time. It had been 2 days, and they were about to die of suffocation. Black King, why haven't you paid your respects to Chief Hong? Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, the Black King nodded at Hong Zhan. Although it was just a nod, in Hong Zhan's eyes, this was already giving him a lot of face. If it was any other time, such a person would never pay any attention to him. Hong Zhan and the other elders of the Hong family were shocked. They couldn't help it. Such a powerful person actually listened to Jiang Chen, and it seemed like he listened to everything. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. The disciples of Kirin province were indeed powerful. Even when they went out, they had such a powerful person protecting them. Hong Zhan and the others guessed that Jiang Chen probably had a certain status and position in Kirin province. Otherwise, how could he have such a powerful person protecting him? Brother Jiang Chen, I'll go with you. After all, this is our Hong family's matter. Hong Zhan said. If Chief Hong wants to go together, then let's go together. Jiang Chen said. To him, it didn't matter if Hong Zhan and the others followed or not. After all, he didn't need them to do anything. Chapter 42-42. At this moment, in the Luofu Gate. Luo Lai's injuries had mostly recovered, but the backlash from blood escape could never be healed. For example, his cultivation had dropped from the peak 5th heavenly layer to the early 5th heavenly layer. Moreover, Luo Lai's cultivation would never advance again. It would forever remain at this level. This would forever be a source of pain for Luo Lai, something that could never be erased. The Hong family must be avenged. Luo Lai gnashed his teeth. The hatred and rage in his heart could not be suppressed at all. No one else would have been able to suppress such a matter. In the hall of the Luofu Gate, Nie Fuxing's face was also dark and filled with rage. It had already been 2 days since he had given the order, but the Hong family had not done anything at all, let alone come to the Luofu Gate to apologize. A puny Hong family dares to ignore my words. Do they think I'm joking with them? Nie Fuxing was enraged. He felt that his face had been deeply damaged. This was the triangular region. Who dared to ignore him here? In Nie Fuxing's view, the Hong family should have come to apologize as soon as he had given the order. They might even have a chance to live if they asked for leniency. But now, Nie Fuxing was enraged. He had already decided that he would not give the Hong clan the slightest chance. He would definitely kill every single member of the Hong clan, not sparing even a single chicken or dog. He wanted the Hong clan to know the consequences of not taking him, Nie Fuxing, seriously. Elderly Kuan, make the arrangements. We'll head to Luo Hong City tomorrow and destroy the Hong family. Nie Fuxing said. Yes, sect master. Li Kuan's killing intent soared. He had clearly wanted to destroy the Hong family a long time ago. In his opinion, Nie Fuxing giving the Hong family 3 more days to live was unnecessary. He should have killed his way there 3 days ago to defend the Luofu Gate. Report. At this moment, a disciple of the Luofu Gate hurriedly walked in. What are you panicking for? What's the matter? Nie Fuxing was already angry, but when he saw the disciple's cowardly appearance, he could not help but vent his anger. Sect master, people from the Hong family have come. They're outside the sect. The disciple reported. They're finally here. At least Hong Zhan knows what's good for him. Let's go take a look. Nie Fuxing snorted coldly. His anger, which had been on the verge of exploding, was suddenly extinguished quite a bit at this moment. After all, the fact that the Hong family could send someone here meant that they were still afraid of him. At this moment, in front of the Luofu sect's mountain gate, Jiang Qin and the others stood solemnly. Looking at the huge Luofu sect, Jiang Qin was completely indifferent. He didn't even look at it. Jiang Chen had seen too many big sects, this Luofu Gate was simply not on the same level. However, Hong Zhan and the others were different. Compared to the Luofu sect, they were merely a small clan in the triangular domain. Normally, they wouldn't even dare to take half a step into the sect. Moreover, they had offended a colossus like the Luofu sect. They didn't know what would happen to them today. Even if there were experts by Jiang Chen's side, the Black King had not made a move yet. They did not understand the Black King's strength very well, but Nie Fuxing was truly powerful. Once the Black King could not suppress Nie Fuxing, with Nie Fuxing's temperament, he would not give the Hong family a chance to live. Patriarch, don't worry. You can just stand here and watch the show. Long Shisan said, giving Hong Zhan some peace of mind. Hong Zhan and the others nodded, but they were still very nervous. However, they did not say anything. Now that things had come to this, even if it was a guillotine, they would still have to go. Not long after, Nie Fuxing appeared with a large group of Luofu sect experts, followed by a large group of Luofu sect disciples and elders. They had all come out to watch the show. Beside Nie Fuxing was Luo Lai. At this moment, Luo Lai was gnashing his teeth, waiting to watch the show. Only by seeing Jiang Qin, Long Shisan and Hong Dai in battle would he be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. Hong Zhan, you still remember to come see me. Nie Fuxing looked at Hong Zhan and said sternly. Patriarch Luo is so imposing. We came to visit, so we are guests. It seems that the Luofu sect's way of treating guests is not very good. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Nie Fuxing's gaze then fell on Jiang Qin. Kid, who are you? What right do you have to speak here? Nie Fuxing's face was full of disdain. Patriarch, it's him. He killed 2 elders of the Luofu sect. Luo Lai said. It's you. Nie Fuxing's eyes narrowed. He wanted to see through Jiang Qin. That's right, I killed your elders. I am Jiang Qin. I've come today to resolve the enmity between the Hong family and the Luofu sect. I hope that Patriarch Nie will give me some face. Jiang Qin cupped his fists at Nie Fuxing in a show of respect. Give you face, ha ha ha, Nie Fuxing laughed. Many of the Luofu Gate elders laughed as well, as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. A first heavenly layer heavenly source shrimp had killed an elder of the Luofu Gate, and now he was running over to ask for face. Was he really that shameless? Patriarch, this kid is too arrogant. Looks like he doesn't take our Luofu sect seriously at all. A mere first heavenly layer heavenly source actually managed to kill our elders. I'd like to see just what kind of ability he has. A sixth heavenly layer heavenly source elder stepped forward. Without another word, he swung his hand towards Jiang Qin, preparing to subdue him in a single move. Nie Fuxing didn't stop them. Once they reached the Luofu Gate, it was his world. From Nie Fuxing's point of view, from the moment they stepped into the Luofu Gate, these people in front of him were already dead. Jiang Chen stood with one hand behind his back as he faced the attack of a sixth heavenly layer heavenly source expert. He smiled, showing no signs of nervousness at all. Black King. Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. With a flash, a black figure shot out and punched towards the elder. Arg! In the next moment, a miserable shriek rang out. The Black King had smashed half of the elder's body to pieces. The remaining half of his body fell to the ground, twitching a few times before losing all signs of life. He had died on the spot. What? Cries of surprise rose in that moment as the entire Luofu sect shook. Even Nie Fuxing could not help but narrow his eyes. This was the first time he had looked towards the Black King. This guy only seemed to be at the 8th heavenly layer, but the domineering aura he gave off made even Nie Fuxing feel pressured. Brat, just who are you? Nie Fuxing asked. If a first heavenly layer heavenly source kid had such an expert by his side, his identity would definitely be extraordinary. Nie Fuxing's insight was exceptional. He did not fear the Black King. After all, his cultivation was a level higher than the Black King's. However, before he acted, he needed to understand Jiang Chen's identity. Chapter 42-43. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and slowly took out his Kirin province identity jade plate. He flashed it in front of Nie Fuxing and said, I wonder if Patriarch Nie recognizes this jade plate. Jiang Chen did not need to show off his Kirin province identity. He could have just asked the Black King to kill Nie Fuxing. However, Jiang Chen and Nie Fuxing did not have any enmity. He wanted to give Nie Fuxing a chance and see if he knew how to cherish it. If the powerful Black King and the Qilin Manor's jade tablet couldn't deter Nie Fuxing, then Nie Fuxing's life could be considered to have come to an end. Now, it was up to Nie Fuxing to be tactful. If there was anything to talk about, Jiang Chen would state his conditions and fight for the Hong clan's benefits so that the Hong clan could completely stabilize their position in the triangular region. If Nie Fuxing did not know what was good for him, then from today onwards, the triangular region would change. Kirin Province. Nie Fuxing's expression instantly changed. Not only him, but everyone in the Luofu sect's expression also changed. Kirin Province's reputation was too great. The Luofu sect could dominate the small triangular region, but compared to Kirin Province, it was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. There was no comparison at all. Impossible, impossible. How could this kid be from Kirin Province? If that's the case, how can our Luo clan take revenge? Luo Lai almost went crazy. He shouted and screamed in front of Nie Fuxing. He could not accept this result. He originally thought that Nie Fuxing was here to apologize. With Nie Fuxing's way of doing things, he would definitely not let them go. However, he did not expect that this young man in white who suddenly appeared was actually from Kirin Province. A genius from Kirin Province with an expert protecting him. Such a person, even in Kirin Province, would have an extraordinary position. But in reality, even if Jiang Qin was only a small disciple of Kirin Province, the Luofu Gate would not dare to provoke him. Killing the disciple of Kirin province, Nia Fuxing did not have the guts to do so. Sect leader, this kid is from Kirin province. We can't touch him. That's right, sect leader. Kirin province isn't a place we can afford to offend. If we kill a disciple of Kirin province, we won't be able to bear the wrath of Kirin province. Damn it, how did we get Kirin province involved? The elders of the Luofu sect became nervous. They knew very well what Kirin province represented. Who would dare to provoke the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion of the Great Lin Empire? Do you think I don't know? Nia Fuxing clenched his teeth. He was already prepared to not let Jiang Qin live. He did not expect that Jiang Qin would take out the identity card of Kirin province. The identity card of Kirin province couldn't be forged. No one dared to forge it. Since Jiang Qin took it out, it meant that it was real. How about it? Sect leader Nia, can we have a good chat? Jiang Qin put away the jade card and said indifferently. He secretly thought that the name of Kirin province was really useful. Jiang Qin, since you are from Kirin province, I will accept that you killed 2 elders of our Luofu sect. After all, our Luofu sect cannot afford to offend Kirin province. However, in this 3 Corners region, the Luofu sect is still an overlord. If we don't do anything about it, how can we maintain our foothold in the 3 Corners region? You can leave, I will not harm you. However, the others must die. Nia Fuxing said in a clear voice. This was his bottom line. After all, he did not intend to let Jiang Qin go. Hearing this, Jiang Qin could not help but laugh. It seemed that showing the name of Kirin province was completely unnecessary. However, Nia Fuxing's decision was within Jiang Qin's expectations. As the overlord of the 3 Corners region, the way he did things was naturally more domineering than the average person. Since sect leader Nia has said so, then there is no room for discussion. What if I insist on interfering and report to the Hong clan? Jiang Qin said. Jiang Qin, don't push your luck. I've already spared your life for the sake of Kirin province. You can leave. Of course, it's fine if you insist on interfering. This is the territory of the Luofu sect. If I want to kill the people of the Hong clan, you won't be able to stop me, Nia Fuxing sneered. Nia Fuxing sneered. He had already made up his mind to kill the people of the Hong family. As for Jiang Qin, he wouldn't kill him. He couldn't afford to kill him. As long as he didn't kill Jiang Qin, it wouldn't matter. The Qilin mansion wouldn't blame him for not killing the disciples of the Qilin mansion. Looks like you really won't listen to my advice. Nia Fuxing, I've already given you a chance. Since you didn't cherish it, I definitely won't give you a second chance. Jiang Qin's eyes also turned cold. Since there was no room for discussion, there was no point in talking. Jiang Qin, you're overestimating yourself if you want to stop my Luofu sect with a mere 8th layer heavenly origin. Nia Fuxing's gaze landed on the Black King. In his eyes, the Black King was Jiang Qin's only hope, but a mere 8th layer heavenly origin was far from enough to make a sect leader like him feel fear. Black King, kill him. Jiang Qin could not be bothered to waste words with Nia Fuxing. He directly gave the Black King an order. Yes, master. The Black King obeyed Jiang Qin. With a single movement of his body, his demon chi soared into the sky. A howl filled the sky above the Luofu mountain, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. In the blink of an eye, the Black King had arrived before Nia Fuxing. He threw a punch that seemed to shatter the mountains. What? Nia Fuxing's expression changed drastically. He had never thought that his opponent would attack so suddenly, and that he would be forced to face him directly. More importantly, the Black King's tiger demon was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Just the power of the punch made Nia Fuxing feel an unprecedented pressure. Helpless, Nia Fuxing tried to resist, also throwing a punch in a majestic manner. Nie Fuxing was a ninth-layer heavenly origin expert after all. He did possess the strength to become the overlord of the triangular region. Rumble, the fists of the two experts collided, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Nie Fuxing's arm that had collided with the Black King directly shattered, and he was sent flying. Even though he was a ninth-layer heavenly origin expert, his fate was only slightly better than the elder from before. Roar! The Black King madly roared. With a single step, he caught up to Nie Fuxing once again. He had received an order from Jiang Qin to kill Nie Fuxing, so he obviously would not give him any chances. In terms of battle experience, Nie Fuxing was worlds apart from the Black King. The Black King closed in, throwing another punch at Nie Fuxing's head. If he was hit, Nie Fuxing's head would immediately explode. He would be finished. No, and Nie Fuxing's heart-tearing lung was a punch that he absolutely could not block. At this moment, Nie Fuxing was already starting to regret his decision. But it was too late. The Black King clearly would not give him any chance to live. Chapter 42-44. Under countless shocked gazes, the Black King's fist landed on Nie Fuxing's head. Blood splattered everywhere. The mighty sect master of the Luofu Gate, the overlord of the triangular region, had died by the Black King's hand just like that. He did not even have the time to cry out in pain. The sect master of a generation had fallen to such an end. How miserable could it be? Of course, Nie Fuxing could only blame himself. Life and death were his own choices. Jiang Qin had already given him a way to live, but he had chosen the path of death. What kind of person was Jiang Qin? He was the master of the world. He never went back on his word. He had given Nie Fuxing a chance, but Nie Fuxing did not cherish it. Only death awaited him. The Black King was like an unrivaled god of war. After killing Nie Fuxing with 2 punches, he calmly walked behind Jiang Qin and crossed his arms, as if nothing had happened. Hong Zhan and the others stood beside the Black King, feeling an unprecedented pressure. Every gaze that looked at the Black King was filled with respect and admiration, but most of it was gratitude. They had been extremely worried before coming to the Luofu Gate. After all, the Luofu Gate was just too big for them. It was an existence that the Hong clan could not afford to offend. Even with Jiang Chen's guarantee, they were unable to truly feel at ease. Especially after seeing Nie Fuxing's unyielding attitude, Hong Zhan and the others felt despair in their hearts. However, they had never thought that a pleasant surprise would come so quickly. Jiang Chen had not been boasting at all. The Black King's strength had also exceeded their imaginations. He had killed the overlord of the triangular region with 2 punches. Without any exaggeration, the 2 punches from the Black King had given the Hong clan hope, shattering all their previous worries. Compared to the excitement of the Hong clan, the Luofu Gate was in chaos. The sect master has been killed. The sect master has been killed. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? It's over. Even the sect master isn't his opponent. The Luofu sect only has a single 9th heavenly layer heavenly origin expert. With the sect master dead, we've lost our backbone. If I had known this earlier, I would have kept the peace. The disciples of Kirin province are not so easy to deal with. Sigh. I don't know what will happen next. This Jiang Chen won't kill us as well, will he? No, the disciples of Kirin province wouldn't go to the extent of killing innocent people. Moreover, Jiang Chen wanted to make peace with the sect leader at the beginning, but the sect leader didn't give him the chance, so he killed him. Everyone in the Luofu sect, whether it was the elders or the disciples, was in a complete mess. Everyone's complexion became incomparably unsightly. Such an outcome wasn't something they could bear. Who would have thought that the overlord of the triangular domain would collapse at this moment? Moreover, it had collapsed so quickly. All of the past glory had vanished at this moment. The people of Kirin province were indeed existences that they could not afford to offend. If they offended them, they would have to pay a low price. To the Luofu sect, this price was undoubtedly extremely heavy. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How did this happen? Luo Lai vomited a mouthful of blood. His eyes had already turned copper-red. Nie Fuxing's death was clearly a greater blow to him than anyone else. This matter had arisen because of his Luo family. The Luo family had almost been destroyed in the battle at Luohong City. As the patriarch, he had only managed to escape by luck. He had originally wanted to rely on the Luofu sect to complete his revenge, but he had never imagined that the enemy would be so powerful that it would far surpass his imagination. Now that the ninth heavenly layer heavenly origin sect master Nie Fuxing was dead, there was no need to mention the others. The entire Luofu sect had lost its backbone. There was no hope for the Luofu sect to take revenge for him. In fact, the Luo family would never be able to take revenge for the rest of their lives. Nie Fuxing is already dead. Is there anyone else in the Luofu sect who is still unconvinced? You can step forward. Jiang Chen took a step forward and spoke in a clear voice. With this, the noisy Luofu sect immediately fell silent. Many people lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Although Jiang Chen was only a first heavenly layer heavenly origin cultivator, he was like a god of death in their eyes, someone who could decide their fate at any time. Nie Fuxing is dead. Is there anyone else who can manage it? Jiang Chen continued. He was extremely satisfied with the Luofu sect's response. This was within his expectations. An elder walked forward as soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking. It was Li Kuan. Young Master Jiang Chen, this old man is Li Kuan, the first elder of the Luofu sect. Our Luofu sect does not dare to challenge Kirin province, nor do we have any intentions of interfering in the conflict between the clans of Luohong City. Now that the sect master has been killed by young Master Jiang Chen, I hope that young master can be magnanimous and let the Luofu sect go. The Luofu sect is willing to become friends with the Hong family in the future. All the disciples of the Hong family can come to the Luofu sect to cultivate, Li Kuan loudly declared, expressing his attitude extremely clearly. The elder who had previously been boasting about killing people in Luohong City had become the most sensible person at this moment. The Luofu sect had no other choice. The disciples of the Luofu sect would definitely not say anything to Li Kuan. After all, the sect master was dead and the Luofu sect was like a group of dragons without a leader. Li Kuan wanted to reconcile and save the Luofu sect. As for the grudges between the Luofu sect and the Hong family, it had nothing to do with them. As long as the Luofu sect continued to exist, it would still be the overlord of the triangular domain in the future. If the Luofu sect could form a good relationship with the Hong family, it would be a good thing. After all, the Hong family had the support of a genius disciple of Kirin province. A person like Jiang Chen would certainly have a certain status and identity in Kirin province. To put it bluntly, the era of Nie Fuxing had come to an end. If the Luofu sect wanted to continue to exist, it would have to be tactful. Yes, Elder Li seems to be a sensible person. It would be great if sect master Nie was as sensible as you. What a pity, what a pity. However, sect master Nie's death is also a good thing. From now on, the Luofu sect will be managed by Elder Li. However, Elder Li should express something. Jiang Chen said indifferently. His purpose for coming here today was to solve the Hong family's crisis, not to destroy the Luofu sect. The current result was undoubtedly the best. Understood. Li Kuan was not stupid. He immediately understood what Jiang Chen meant. He grabbed Luo Lai's shoulder and pulled him towards Jiang Chen. No, elderly, you can't hand me over to them. Luo Lai's expression rapidly changed. He struggled, but it was impossible for him to break free from Li Kuan, who was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer. Luo Lai understood that it was all over. The Luofu sect would definitely throw him out in order to protect themselves. He was just a sacrificial pawn. Chapter 42-45. Shut up. Li Kuan shouted at Luo Lai. If it wasn't for you, how could our Luofu sect defend the genius of Kirin province? This is all because of you, Luo Lai. You deserve it. Li Kuan turned hostile. At this moment, Luo Lai had no value to the Luofu sect at all. If there was any value, it would be that they could use him to buy Jiang Chen's happiness. At this moment, Li Kuan was very happy. He could already see that Jiang Chen did not intend to destroy the Luofu sect. It was only because Nia Fuxing was not tactful that he was killed. Now that Nia Fuxing was dead, the Luofu sect would fall into his hands. Once he gained power, he would step into the clouds. Li Kuan had been waiting for this day for a long time. A mere Luo Lai was nothing to him. Hong clan leader, I will leave Luo Lai to you. Jiang Chen looked at Hong Zhan and said with a smile. Everything he did today was to repay Long Shisan's favor. After today, Long Shisan would not owe the Hong clan anything and could follow him to Kirin province. Thank you, brother Jiang Chen. Hong Zhan bowed deeply to Jiang Chen, expressing his sincere gratitude. Jiang Chen's favor to the Hong clan could be said to be higher than the mountain and deeper than the sea. Jiang Chen's appearance had saved hundreds of people in the Hong clan and helped the Hong clan eliminate a strong enemy. Moreover, he had allowed the Hong clan to establish a foothold in the triangular region. Hong Zhan knew that everything Jiang Chen had done was for Long Shisan. He had saved Long Shisan's life, but his favor to Long Shisan was not worth mentioning compared to the favor Jiang Chen had done for the Hong clan. What's more, Shisan had made great contributions to the Hong family in the past and had already repaid the debt. The Hong family owed Jiang Chen and Long Shisan. Patriarch, kill Luo Lai. If we don't get rid of him, he will be a disaster in the future. Long Shisan said coldly. Hong Zhan nodded his head. A battle sword appeared in his hand as he walked towards Luo Lai. How could he not understand Long Shisan's words? Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. Luo Lai's family had already been destroyed, and he was now a stray dog. Such a person would definitely disregard everything when doing things. Furthermore, his hatred towards the Hong clan could not be resolved. If he were to let Luo Lai go today, Luo Lai would definitely think of all ways to deal with the Hong clan. If a 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin expert hid in the shadows, he would be like a ghost, able to deal fatal damage to the disciples of the Hong family at any time. Therefore, Hong Zhan would not and could not afford to be merciful. Hong Zhan, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Luo Lai gritted his teeth, and his eyes turned red. You probably won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Hong Zhan's eyes were cold. He stabbed out with his sword, piercing Luo Lai's chest. Sword chi wreaked havoc in his body, instantly shattering his organs and ending his life. The elders of the Hong clan were all filled with joy. Now that Luo Lai was dead, Luo Hong City would belong to their Hong clan in the future. They were naturally excited. They had come to the Luo Fu sect with bad intentions. They had never thought that the great danger would be resolved so easily. Alright, Luo Lai is dead. Patriarch Hong, your Hong clan and our Luo Fu sect will be one family in the future. The triangular region will be our world. In the future, the disciples of your Hong clan can come to the Luo Fu sect to cultivate as they please. Patriarch Hong will also become an esteemed guest of the Luo Fu sect. The gates of the Luo Fu sect will be open to Patriarch Hong at any time. Patriarch Hong can go anywhere in the Luo Fu sect. In short, you can treat this place as your own home, said Li Kuan. Li Kuan's words were as if he was patting his chest. Li Kuan was a very smart person. Chapter 42-46. Jiang Chen and Long Shersan didn't return to Luohong City. Instead, they left for Kirin Province. Jiang Chen was just a passerby. If it wasn't for Long Shersan, he wouldn't have cared about the disputes in the triangular region. To Long Shersan, there was no longer any meaning or value in staying in Luohong City. Following Jiang Chen to conquer the world was what he was truly happy about. Looking at Jiang Chen's gradually disappearing figures, Hong Zhan and the elders of the Hong family bowed deeply to the sky. Their kindness was greater than the heavens and they couldn't repay it. On the way to Kirin Province, Jiang Chen told Long Shersan about Empress Lin. After hearing it, Long Shersan was also surprised. The winged people are really treacherous. They actually infiltrated the human race. It seems that they are trying to destroy the human race from the root. It seems that the imperial palace of the Lin Kingdom, and even the 4 constabularies and 1 camp, have been infiltrated by this fake Empress Lin. Long Shersan sighed. Therefore, don't be fooled by the fact that the Lin Kingdom looks strong on the surface. In fact, it is in extreme danger. Empress Lin alone is enough to shake the Lin Kingdom. If the feather race and the city race join forces, I'm afraid that the crisis of the human race is imminent. You should know that the city race is better at disguising themselves than the feather race. If the 2 races join forces, with the strength of Empress Lin, it will be too easy for the city race to sneak into the Lin Kingdom. De Huang Dog said. These old foxes were too accurate in their observation. They could always see the deep details from the surface. However, the truth was that De Huang Dog wasn't exaggerating at all. The truth was even more dangerous than what De Huang Dog had said. Alright, the more chaotic it is, the better. Let's have some fun in the crimson afterglow astral. My fiery golden eyes are finally going to be useful. It doesn't matter if it's the feather race or the city race, they won't be able to hide from my fiery golden eyes. Long Shersan laughed. That's right. When we reach Kirin Province, we'll first find the outsiders hiding inside and slowly dismantle Empress Lin's power. However, this is also an extremely dangerous thing for us because Empress Lin can easily notice us and eliminate us. Jiang Chen said. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, just bring it on. We brothers have never been afraid of anything when we are together. Besides, the higher-ups of the Qilin Mansion and the Lin country are not fools. Once there are too many outsiders inside, they will naturally realize the danger. We are not fighting alone. Long Shersan said. The 3 brothers brought along a little boy, Little Dragon, and flew towards Kirin Province at their fastest speed. The few of them were all excited, and they were ready to go all out. Because of the arrival of the 3 brothers, the curtain of the Red Middle region would be completely opened. The undercurrent that had been subdued under the calm surface was destined to surge out. In other words, the moment Jiang Chen and the others stepped into the Red Middle region, it indicated that the situation in the Red Middle region could no longer be peaceful. The imperial capital was the most central place of the human clan in the Red Middle region, and also the foundation of the Great Lin Empire. The imperial capital was divided into several cities: Azure Dragon City, White Tiger City, Vermilion Bird City, Black Tortoise City, Vermilion Bird City, and the Imperial Palace. This showed that the imperial capital was very large. The imperial capital had a circumference of 30,000 kilometers. Such a large city could be regarded as shocking. In fact, it was also a good thing that the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion were divided into the imperial capital. For the Lin country, it was convenient to manage, and they could concentrate their high-end forces. Jiang Chen and the others landed in mid-air 100 kilometers away and walked to the gate of the imperial capital. The magnificent imperial capital had the word Lin hanging high above the gate, which was extremely eye-catching and ostentatious. Guards in golden armor stood on both sides of the city gate, each of them domineering. Most importantly, the guards' cultivation bases were all at the Earth Source realm. From this, it could be seen that almost everyone in the capital was an expert. There was not a single ordinary person among them. Of course, this was normal. After all, this was the highest level of the Red Middle region. Ordinary people could only live in the lowest level. Outside the gate, there were many people coming and going. Everyone who entered and left the city had to undergo a check. There was a huge mirror above the gate, and everyone who entered the imperial capital had to stand in front of it. The Red Middle region was the backbone of the human clan, and it was the most basic requirement to prevent people from the other two clans from sneaking in. If people from the Feather clan or the Elven clan came and walked under the mirror, they would be reflected. You don't say, the scale of the imperial capital looks quite decent. The Huang dog wagged his tail and boasted shamelessly. As soon as he said this, several people immediately rolled their eyes. Where did this idiot come from? That's right. The imperial capital of the Lin Kingdom is so domineering. It's the number one in the Red Middle region. How dare he say that it looks decent? That's disrespectful. Forget it. He's just a dog. What can he know? A group of people rolled their eyes at the Huang dog. Damn it. The Huang dog was so angry that his nose was crooked. How could these people compare to him? It was already an honor for the imperial capital to hear the words decent from the Huang dog's mouth. Ah, De Huang, don't talk so much. Long Shirshan laughed. Let's go into the city. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders and walked out of the city gate. Little Chinzi, there are people from the Elven clan among these guards. Long Shirshan's fiery golden eyes flashed as he said. What? Jiang Qin frowned. He hadn't thought of this. It's the captain of the guards. He's at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Earth Source realm. Long Shirshan said. His fiery gaze landed on the captain of the guards. Under his fiery golden eyes, the elf in human clothes was completely exposed. Hearing this, Jiang Qin and the Huang dog also looked over. With their eyesight, they discovered that the captain of the guards had a different aura. Although he had disguised himself well, it was extremely difficult to disguise himself in front of people like Jiang Qin and the Huang dog. However, Jiang Qin didn't expect Empress Lin's influence to be so great and so deep. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to it at the beginning. Chapter 42-47. They strode forward and soon arrived outside the city gate. Several guards immediately came to greet them. Stop! A guard shouted, blocking Jiang Qin's way. Stand in front of the mirror of heaven. The guard's face was full of beard, and his tone was very arrogant. Jiang Qin smiled and ignored him. He pulled Xiaolong to the mirror of heaven. The person in the mirror was exactly the same as Jiang Qin and Xiaolong. Long Shirshan walked over. He didn't conceal his aura. He just wanted to see if the mirror of heaven could really reflect his real body. As expected, as soon as Shirshan stood under the mirror, the originally calm mirror started to tremble. A golden light flickered and a golden ape appeared in the mirror. It was an indomitable golden ape with an imposing aura. Whoosh! More than 10 guards immediately came forward, including the captain of the guards, who was a fairy. So it's a big monster. Tell me, why did you come to the imperial capital? A guard asked, and he also surrounded the Huang dog. Under the mirror of heaven, nothing could hide. Of course, that was because Long Shirshan didn't take any precautions. If he wanted to, it would be impossible for the mirror of heaven to reflect his real body. Seeing the guards surrounding Long Shirshan and the Huang dog, Jiang Qin couldn't help but secretly nod. It seemed that the human race in the Red Mid region was still very xenophobic. Apart from the feather race and the fairy race, even monsters who wanted to enter the imperial capital had to go through a round of questioning. Of course, if it was the feather race or the fairy race, they probably wouldn't even bother with questioning, but would directly attack. What? The fairy race can be here, but I can't. Long San said indifferently, and his eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at the captain of the guards. Being swept by Long San's sharp gaze, the guard captain's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his expression instantly became extremely unnatural. Jiang Chen pulled Xiaolong to the side to watch the show. If Jiang Chen revealed his identity as a Kirin province, the guards would not dare to say a word and would immediately let them pass. However, Jiang Chen did not do that. If he used the identity of a passerby to find out the identity of a guard captain that was an elf, the effect would be better. Kid, what do you mean? This is the Great Forest Imperial Capital. If the elf race people are here, they are just seeking death. The guard captain immediately stood up and said in an incomparably domineering manner. However, his eyes were a little unfocused. Clearly, he was also affected by Long San's words. At this moment, the leader of the guards was wondering if this guy before him had seen through him. What a joke. If the people of the elf clan were here, they definitely wouldn't be able to pass through the mirror of heaven's illumination. One of the guards said. He's one of the elves. Long San pointed at the guard captain. Whoosh, this was no small matter. All the guards could not help but be stunned. The people who had come to have fun also could not help but stop in their tracks and look at the guard captain. After all, the elf race and the feather race were mortal enemies of the human race. This was the Great Forest Imperial capital of the human race. If a member of the elf race appeared here, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? The guard captain's aura fluctuated, but his expression had already changed. After all, he was only at the earthly source realm. Under the pressure of Long San's aura, he felt like he had nowhere to hide. Bastard, you dare to behave atrociously in the imperial capital. How dare you? The other guards immediately surrounded Long San. In this place, they still listened to their captain. Moreover, many of them had been with their captain for a long time, so they knew that their captain was a human and not some elf. Humph. Long San snorted coldly, completely ignoring the guards. In his eyes, these earthly source guards were nothing but ants. With a sway of his body, Long San had already arrived before the guard captain. A ray of golden light suddenly rippled from his eyes. Under the eyes of fire and gold, there was nowhere to hide. The golden light turned into a large net, firmly trapping the guard captain. Although the guard captain was an expert at the 9th layer of the earthly source realm, the difference between him and Long San was like the difference between heaven and earth. Bastard, what are you doing? The guard captain panicked. If his identity was exposed, he would definitely die. The captain struggled violently, but how could he break free under the pressure of Dragon San? He was completely trapped in the cage. Not to mention breaking free, it was a luxury for him to even move an inch. You still haven't revealed yourself. Long San roared. The light from his eyes of fire and gold shone even brighter. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, the guard captain let out a miserable cry before his body began to change. His eyes turned azure, his hair turned blue, his nose became sharp, his ears grew long, and a tail grew out of his back. It's the elf race. It's the elf race. My God, it's really the elf race. A member of the elf race has actually snuck into the imperial capital. How is this possible? Not just snuck in, even a member of the elf race can become a captain. This is the royal army, under the jurisdiction of the Vermilion Bird Camp. How can this be? It really is the elf race. The elf race has snuck into the imperial capital. This is too terrifying. Our captain is actually an elf. I've lived with him for so long, but I didn't notice at all. Damn, we've all been tricked. The elf race is best at disguising themselves, but isn't this guy a little too daring? He actually snuck into the imperial capital. Everyone cried out in surprise. There were many people coming and going, and very quickly, it became a sea of people. The entire city gate was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The captain of the guards became the center of attention. Even the guards were shocked. Clearly, they had not expected their captain to really be an elf. The appearance of the elf race would definitely cause a commotion. Furthermore, the elf race had snuck into the imperial capital's army. It must be known that this was the royal army, the army of the human race, and the army under the jurisdiction of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Was this a place where just anyone could sneak into? How could a mere earthly source realm have the guts to sneak into the human army alone? Unless, he wasn't alone. The crowd was not stupid. A mere guard captain could be extremely frightening if they thought about it carefully. How could a mere earthly source realm be able to sneak into the army? Looks like there's definitely more than one elf who snuck into our imperial capital. Who knows, there might be some powerful figure supporting him. This is too scary. Many people could not help but sigh. They felt that this was an extremely frightening matter. Chapter 42-48. Bastard, let me go. The captive struggled violently, as if he had gone mad. He knew that he would be done for once his identity was exposed. It was impossible for the higher-ups to step forward to protect an elf like him. Little Chinzi, what do we do with him? Longsher San ignored the captive's howls and turned to look at Jiang Qin. Kill him. Jiang Qin said casually. He did not expect to obtain any important information from a mere captive. After all, he was just a small fry. More importantly, Jiang Qin didn't want to cause too much of a ruckus since he had just stepped into the imperial capital. He didn't want things to get out of hand. Their cultivation bases were still very weak, and compared to the entire Red Mid region, they were the weakest existences. Jiang Qin needed to give himself some time to grow. All right. Longsher San nodded and sent a palm strike towards the captain. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. A domineering figure rapidly flew over from the distance. However, Longsher San did not even look at the newcomer. His palm strike landed on the captain's body, blasting him to pieces and killing him on the spot. Swish! With a flash of light, a young man in golden armor appeared outside the city gates. He seemed to be only 15 or 16 years of age, but his presence was imposing and his face was filled with arrogance. His gaze landed on Longsher San as soon as he appeared, making no attempt to conceal the fury in his eyes. Lord Zhu. The guards hurriedly bowed when they saw the newcomer, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. From his attire, he should be a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp. Basically all the upper echelon members of the royal army come from the Vermilion Bird Camp. How impressive. This young man doesn't look very old, but his cultivation is terrifying. He looks to be at the 5th heavenly layer at the very least. The young man, Zhu Zheng, waved his hand at the guards and looked at Longsher San aggressively. Who are you? What right do you have to kill someone from the army? Looks like a brute. The Huang dog sneered. Jiang Qin didn't say anything. He wanted to see if this young man had also been influenced by the winged race and the elven race, or even bribed. Zhu Zheng's aura was that of a human, but he stood out at this time. If he wasn't ignorant and rash, then he must be related to the hidden winged race and the elven race in the Great Forest Empire. After all, the appearance of the Sidhi tribe in the imperial city meant that everyone had the right to punish them. No matter who it was, even if they were the geniuses of the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion, it was unwise to stand out and berate the city tribe at this time. Who I am is not important. I only killed an elf. Longshirshan glanced at Zhu Zheng and said indifferently. Even if it is the elves, since they have mixed into the army, they need to be judged by Vermilion Bird Camp. Who do you think you are? Your actions have disdained the army, disdained Vermilion Bird Camp. I, Zhu Zheng, will represent Vermilion Bird Camp to execute you on the spot and defend the honor of Vermilion Bird Camp. Zhu Zheng's killing intent surged. The people of Vermilion Bird Camp are too domineering. They clearly killed an elf. That's right. It is Vermilion Bird Camp's dereliction of duty that an elf has mixed into the army. They don't reflect on themselves, but now they want to kill one of their own. What the hell are they doing? This is too much. The crowd was restless. Clearly, Zhu Zheng's actions had aroused public anger. The fact that an elf had mixed into the army had already caused people to dislike Vermilion Bird Camp. Now, a disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp wanted to kill someone. What? You want to fight? Longshirshan's aura also shook. Anger shot out, and a monstrous battle intent rose. He, Longshirshan, was not someone to be trifled with. Even if an elder of Vermilion Bird Camp came, he would not give any face, much less a mere disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp. Little Chunzi, it looks like this is not going to end well. De Huang Dog said. Don't worry, go ahead. Jiang Chen shrugged, completely treating it as a show to watch. Jiang Chen had originally planned on taking out the jade medallion of the Qilin Manor to resolve this matter. After all, no matter how strong Zhu Zheng was, he was only a Heavenly Origin Realm disciple. There were just too many Heavenly Origin Realm disciples in the 4 prefectures and 1 battalion. Even a 9th Heavenly Layer Heavenly Origin disciple was nothing. As one of the higher echelons of the imperial capital, there were even Star Lords everywhere. However, Longshirshan had killed an elf and made Zhu Zheng so angry. Jiang Chen could vaguely feel that Vermilion Bird Camp had long been corrupted by Empress Lin's forces. He wanted to see what would happen after the matter was blown up. Perhaps some of the big shots would surface. He had Kirin Province as his backer anyway. Once he flashed the name of Kirin Province would not sit idly by. Moreover, Longshirshan was in high spirits. Zhu Zheng had already ignited his battle intent, and Longshirshan had just reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer, so he wanted to find a suitable opponent to fight. Zhu Zheng was without a doubt the best opponent. Under the pressure of Zhu Zheng, Longshirshan might directly reach the 4th heavenly layer. Zhu Zheng was stunned. Longshirshan's "you want to fight" had stunned him. In Zhu Zheng's view, his identity as a member of Vermilion Bird Camp and his cultivation at the 5th heavenly layer should have scared his opponent to death. He should have knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. However, the young man before him was even more arrogant than him. He did not seem to have any intention of begging for mercy at all. It seemed that he wanted to fight. Brat, you're courting death. Zhu Zheng gritted his teeth. I'm afraid you don't have the strength to kill me. Let's have a battle to the death. Life and death are determined by fate. How about it? Longshirshan said. He was indeed rather excited to fight a genius disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp. Huh, you want to have a battle to the death with me? Zhu Zheng doubted his ears. A 3rd heavenly layer Zhu Zheng wanted to have a battle to the death with him. Wasn't that just seeking death? Do you dare? Longshirshan's voice was filled with mockery. He had suggested a battle to the death because he did not want to attract too much trouble. There were so many people watching. If Zhu Zheng agreed to a battle to the death, Zhu Zheng could only blame himself for being too weak. The Vermilion Bird Camp would not be able to say anything. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Tell me your name. I, Zhu Jing, do not kill nameless people. Chapter 42-49. Waves of qi rolled in the sky and the sound of thunder filled the air. Zhu Jing was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to enter Vermilion Bird Camp. If he did not have some skill, how could he have been chosen by Vermilion Bird Camp? Vermilion Bird Camp had an important position in the Great Lin Empire. If one had to rank the 4 prefectures in one camp, Vermilion Bird Camp would definitely be first. If the Lin Empire needed, Vermilion Bird Camp could go to the other 4 prefectures to select talents. This was their special privilege. This caused the people of Vermilion Bird Camp to innately have a sense of superiority that surpassed normal people. Zhu Jing was a genius disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp. Right now, he was being provoked by a nameless soldier outside the capital, and the soldier was threatening to have a battle to the death with him. How could Zhu Jing endure this? At this moment, Zhu Jing was brimming with killing intent. He would only be satisfied if he killed Long Shan. Only then would he be able to defend his dignity and the dignity of Vermilion Bird Camp. Moreover, Zhu Jing did not place Long Shan in his eyes at all. He believed that his talent was extraordinary and would not be weaker in any way. His own cultivation was 2 levels higher than the other. In such a situation, killing Long Shan would be as easy as crushing an ant. Rumble, under the burning gazes of the crowd, Zhu Zheng's thunderous palm collided with Long Shan's battle saint technique. The powerful shock waves from the battle scattered the surrounding Genesis qi. Large patches of fire filled the air and even the air was about to burn. Thud thud thud, Long Shan retreated a dozen steps before stabilizing his body. He felt his arm go slightly numb. He thought to himself that the genius disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp were indeed powerful and not so easy to deal with. However, Long Shan's eyes were burning with passion. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he was. The injury that Zhu Zheng's palm had given him was completely negligible. His physical body was too strong and he had secretly used the life symbol formula of the battle saint technique during the battle. His self-recovery ability was enviable. What? Zhu Zheng's eyes widened, and the way he looked at Long Shan began to change. Although he had the upper hand in this attack, the result was different from what he had expected. In Zhu Zheng's opinion, even if Long Shan didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. How could he have imagined that Long Shan would only be pushed back as if nothing had happened? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhu Jing wouldn't have believed it. He knew just how powerful his palm strike was. Let alone a mere peak 3rd heavenly layer heavenly origin, even an ordinary 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin would be killed by it. Voila! Below the imperial city, there was also a commotion. Incredible! Who is this guy? I wonder where this genius popped out from. His cultivation base seems to be 2 levels lower than Zhu Zhang's. And yet, under such circumstances, he's completely fine after exchanging a palm strike with Zhu Jing. This is a little ridiculous. The yellow-robed young man is probably no ordinary person. His talent seems to be much greater than Zhu Zhang's. If someone like that doesn't have a backer, how would he dare to engage in a life-or-death battle with the geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Camp? Interesting. I never thought that I'd encounter such a good show as soon as I arrived in the capital. Watching a battle between geniuses like them will be very beneficial to our cultivation. There's no doubt about this. Many people were shocked. They had clearly not expected Long Shan to be so powerful, able to fight against Zhu Jing. Those who did not think highly of Long Shan at the beginning now began to admire Long Shan. Even the guards were the same. After all, in their eyes, Long Shan had not done anything wrong. Killing an elf was a good deed, especially for those who often lived with the captain of the guards. They were filled with gratitude towards Long Shan. After all, living together with a hidden elf could be dangerous at any time. Zhu Zheng's actions were somewhat baffling to them. Admittedly, Zhu Zheng wanted to defend the dignity of the Vermilion Bird Camp. It was understandable for him to accept a life-or-death battle after Long Shersan's provocation. What made them feel baffled was that Zhu Zheng should not have appeared at this time. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog stood there with a faint smile on their faces. They were not worried about the battle in the sky at all. They were not worried because they were confident. No one knew better than them how strong Long Shersan was. Speaking of the bloodline of Long Shersan, there was probably no ape in the world that was of a higher level than him. Even the bloodline of the Eternal Ape was not necessarily higher than that of Long Shersan. Long Shersan had obtained the inheritance of the Eternal Ape only because the Eternal Ape in the inheritance had a higher cultivation. In terms of bloodline, the Eternal Ape could at best be considered to be on par with Long Shersan. In the sky, Long Shersan moved again. Long Shersan attacked once again. This time, he took the initiative and used the Battle Saint technique. He had pushed the fighting symbol formula to the limit. Once he entered a battle, Long Shersan would become an absolute battle maniac. Brat, I'd like to see just how powerful a guy at the third heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm can be. Thunderclap transformation. Zhu Zheng was infuriated. He used a powerful battle skill. As soon as he used the thunderclap transformation, the sky was immediately filled with rainbow-colored lightning. Countless bolts of lightning spread out, quickly converging into a huge lightning dragon. Roar. The lightning dragon let out a wild roar and pounced towards Long Shersan. The lightning dragon opened its bloody mouth, as if it wanted to swallow Long Shersan in one gulp. Ha, come. Long Shersan fearlessly faced the lightning dragon head-on. In the sky, a huge illusory golden ape floated. The might of the Battle Saint technique was even more dazzling. Rumble, the super-strong collision set off once again. As the huge waves rolled, thunder filled the air. There was lightning everywhere, and the golden war ape's shadow was torn to pieces by the thunder dragon. Long Shersan was defeated once again. This time, he seemed even more miserable, retreating hundreds of meters. His clothes were disheveled and his chi and blood surged within him. He could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. He seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. Long Shersan, you're done for. However, you should be proud of yourself for being able to fight me like this with your cultivation at the third heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. If you could enter the Vermilion Bird Camp with your talent, you'd definitely be a promising talent. It's a pity that you've disobeyed me and offended the Vermilion Bird Camp. There's only one way to go. Since this is a battle of life and death, I won't be polite to you. Chapter 4250. Zhu Zheng became agitated. Anyone could see his anger at this moment, and Long Shersan was clearly heavily injured and did not have much power to fight. If Zhu Zheng made a killing move at this time, then Long Shersan would undoubtedly die. It's over. That Long Shersan will most likely die here today. Such a pity, such a genius. Yes, this Long Shersan is really too much. When encountering a genius of Vermilion Bird Camp, he should just give in. There are so many people watching, Zhu Zheng can't just ignore and kill Long Shersan. Now, he even provoked and wants to have a life and death battle. He can only admit defeat. Exactly. The geniuses of Vermilion Bird Camp are not so easy to deal with. This Long Shersan is too arrogant. He kicked a metal plate. Now that Zhu Zheng is furious, even an immortal can't save him. There were many people surrounding the city gate. Many people started to sigh and felt pity for Long Shersan. But in the present situation, it was probably wishful thinking for Long Shersan to live. If it was said that the calmest people were Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. No one knew Long Shersan's abilities better than them, and no one knew better than them how difficult it was to kill Long Shersan. Big brother, quickly save brother Shersan, little Long said urgently. Xiaolong said anxiously. Although Xiaolong was talented, his knowledge and vision were limited. He could only see Shersan's defeat and didn't see the deeper meaning behind it. No need. Jiang Qin shook his head. It's not just no need. If we help now, this damned monkey will probably beat his own people. Big Yellow shook his head. He knew Dragon Shersan too well. This guy was a prideful man. From the moment he took the initiative to have a life-and-death battle with Zhu Jing had already become Dragon Shersan's opponent. Now, this monkey was in high spirits. Just like what Big Yellow had said, if Dragon Shersan attacked him now, this monkey would turn hostile and beat anyone he saw. Boom! Just as everyone thought that Long Shersan was finished, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. Long Shersan, who had been weak, suddenly shot out an extremely strong wave of air. This wave of air was like a hurricane that swept out and pushed Zhu Jing, who had just charged in front of him, back dozens of zhang. What? Zhu Jing cried out. He felt the blood in his body churn, making him feel indescribably uncomfortable. His fiery gaze landed on Long Shersan once again. This is impossible. How can he break through at a time like this? Zhu Jing acted like he had seen a ghost. Long Shersan breaking through at such a crucial moment had already surpassed Zhu Zhang's understanding. However, it was only too normal for something like this to happen to Jiang Qin and Long Shersan. In terms of cultivation experience, they were both ancestors. Not to mention that Long Shersan had obtained the Eternal Ape's legacy. His strength had already reached the peak of the third heavenly layer, bordering on the fourth heavenly layer. Long Shersan had originally planned on using the pressure from Zhu Jing to break through. Once Long Shersan broke through to the fourth heavenly layer, it meant that Zhu Jing was finished. With a difference of a single level, no one could be Long Shersan's opponent. Moreover, there was no need for him to enter a berserk state. Look, Long Shersan's broken through. That's just too miraculous. To be able to break through under such circumstances, he's no ordinary person. He's not just any ordinary person. He's completely overturned my understanding and knowledge of cultivation. Everyone was astounded. Shock flooded their faces. It must be said that breaking through during a battle was extremely difficult. After all, breaking through required a calm heart, a certain amount of time and comprehension. It was impossible to calm down during a battle, not to mention that Long Shersan was at a disadvantage. It was impossible for him to break through under such circumstances. However, he had broken through. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog remained calm. Everything was within their expectations. Brother Shersan, you can do it. Xiaolong waved his little fists in support. His face was filled with excitement. Up in the sky, Dragon Shersan was much more powerful than before. Nobody saw how he moved, but he was already in front of Zhu Jing. An iron staff had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It was glittering in golden light and looked extraordinary. The geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Camp are only so-so. Long Shersan shook his head. He raised the metal club high into the air and swung it at Zhu Jing. Zhu Jing did not show any weakness. A sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it with 1,000 flashes of light. Sword chi crisscrossed the area. The sword was filled with boundless killing intent as it collided with Long Shersan's club. Boom! The heaven and earth shook and the void was on the verge of being annihilated. A shocking scene happened. The situation was reversed. The sword in Zhu Zhang's hand was shattered by Dragon Shersan's cudgel, turning into scraps. Countless people exclaimed in shock. This was too terrifying. It had to be known that Zhu Zhang's weapon was not an ordinary weapon. It would not be so easily destroyed. However, Long Shersan's metal club was the essence of the world. When it was used by Long Shersan, it was invincible. Zhu Zhang's sword seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. Ah! Zhu Zhang gave a terrible scream. His body flew back hundreds of zhang, and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood along the way. The heavily wounded Zhu Zhang didn't have time to stabilize his body before Dragon Shersan followed him like a shadow and once again came close to Zhu Zhang. The metal staff floated above his head, brimming with murderousness. The metal staff could smash down at any time, smash his head, and cause this genius disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp to die without a burial. Long Shersan, you can't kill me. Zhu Zhang was afraid. As a genius of Vermilion Bird Camp, as an elite of the younger generation, for the first time in his life, he felt fear and terror. Long Shersan was like an unparalleled god of death, causing him to truly experience the taste of death. Just because you are a disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp? Long Shersan smirked coldly. Yes, Vermilion Bird Camp is not something a nameless soldier like you can provoke. If you kill me, you will face the anger of Vermilion Bird Camp. Even if you and I have a promise of life and death, if you kill me, you will offend the dignity of Vermilion Bird Camp. In Lin Country, no nameless soldier dares to kill a member of Vermilion Bird Camp. If you kill me, Vermilion Bird Camp will not let you go, Zhu Zhang said. When Vermilion Bird Camp was mentioned, pride rose uncontrollably on his face again. In his view, even if he had lost, the others still did not have the courage to kill him. After all, the reputation of Vermilion Bird Camp was there. Apologies, your threat is useless against me. In my eyes, Vermilion Bird Camp is not very great. I am a practical person. Since I said it was a life and death battle, then it has to be a life and death battle. If you cannot kill me, then I will kill you. Chapter 42-51. Ah! A blood-curdling screech resounded in the void. Shersan's iron cudgel was ruthless and ruthless. Under countless horrified gazes, Zhu Zhang's head was smashed by Shersan's iron cudgel. Blood mist filled the air as he died instantly. The waves of air were still rolling. The ripples of the battle spread above everyone's heads. Countless people gaped, their eyes filled with shock. They didn't dare to believe this was real. What was this place? The capital. Someone had killed a genius disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp in front of the gates of the capital. What kind of courage would be needed to do such a lawless thing? If they hadn't seen such a shocking scene with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. My God, what did I see? Long Shersan really killed Zhu Zhang. This is too vicious. Yes, daring to kill people of Vermilion Bird Camp in front of the gates of the capital, this shouldn't be any different from seeking death. A genius disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp was killed. With the pride of Vermilion Bird Camp, they definitely won't let the matter rest. This Long Shersan probably won't have a good ending. But Long Shersan's courage is really admirable. Those are people of Vermilion Bird Camp. He killed them without giving them any face. Just wait and see. The experts of Vermilion Bird Camp will soon appear. Long Shersan dares to kill people of Vermilion Bird Camp. He will undoubtedly die. No one was not shocked. They were shocked at the strength of Long Shersan, and even more shocked at Long Shersan's courage. Whether he had the ability to kill a disciple of Vermilion Bird Camp was one thing, but whether he had the courage was another. Many people felt sorry for Long Shersan. Today's conflict could be blamed on Long Shersan. Long Shersan had uncovered the elf race's spy, which should have been a good thing. It was Zhu Zhang's arrogance that led to this life and death battle. However, even if it was a battle of life and death, it was a fact that Longsha San had killed Zhu Jing. Even more, at the last moment, Zhu Jing had flashed the name of Vermilion Bird Camp. It was Longsha San who completely disregarded the name of Vermilion Bird Camp. Just the disrespect towards Vermilion Bird Camp was enough to take Longsha San's life. The damned monkey's temper is still so bad, but I like it. The Huang dog chuckled. Such a Longsha San was the real Longsha San. Big brother, Brother Sher San killed people of Vermilion Bird Camp. Vermilion Bird Camp probably won't let it go. Xiaolong said. It's fine. I want to see the status of Kirin province among the 4 provinces and 1 camp. Jiang Qin said. He had already obtained the identity token of Kirin province. Now that he had come to the capital, he found that the capital was far more responsible than he had imagined. The 4 provinces and 1 camp would not be peaceful either, and there would definitely be conflicts between them. Jiang Qin could use Longsha San's killing of Zhu Jing to see how deterrent Kirin province was. If Kirin province feared Vermilion Bird Camp, Jiang Qin would have to reconsider whether he should go to Kirin province. Bastard! As soon as Jiang Qin's voice faded away, a furious shout resounded from the imperial city. 2 silhouettes quickly appeared in the sky like ghosts. They were 3 old men, each of them at the 9th heavenly layer of heavenly source. From their attire, they were also clad in armor. They were clearly elders of Vermilion Bird Camp. Look, the elders of Vermilion Bird Camp have arrived. Longsha San's done for. They've come so quickly. The Vermilion Bird Camp is famous for being protective of their own. Now that Longsha San has killed a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp, the elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp will definitely not let Longsha San off. Sigh, what a pity. Longsha San is also a monstrous genius. Although he's a demon, his future would be limitless if he joined the 4 provinces and 1 camp. After all, there are many demonic beasts in the 4 provinces and 1 camp. Everyone could not help but feel pity for Longsha San. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jiang Qin flew into the sky with a single movement, standing next to Longsha San. The 3 old men before him were all experts at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of heavenly source. Longsha San was definitely not their opponent, so Jiang Qin did not dare to be careless. He was afraid that Longsha San would suffer if he was just a little too slow. When the 3 elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp appeared, they saw Zhu Zheng's headless corpse fall from the sky, causing them to become enraged. The 3 of them looked at Dragon Sher San at the same time. Where did this beast come from? How dare he kill a genius disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp? Roared an elder, not concealing his killing intent at all. It's a battle of life and death. Everyone here can bear witness. What? Is the Vermilion Bird Camp a sore loser? Jiang Qin said indifferently. At a time like this, who else would he stand up for if not Longsha San? Who are you? The Vermilion Bird Camp elder looked at Jiang Qin and could not help but frown. Although Jiang Qin's cultivation was nothing special, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. I am Jiang Qin of Kirin province and this is my brother, Longsha San. What happened today was because the captain of the guards was an elf, so he was killed by my brother. Afterwards, the disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp, Zhu Jing, wanted to stand up for the elves and set up a battle of life and death with my brother. He was defeated and died. May I ask why the 3 elders have appeared at this time? Are you here to stand up for Zhu Jing, who died in the battle of life and death, or are you here to stand up for the elven captain you've chosen? Jiang Qin said in a loud and clear voice. Every word was sonorous and forceful. His voice spread far and wide. Everyone below could hear it clearly. With just a few words, he had made the appearance of the Vermilion Bird Camp's elder extremely awkward. What? He's actually a disciple of Kirin province. I was wondering why he was so strong. I knew it. If he did not have any backing, how could he have the guts to kill a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp? If he was from Kirin province, then it would make sense. They are both from the 4 prefectures in one camp, but Kirin province is not afraid of the Vermilion Bird Camp. This Jiang Chen is very smart. First, he announced the name of Kirin province to make the other party feel a trace of fear. Then, he used a battle of life and death with the elves to embarrass the 3 elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp. After all, the Vermilion Bird Camp is responsible for the elves sneaking in. Most of the troops of the Lin Kingdom are controlled by the Vermilion Bird Camp. The crowd grew restless. Some people showed great interest in watching the show, because there would really be a good show to watch. Jiang Chen and Long San had Kirin province behind them. They were not pushovers. As elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp, the 3 ninth layer heavenly source experts were people who cared about their reputation. It would have been fine if they had not come out, but since they had come out, they could not be stopped by Jiang Chen's words about Kirin province. If that happened, they would lose too much face, and it would seem like the Vermilion Bird Camp was afraid of Kirin province. Not to mention that Jiang Chen was only an unknown disciple of Kirin province, while they were elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp. There was a huge gap between their statuses. If the 3 elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp were stopped by a disciple of Kirin province, the Vermilion Bird Camp would lose face in the future. Chapter 42-52. Humph. Even if he is a disciple of Kirin province, I will still seek justice. We, the disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp, cannot be killed so easily. Plus, if I am not wrong, this Long San is not a disciple of Kirin province. Jiang Chen, you can leave. We will only kill Long San. The elder of Vermilion Bird Camp snorted coldly. His gaze once again landed on Long San. It seemed that he would not let Jiang Chen off. Wishful thinking. Jiang Chen sneered. He had expected the elder to have such a reaction. He did not plan on ending today's matter easily. He only wanted to take the initiative. That was all. Jiang Chen, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Not to mention a puny disciple of the Qilin mansion like you. Even if the elders of your Qilin mansion were to come, they would still have to be courteous to me. The elder was obviously angry. A mere disciple of Kirin province dared to not put him in his eyes. This made him feel humiliated. I, Jiang Chen, only care about propriety. I only know that if Long San does not kill Zhu Jing, he will be killed by Zhu Jing. Coincidentally, I also want to ask, how did someone from the elf race sneak into the army and become a captain? Jiang Chen changed the topic and focused everyone's attention on the elf guard captain. We will naturally investigate this matter. But this is an internal matter of Vermilion Bird Camp. There is no need for an outsider like you to meddle in. The elder of Vermilion Bird Camp was still unyielding. When it comes to the invasion of other races, it is the matter of every human. Today, it is just a small captain. If the real masters of the elf race sneak in, will the Vermilion Bird Camp be responsible? Jiang Chen was not going to let it go. Let's put the matter of the elf race aside for now. I will pursue your crime of disobedience. You disrespected us, which is a crime against your superiors. I will kill you now. The elder of Vermilion Bird Camp's face turned red. His aura surged and he charged towards Jiang Chen. Shameless. Long San spat. It seemed that there were shameless people everywhere. If you tried to reason with them, they would say that you were being disrespectful. In any case, as long as they wanted to kill you, they would have a reason. Old man, you think you can kill me? A thread of coldness shot out of Jiang Chen's eyes. The hand of the Vermilion Bird Camp elder instantly reached Jiang Chen's face. This attack carried a thick killing intent. This made Jiang Chen extremely angry. This old man actually wanted to kill him without any explanation. However, this was normal. The world of cultivators was cruel to begin with. The strong preyed on the weak. If an elder of Vermilion Bird Camp killed a little disciple of Kirin Province, then he would have died in vain. Not to mention, he was a foreign disciple who had not even reported to Kirin Province. Rumble, at this time, a black shadow suddenly appeared like a ghost. That black shadow suddenly punched out. The elder of Vermilion Bird Camp was heavily injured. His entire person flew back more than a dozen jang. He felt his arm go numb and unspeakably uncomfortable. Looking at Jiang Chen's side, a brawny man like a metal tower had appeared at some unknown time. It was the Black King. Master. The Black King forced back the elder of Vermilion Bird Camp with a punch and then raised his hands in a salute to Jiang Chen. Kill him. Jiang Chen ordered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yes, Master. The Black King's figure flickered and he appeared in front of the elder of Vermilion Bird Camp like a ghost. Without any extra movements, he punched straight at the other's head. What? The expression of the elder of Vermilion Bird Camp changed dramatically. He felt an unprecedented danger, the danger of death. Bam! The Black King did not give any explanation. He only listened to Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen told him to kill, he would kill. The punch was like a mountain crushing down. The elder of Vermilion Bird Camp let out a miserable shriek. His head exploded and he died on the spot. Rumble, with this, the crowd below the city gates broke into an uproar. Some people even suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them, jumping up and down. Holy shit, killing an elder of Vermilion Bird Camp. That's way too exciting. My god, that's a 9th heavenly layer heavenly source expert, but he was killed just like that. Just who is this Jiang Chen? Why does he have such a powerful expert by his side? Everyone was shocked. Although Long Shisan's killing of Zhu Jing was shocking, it was nowhere near as shocking as Jiang Chen's killing of the elder of Vermilion Bird Camp. Jiang Chen's decisiveness was without any hesitation. He had killed the elder without any explanation, as if he was not an elder of Vermilion Bird Camp, but an ordinary cultivator. You. The other sect elder had killed someone. One of them pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and mumbled for a while, but no words came out of his mouth. What do you mean? If you want to die, then do it. Jiang Chen said arrogantly. Initially, he didn't want to kill them, but since they wanted to kill him, Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Those who wanted to kill him would be killed by the people who wanted to kill him. Arrogant, too arrogant. Do you really think there's no one in our Vermilion Bird Camp? The other elder was utterly exasperated. A talisman appeared in his hand and he crushed it on the spot. In the next instant, a tyrannical and skinless figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the city gate. It was a young man who seemed to be in his 20s. He wore golden battle armor and had a red rune on his forehead. He had a pair of domineering eagle-like eyes that made people shiver with a single glance. What was even more frightening was that the young man's cultivation was not at the heavenly source realm, but at the Star-Lord realm. The young Star-Lord was like a giant spider as soon as he appeared, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, attracting everyone's gazes. Even Jiang Chen and Long Shisan looked over. This was the youngest Star-Lord they had ever seen. It's Zhu Chongqing. I know him. He's a master-level genius of the Vermilion Bird Camp. I didn't think that even he would appear. Things are getting out of hand. Zhu Chongqing isn't someone to be trifled with. He's too domineering. Nonsense. Which master-level genius of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp is easy to provoke? Zhu Chongqing's appearance had pushed the situation to a peak. Master-level disciples were the treasures of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. A powerful Star Lord could only be described as powerful. Clearly, no one had expected a master-level genius to appear. They had originally thought that it would be good enough if a Star Lord level elder appeared. Young Master Chongqing. The two elders of Vermilion Bird Camp came in front of Zhu Chongqing and bowed in greeting. They were elders of Vermilion Bird Camp, but no matter if it was status or identity, they were lacking compared to Zhu Chongqing. Not just them, even the status of Star Lord level elders could not compare to a master level genius like Zhu Chongqing. The two elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp recounted what had happened to Zhu Chongqing. Zhu Chongqing's eagle-like eyes shone with a sharp light as he stared at Jiang Chen and Long Shan. Kneel. Zhu Chongqing coldly barked like a king descending to the world. Chapter 42-53. Domineering. Zhu Chongqing had pushed the might of the Vermilion Bird Camp to the limit. In his eyes, everything was like an ant. He was like a king that judged the world. The scene was strangely silent. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen. If Zhu Chongqing wanted him to kneel, then he would most likely kneel. If he did not kneel, then he would die, or even live a life worse than death. No one dared to go against the words of a Star Lord, let alone a Star Lord genius. Brat, young Master Chongqing told you to kneel, so why are you still standing? The elder of the Vermilion Bird Camp roared. If Zhu Chongqing had not come, the elder would have been scared silly. The Black King's domineering attitude made their scalps turn numb. I won't kneel. Jiang Chen straightened his back as he nonchalantly spat out two words. What a joke. There was no one in the world that could make him, Jiang Chen, kneel, not even the heavens. It would be the same even if the Eternal Lord came. In Jiang Chen's entire life, he had only ever knelt before his father, Jiang Zhenhai. You're a little unyielding, but I'll make you kneel. A playful smile appeared on Zhu Chongqing's lips. A sliver of interest appeared in his eyes towards Jiang Chen. After all, there were not many people who dared to go against him with a cultivation of the first heavenly layer, or rather, none at all. In Zhu Chongqing's point of view, Jiang Chen was arrogant. The more arrogant a person was, the more Zhu Chongqing wanted to shatter his arrogance. Making an arrogant person kneel down would give Zhu Chongqing a sense of satisfaction. Boom, a powerful pressure bore down on Jiang Chen. The invisible pressure came from the Star Lord. It was like the might of the heavens, rumbling as it tried to crush Jiang Chen. However, something shocking happened. Jiang Chen stood there without moving, allowing the overwhelming pressure to overwhelm him. Jiang Chen did not even frown. This scene made the onlookers feel that Jiang Chen was basking in Zhu Chongqing's pressure. It was not a form of oppression, but a form of enjoyment. Impossible. Zhu Chongqing's expression finally changed. When he looked at Jiang Chen again, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He clearly could not believe this was real. He knew just how powerful the pressure of a Star Lord was. Let alone a puny first heavenly layer heavenly source expert, even a peak heavenly source expert would not be able to withstand it. There was no reason not to kneel under such pressure. Unfortunately, he neglected a fact. The so-called pressure was merely a form of might. What Jiang Chen was least afraid of was might. His might surpassed Zhu Chongqing. Even heaven's might could do nothing to Jiang Chen, let alone a Star Lord's might. Therefore, if Zhu Chongqing wanted to use pressure to make Jiang Chen submit, then he was gravely mistaken. Young Master Chongqing, there's something strange about this kid. An elder of Vermilion Bird Camp walked up and couldn't help but speak. To be able to withstand Zhu Chongqing's presence, no one would believe that there was nothing strange about it. Zhu Chongqing's expression was ugly. He continued to increase the pressure, but it was to no avail. For the first time in his life, he felt a sense of defeat. What made him feel even more defeated was that Long San and the Black King were completely unaffected by his pressure. Although most of his pressure was focused on Jiang Qin, the ripples of his pressure also affected the two people beside him. Zhu Changqing could not understand why his pressure had no effect. This was bullshit. How could he know that Long San was an existence that had comprehended the ways of the world? His cultivation had already reached the same level as the heavens. As for the Black King at his peak could easily crush a Star Lord. He was a powerful Star Emperor, so why would he care about a puny Star Lord? Not to mention that Zhu Changqing had only just become a Star Lord. I'd like to see just what gives you the right to not kneel. Kneel. Zhu Changqing was enraged. Since his pressure had no effect, he withdrew his pressure and decided to attack. A master-level genius of Vermilion Bird Camp attacking a low-level disciple of Qilin Mansion was undoubtedly a very shameful matter. But if he didn't act today, he, as a master-level genius, would have even less face to speak of. Zhu Changqing attacked. He reached out a terrifying hand and grabbed at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin frowned. This was different from pressure. Right now, it was a battle of strength. If Zhu Changqing attacked, none of them would be a match for him. The Black King could not either. Jiang Qin's present strength was worlds apart from Zhu Changqing's. They were not on the same level at all. However, Jiang Qin was not in a hurry. Today's commotion was so big, and experts appeared one after another in Vermilion Bird Camp. He believed that the people of Kirin Province would not sit and watch. Stop. As expected, a loud shout rang out at this moment. Two figures quickly flew over from the eastern side of the capital. They were two women, both beautiful beyond compare. The one at the front wore a white dress. Her face was fair, and her skin was delicate. Her eyebrows and eyes were like the stars. Her beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a city or country. What made people overlook her beauty was her cultivation. It was at the level of a Star Lord. Needless to say, she was another master-level genius. The other girl wore a violet dress. Compared to the first girl, her appearance was not inferior at all. The only thing that was inferior was her cultivation. Although the girl's cultivation was not strong, it was not weak either. She was already at the 5th heavenly layer of heavenly source. Jiang Qin recognized the girl in violet. She was Z, the second Miss of Kirin Province. It had not been long since they had left the Dark Wind Sky region, yet Z had already reached the 5th heavenly layer of heavenly source. This was enough to show how terrifying her talent was. Jiang Qin breathed a sigh of relief when the people of Kirin Province arrived. If the people of Kirin Province did not appear today, Jiang Qin would have been extremely disappointed. Of course, he had his own methods to protect himself. How beautiful. Of course. That's the number one beauty of the Lin Kingdom, the first Miss of Kirin Province, Mui Bai. The other one is Mu Yitzi, one of the two golden flowers of Kirin Province. Mui Bai in particular is a master-level genius at such a young age. I've heard that several princes of the imperial family are chasing after her. This Jiang Qin really is extraordinary. He's actually managed to attract the two golden flowers of Kirin Province to help him deal with the trouble he's in. How impressive. Yeah. With Jiang Qin's cultivation, he's at most a low-level disciple of Kirin Province. There are far too many disciples like him. It's enough to show how extraordinary he is to catch the attention of a master-level genius. The appearance of the Mu sisters caused a great commotion, especially Mui Bai's influence. Her influence was no longer limited to Kirin Province. She had people chasing after her in the 4 prefectures, 1 battalion, and even the imperial family. Many people could not help but feel envious that she had stood up for Jiang Qin. Chapter 42-54. As soon as Mu Yitzi appeared, she waved her hand and shot out a white light. The white light was like a silk ribbon. It looked slow but was actually extremely fast. It crossed between Jiang Qin and Zhu Zhangqing and completely blocked Zhu Zhangqing's attack. Big Brother Jiang. Zi quickly came to Jiang Chen's side and asked with great concern, "Big Brother Jiang, are you all right?" Luckily, Zi didn't come late. If Big Brother Jiang was hurt, Zi would have to bear the blame. "I'm fine, Miss Zi. Long time no see," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen was very happy that Zi could appear at this time. At least it proved that Zi was a person who valued friendship. "Big Brother Jiang, why did you get into trouble as soon as you came to the capital?" Zi said softly and winked at Jiang Chen. "I just found an elf who sneaked in. I did a good deed. However, the people of Vermilion Bird Camp didn't let me go. I couldn't do anything about it." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression. "It's okay. With me here, no one can kill you." Zi patted her firm chest and promised. Then, her eyes fell on Long Shersan. This is my life and death brother, Long Shersan. Monkey, this is Miss Zi that I told you about," Jiang Chen introduced. "Nice to meet you, Miss Zi." Long Shersan cupped his fists at Zi. "Nice to meet you, Brother Shersan. You are Big Brother Jiang's life and death brother, so you are also my brother." Zi was a straightforward person. Her feelings for Jiang Chen were still at the dark wind sky region. Jiang Chen had saved her, so he was her savior. Zi didn't know how big of a mistake Jiang Chen had made today. She only knew that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, she would have died in the dark wind sky region. "I didn't expect that the dignified Miss Bai would actually stand up for an ordinary disciple of Kirin province. This is really rare." Zhu Changqing couldn't help but ask as he looked at Mu Bai. As a man, as a master genius of Vermilion Bird Camp, he, like the other geniuses, had an inexplicable sense of reverence towards Mu Bai. What Zhu Zhangqing didn't expect was that a cold and arrogant woman like Mu Bai would come out for a nobody, and a lowly disciple of Kirin province at that. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. "Jiang Chen saved my sister's life before. Zhu Changqing, please give me some face for today's matter," Mu Bai said. Mu Bai, had never stood up for a man before. Why did he appear here today? It was all because of his sister. Mu Bai, had always been cold and arrogant. He didn't even care about the princes of Lin country, let alone the geniuses of the 4 constabularies and 1 camp. All he pursued was cultivation. However, Mu Bai loved his sister very much. Zi had told him about what happened in the Hurricane Sky region when she came back. Since he was his sister's savior, Mu Bai had no reason to ignore it. "Miss Bai, if it was any other matter, I would definitely give you face. But this Jiang Chen killed 2 people of Vermilion Bird Camp in a row. There are so many people in the capital watching. If we just let it go like this, where would the face of Vermilion Bird Camp be?" Zhu Changqing said. This concerned the face of Vermilion Bird Camp, so he was still forceful. "Nonsense." Zi took 2 steps forward and came to Zhu Changqing. She said, "I've figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Your Vermilion Bird Camp sneaked into the elves, which is your negligence. 13 found out the elves, which is a good thing for Lin country. Instead of reflecting on yourself, you want to stand up for the elves. What's the reason? Besides, Zhu Jing and Brother 13 had a life and death battle, and they agreed that if he died, he could only blame himself for not being strong enough. As for that elder, he wanted to kill Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang couldn't just let you kill him, so he naturally had to fight back. People of Kirin province are not so easy to bully. Z was obviously more forceful. It seemed that she would fight anyone who dared to touch her brother Jiang today. Second miss, we will deal with the internal affairs of Vermilion Bird Camp after we go back. Longshire San can let Vermilion Bird Camp deal with the elves. Besides, no matter what, he killed 2 people of Vermilion Bird Camp. This is the truth. We must save the face of Vermilion Bird Camp. Zhu Chongqing said. Mui Bai frowned. Today's matter was indeed troublesome. If it continued, it might cause more powerful masters to appear. At that time, the conflict would intensify and be even more difficult to resolve. After all, Vermilion Bird Camp had a high status in Lin country. Kirin province didn't want to have too much of a conflict with them. Just as Zhu Chongqing had said, this matter concerned the face of Vermilion Bird Camp. They would not give up. Face was the brand of Vermilion Bird Camp. Jiang Chen was naturally on the side of reason, but the word reason did not work in front of absolute power. It did not work at all. Vermilion Bird Camp was famed for being strong. If they wanted face, why would they talk about reason? Sister. Z held Mui Bai's hand. Zhu Chongqing, if I insist on protecting Jiang Chen today, Vermilion Bird Camp will want face, but the face of Kirin province is also a matter of face. Mui Bai also became forceful. For her sister, she could do anything. If that's the case, I'm afraid today's matter can't be resolved peacefully. Zhu Chongqing didn't give in. The atmosphere instantly became heavy. In the distance, several figures appeared, standing in the air to watch the show. They were all masters. People from Azure Dragon House, White Tiger House, and Black Warrior House had all appeared, watching the show. For them, to see a conflict between Kirin province and Vermilion Bird Camp was something they were happy to see. After all, the relationship between the 4 mansions wasn't that good. There were too many conflicts between the 4 mansions, and the disciples fought openly and secretly. To put it bluntly, they were happy to see the other side suffer. The disciples of Kirin province are getting bolder. They even dare to kill an elder of Vermilion Bird Camp. Yes, Vermilion Bird Camp is an independent existence. They control the army and their status is above the 4 mansions. I have to admire them for daring to kill someone from Vermilion Bird Camp. Even Mui Bai has appeared. It seems that Kirin province values this disciple a lot. But for the sake of face, Vermilion Bird Camp won't give in. If Zhu Chongqing gives in today, he will probably be punished by the higher-ups of Vermilion Bird Camp when he returns. That's not something Zhu Chongqing can bear. That's right. So, Zhu Chongqing is in a difficult position. Even if he wants to give Mui Bai face, he doesn't dare to. After all, when he returns, Vermilion Bird Camp may not give Zhu Chongqing face. The people from the other 3 mansions were watching the show. Now that Mui Bai and Zhu Chongqing didn't give in, if they fought, the conflict would only get worse. Chapter 42-55. What? You want to fight with me? Mui Bai's aura shook. As the young mistress of Kirin province, he took the initiative to protect a disciple of Kirin province. If he couldn't protect him, he would lose face as the young mistress. They were all people who cared about their faces. If they really wanted to fight, they could only fight head-on. I've admired young Mistress Ibai for a long time. It's my honor to have the chance to spar with you today. Zhu Chongqing saluted Mui Bai with his hands folded in front of him. It seemed that a fight was unavoidable. They're going to fight again. It's the first time I've seen a Star Master fight. It'll be exciting. The battle between the main-level geniuses of Vermilion Bird Camp and Qilin Mansion would definitely be exquisite. I just hadn't thought that the cause of the battle between the main-level geniuses would be a low-level disciple of Qilin Mansion. The crowd was restless again. A battle between Star Masters would affect people's hearts. To them, a Star Master was a superior existence, especially one so young. Big Brother Jiang, don't worry. With Big Sister here, you'll be fine. Z was very confident in her sister and comforted Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin smiled. Seeing that Zhu Changqing and Mu Yibai were ready to fight, he couldn't help but take a step forward and said loudly, "Stop." Jiang Qin had achieved his goal today. If he continued to make trouble, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to clean up the mess. Jiang Qin had already seen the attitude of the Qilin Mansion. That was enough. As for the Vermilion Bird Camp, it was afraid that Empress Lin's influence had already invaded them. Once the army of Lin Kingdom was invaded, the consequences would be absolutely terrifying. Lin Kingdom was now on the brink of extreme crisis. Big Brother Jiang. Z wanted to stop Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin waved his hand to stop her. What are you doing? Mu Yibai looked at Jiang Qin and frowned again. It was already an exception for him to stand up for a disciple who hadn't officially entered Kirin province yet. Why did this brat still want to cause trouble at such a crucial moment? Young mistress, let me settle today's matter myself. Jiang Qin cupped his fists at Mu Yibai. You solved it. Mu Yibai was taken aback. He carefully examined Jiang Qin's presence and found that he was indeed only at the first heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. What could he possibly do with that level of cultivation? You want to solve it? Kneel down and talk. Zhu Zhangqing looked at Jiang Qin and said contemptuously. I can kneel, but the one who has to kneel is not me, but you. Jiang Qin said. Voila, his words caused another uproar. Even Mu Yibai, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Is this guy crazy? Zhu Zhangqing is already angry, but he is still so arrogant. He actually dares to ask Zhu Zhangqing to kneel. Isn't he courting death? Is there something wrong with your brain? You can't even speak properly. Could it be that he's an idiot? Jiang Qin's words made Zhu Zhangqing laugh. What did you say? Make me kneel. That's right. Let's fight in 3 months. If you can kill me then, I won't have any complaints. If you lose, you'll be the one kneeling. Jiang Qin said, Zhu Changqing, with the difference in cultivation between us, it wouldn't be a glorious thing for a master-level genius like you to kill me personally. Since your Vermilion Bird Camp wants to save face, then let's have a duel 3 months from now. We'll settle today's matter with a duel. How about it? Z and Mu Yibai's eyes widened before Jiang Qin had even finished his words. What the hell? Mu Yibai furrowed his brows. This was simply nonsense. Big Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Z tugged at Jiang Qin's sleeve. Wasn't he courting death? How could he have any hope of winning in 3 months? It must be said that the difference in cultivation between Jiang Qin and Zhu Zhangqing was too great. One was at the first heavenly source layer, the other was at the first heavenly layer of Star Lord. How could such a huge gap be closed in 3 months? Let alone 3 months, even if Jiang Qin's talent was heaven-defying, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. Moreover, Zhu Zhangqing wasn't easy to deal with either. He was a genius among geniuses. Which young master genius was easy to deal with? Crazy, he must be a lunatic. The way I see it, he just wants to give himself 3 months to live. Not necessarily. After all, the young mistress of Kirin province has appeared. Kirin province's strength should be enough to protect him. What he needs to do now is to be obedient and not say anything. I didn't expect him to jump out at this time and say he wants to fight Zhu Zhangqing in 3 months. He's basically giving up his chance to live. Everyone thought that Jiang Qin was crazy. The people from the other 3 prefectures couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if they were watching a joke. Nonsense! Mu Yibai scolded. Jiang Chen's behavior had turned Kirin province into a laughing stock. Ha, Miss Bai, aren't your Qilin Mansion's disciples a bit too funny? Zhu Zhangqing burst into laughter. What? Do you dare to accept? Jiang Chen ignored the sneers and continued to look at Zhu Zhangqing. Kid, are you serious? Zhu Zhangqing's eyes were as sharp as knives. Of course. Jiang Chen was calm. All right, I'll kill you in 3 months. I'd like to see how you'll fight me in 3 months, Zhu Zhangqing said. Zhu Changqing said coldly. He was more than happy to settle things like this. After all, he did not really want to fight with Mu Yibai. However, he had no choice but to fight. It was different now. He could kill Jiang Chen in 3 months and rightfully save the face of Vermilion Bird Camp. He would let everyone see what would happen to those who offended Vermilion Bird Camp. In 3 months, I'll make you kneel and talk. Jiang Chen's arrogant words caused the crowd to roar with laughter. I'll let you be happy for a while. However, I can spare your life today, but he must die. Zhu Zhangqing pointed at the Black King. He had spared Jiang Chen's life today and could let him live for another 3 months. However, he must kill the guy who killed the elder of Vermilion Bird Camp. He believed that if he wanted to kill the Black King, Mu Yibai would not try to stop him like he did to protect Jiang Chen. You can't kill him. Jiang Chen smiled. What did you say? Zhu Zhangqing glared. Why don't you try? Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. He wasn't worried about the Black King's safety at all. I'd like to see how he can stop me. Zhu Zhangqing shouted angrily. His body shook and he appeared in front of the Black King in the blink of an eye. He moved like lightning and punched through the Black King's body. Zhu Zhangqing was about to laugh, but his smile froze. He was shocked to find that his punch had only pierced through an afterimage of the Black King. An afterimage. Zhu Zhangqing was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, the Black King had hidden in the Dragon Palace. Chapter 42-56. Without a trace, it was as if the Black King had never appeared. He was clearly standing there a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he had completely disappeared. This was too strange. Even Star Lords like Mu Yibai and Zhu Zhangqing couldn't clearly see how the Black King disappeared at such a close distance. Impossible. Zhu Changqing and Mu Yibai said at almost the same time. My cultivation has already reached Star Lord and I can sense spatial force. He who was clearly only at the 8th heavenly layer of heavenly source, so it's impossible for him to disappear from my sight without a trace unless he's a Star King. That's impossible. There are only 3 Star Kings in the entire Crimson Cloud Star Realm. Zhu Changqing was shocked. He turned to look at Jiang Chen and asked, how did you hide him? What a joke. Zhu Changqing, do you think I have the ability to hide a living person without a trace in front of 2 Star Lords? If you want to kill him, go ahead. If you can't kill him, that's your problem. It's not my fault, right? Jiang Chen sneered. Zhu Changqing stopped talking. He felt like he had been played, but he could not refute Jiang Chen's words at all. Jiang Chen's words were reasonable. He had never stopped Zhu Changqing from killing the Black King, so how could he blame Jiang Chen for not having the ability to kill the Black King? Good, very good. Jiang Chen, just you wait. I'll let you know what fear and death are in 3 months. At that time, it'll be useless even if you kneel and kowtow. Zhu Changqing viciously left behind these words, before turning around and disappearing into the void. The two elders of the Vermilion Bird Camp looked at each other and also left helplessly. Even Zhu Chongqing had left, so there was no point for them to stay. Let alone Muibai, they could not even deal with Jiang Qin. There was a powerful existence hidden by Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen, I'd thought that you'd be a calm person after being so highly praised by my sister. I didn't think that you'd be so impatient, arrogant, and full of yourself. I'm truly disappointed. You've disappointed me. Muibai looked at Jiang Chen and said coldly. Sister, don't say that to Big Brother Jiang. Since Big Brother Jiang agreed to fight with Zhu Chongqing, he must be confident, Zi hurriedly said. Ah, Zi hastily said. Although she had no idea what was wrong with Jiang Qin, making him challenge Zhu Zhangqing in 3 months was no different than courting death. No wonder Muibai was angry. After all, in everyone's opinion, Jiang Qin was overestimating his own strength. Ha! This was also the reason why Muibai was angry. In Muibai's point of view, such an arrogant and conceited fellow would never achieve great things. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Qin had saved Mu Yizi, Muibai was afraid that Jiang Qin wouldn't even be interested in joining the Qilin mansion. Jiang Qin smiled and did not say anything. He did not need everyone to understand what he wanted to do. The huge gap between the first heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm and the first heavenly layer of the Star Lord realm was something that ordinary people would never be able to make up for in their entire lives, but for Jiang Qin, 3 months was enough. Jiang Qin, seeing that you've saved my sister's life, I'll give you whatever cultivation resources you want in these 3 months. If you die in Zhu Chongqing's hands after 3 months, then my sister's kindness will be repaid, said Jiang Qin. Muibai said. She didn't want to look at Jiang Qin. Obviously, she despised Jiang Qin's arrogance, but in order to repay her sister's kindness, she still decided to help Jiang Qin for 3 months. If that's the case, I'll have to thank the first miss. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Muibai. He would not get angry with a woman if she was angry. The most important thing for him right now was to increase his strength. Kirin province was rich in cultivation resources, so Jiang Qin naturally would not reject it. No matter what, Zhu Chongqing was not easy to deal with. Jiang Qin had to increase his cultivation to the peak of the 7th heavenly source realm or even the 8th heavenly source realm in 3 months. Only then would he have a chance of killing Zhu Chongqing. Thank you, sister. Ah, Zi said happily. Ah, Zi, I'll be going to the Lapis Glass Sea to train in 3 days. I'll leave it to you to help Jiang Qin with his cultivation, said Muibai. With that, Muibai disappeared from sight. Big Brother Jiang, Brother Shirsan, let's go back to Kirin province. Ah, Zi looked at Jiang Qin and Long Shirsan and said happily. We're here too. The Huang Dog and Xiao Long ran over. Ha, you're all here. That's great. Let's go to Kirin province. I'll protect you in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat him up. Ah, Zi clenched her fists, as if saying, I'll protect you. Jiang Qin nodded. The group followed Zi towards Kirin province. This was the first step into the imperial capital. Although it was a bumpy journey, it was safe. Moreover, Jiang Qin had a basic understanding of the situation in the imperial capital. He knew that the imperial capital was filled with dangers everywhere. It wouldn't be long before the crisis would surface in 8 to 10 years. There was probably someone plotting a big game of chess in the background. Ah, Zi, what kind of place is the Lapis Glass Sea? Asked Jiang Qin. Muibai's intention to go to the Lapis Glass Sea piqued Jiang Qin's interest. It's a very dangerous alternate dimension filled with fire. It's a 1,000,000 miles wide sea of fire. It's much more dangerous than the Hurricane Sky region. It's said that there are fire demons and some troublesome fire spirits in there. However, because of the special environment, there are many treasures that are coveted by many talented disciples. Many people have entered the lapis glass sea to train. Sister has a body of fire attribute and has been to the lapis glass sea twice. This is the third time. Every time she goes to the lapis glass sea, she gains a lot. However, the lapis glass sea is too dangerous. Last time, she almost died there. When she came back, she was half dead. Ah, Z said, as if she was afraid of the lapis glass sea. That's a good place. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He urgently needed to improve his strength. If he could go to the lapis glass sea, it would be a great help to his cultivation. Ah, Z, when we arrive at Kirin province, take me to see the first Mississippi, Jiang Chen said. Little Chenzi, you can't be thinking of going to the lapis glass sea, right? Long San could see through Jiang Chen's intentions. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. No, big brother Jiang, it's too dangerous. My sister is a star lord, and even entering the lapis glass sea is extremely dangerous. With your cultivation, entering the lapis glass sea is almost certain death. No, it's certain death. Ah, Zi's expression changed and she tried to stop him. With Jiang Chen's cultivation at the first heavenly layer, entering the lapis glass sea was no different from seeking death. Chapter 42-57. Miss Ah Z, you probably don't know your big brother Jiang's abilities. If the lapis glass ocean is a sea of fire, then your big brother Jiang will be like a fish in water when he enters. The Huang dog wagged his thick tail, not worried about Jiang Chen at all. He knew how powerful Jiang Chen's trump card was. With the Dragon Palace, it was equivalent to having a life-saving talisman. Moreover, the Black King's strength was constantly improving. Not long from now, he wouldn't even need to fear a Star Lord. Jiang Chen's cultivation would definitely soar by leaps and bounds if he went to the lapis glass ocean. It wouldn't have mattered if it was before, but now that he had a 3-month duel with Zhu Chongqing, Jiang Chen needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. 3 months was too short. Let alone cultivators, even ordinary mortals would pass by in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen was powerful, but such a huge gap between him and Zhu Chongqing in 3 months was still worrying. Really? Ah, Zi's big eyes were filled with disbelief. Although De Huang Dog said so, Ah Zi's heart was still pounding. After all, Jiang Chen's cultivation was too weak. She had never heard of a first heavenly source cultivator daring to enter the lapis glass ocean. According to her sister, she had met a few cultivators who were above the 6th heavenly source and below the Star Lord realm. Those arrogant people entered the lapis glass ocean and ended up in a miserable state. Almost all of them were devoured by the fire demons. In other words, the chances of those below the Star Lord realm coming out of the lapis glass ocean was less than 1 in 100. Not to mention that Jiang Chen was only at the first heavenly source realm. Ah Z, I must go to the lapis glass ocean. Please help me, second miss. You've also seen that I have a 3-month duel with Zhu Chongqing, and it's a battle of life and death, so I need to use 3 months to quickly increase my cultivation. You don't want to see me die by Zhu Chongqing's hands in 3 months. The lapis glass ocean is a great opportunity for me. Jiang Chen said. Alright, since big brother Jiang is so confident, Z won't say anything more. I'll take you to see my sister. Although the colored glass sea was dangerous, with her sister there, she believed that Jiang Chen's safety could be guaranteed. If Jiang Chen was not allowed to go to the colored glass sea, he would not be able to improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds. 3 months later, he would die in the hands of Zhu Chongqing. It was a battle of life and death that had been agreed upon in advance. At that time, even if the prefecture chief of Kirin province appeared, he would not be able to protect Jiang Chen. Thank you. Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't very interested in the cultivation resources of Kirin province. His cultivation experience was unparalleled, and what he needed was constant training. In terms of training, Kirin province couldn't compare to the colored glass sea at all. Otherwise, Mui Bai wouldn't have gone to the colored glass sea to train. Kirin province was located to the east of the imperial capital. It was a city within a city. The city gate was smaller than that of the imperial capital, but it was still grand enough. Above the city gate was a statue of a Qilin, looking up at the sky and incomparably majestic. Looking at the statue of the Qilin, Jiang Qin couldn't help but think of the fire Qilin. And thinking of the fire Qilin, he couldn't help but think of that group of people. Now that he had come to the eternal world, he didn't know when he would be able to see them again. Jiang Qin looked at the Qilin and couldn't help but be lost in thought. He had a feeling that the scene brought back memories. Big brother Jiang, Zi called out 3 times before Jiang Qin reacted. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Big brother Jiang, what's wrong? Zi didn't understand. Although the statue of the Qilin was majestic, it was an inanimate object. It didn't have a soul or pressure. It definitely wouldn't affect Jiang Qin's mind. I'm fine. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. Little Qinzi, you must be thinking of them. I miss them too. Long Shersan also said. I don't know if I'll have the chance to see them again. De Huang Dog sighed. Brother Jiang, Brother Shersan, what are you talking about? Who are they? Zi asked curiously. Nothing. Jiang Qin waved his hand. All right, this is Qilin City, the territory of Kirin province. Let's go in. Zi happily led Jiang Qin and the others into Qilin City. Let me tell you some things about Kirin province. This is the outer city, where some human cultivators live. The inner city is the real Kirin province. Kirin province is also divided into levels. Take the disciples for example, they are divided into low-level disciples, middle-level disciples, and high-level disciples. The levels of disciples are divided according to their cultivation. Heavenly source realm first heavenly layer to third heavenly layer are low-level disciples, fourth heavenly layer to sixth heavenly layer are middle-level disciples, seventh heavenly layer to ninth heavenly layer are high-level disciples, and above them are main disciples. Zi said. As expected of the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. Heavenly source realm is the lowest level of disciples. De Huang Dog couldn't help but click his tongue. Oh Zi, I have already obtained my identity jade token. Can Lady Zi please give 13, Big Yellow, and the others the identity to enter the Qilin mansion? Jiang Qin said. Brother Jiang, you don't have to worry about this. I've seen Brother De Huang and Xiao Long's talent. They don't need to be tested to enter Kirin province. With such talent, they are the best in Kirin province. As for Brother Shersan, he killed Zhu Xing of Vermilion Bird Camp. Just this point alone is enough to make him a target for Kirin province. Moreover, Brother Shersan is now at the 4th heavenly source realm. If he enters Kirin province, he will be a middle-level disciple. Zi said. As the second young lady of Kirin province, although her cultivation was not high, her status was extraordinary. It was easy for her to recruit a few disciples. No one dared to say anything. Moreover, Brother Jiang and Brother Shersan are probably already famous in Kirin province. Not only in Kirin province, but the other 3 prefectures and the Vermilion Bird Camp are also famous. After all, it's hard not to know what you've done today. Zi said. I never thought that we would become famous as soon as we arrived in the capital. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Long Shersan smiled bitterly. But in reality, everyone knew that this kind of fame was not necessarily a good thing. As the saying goes, people are afraid of fame, pigs are afraid of being fat. Moreover, they were newcomers. Chapter 42-58. In front of Empress Lin was an illusory figure. The figure gradually solidified and turned into an old man. The old man's hair and beard were all white and his aura was faintly discernible. The air around him trembled. He was an expert among experts. This old man was a powerful Star Lord and an advanced Star Lord at that. Empress. The old man bowed to Empress Lin respectfully. I heard that someone saw through the elf's disguise today and caught a guard captain at the city gate. Empress Lin's voice was calm and emotionless. That's true. The kid who saw through the elf's disguise has already entered Kirin province. The old man said. Think of a way to get rid of him, Empress Lin said. Empress Lin spoke with a tone that was still tranquil like an ancient well. It seemed as if as far as she was concerned, eliminating a person was as simple as crushing an ant. Empress, you're making a big deal out of nothing. That kid is only at the heavenly source realm. He's just an ant. There's no need for Empress to worry about him. The old man smiled. Our plan is about to succeed. I don't want any unstable factors to appear. The elf's disguise technique is unparalleled in the world. That person could see through it with one glance. It's inevitable that he'll see through more people. Empress Lin said. All right, I'll go back and make the arrangements. The old man said. Okay, let the disciples do it. As the Deputy Prefecture Lord of Kirin Province, try not to get involved in such small matters. Empress Lin said. Empress, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. The old man said. Then, he turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared completely. Nothing was left at the place where he disappeared. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. Within the Qilin mansion, Zi had helped Jiang Qin and the others find a place to stay. She was preparing to bring Jiang Qin to Muibai to discuss the matter of going to the Azure Sea. I want to go to the colored glass sea too. Long Shersan said. He only followed Jiang Qin as if he was telling him not to get rid of him. 13. The colored glass sea isn't a joke. Zi rolled her eyes. Why were these guys so full of themselves? I'm not going there to play either. Long Shersan said very seriously, I want to refine my eyes of fire and gold. The glass sea is a good place. Then let's go together. Jiang Chen laughed. The monkey's physical body was unparalleled in the world. Even if he didn't have the eyes of fire and gold, it would be impossible for the flames of the Azure Sea to burn Long Shersan's physical body. Furthermore, the monkey's eyes of fire and gold would be of great help in the Azure Sea. Damn it, I want to go too. Me too, I'll go too. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong couldn't take it anymore. They had gone to such an exciting place like the colored glass sea, leaving the two of them behind in this boring Kirin province. How could these two anxious fellows bear it? Impossible, it's impossible for Big Sister to bring so many people. Zi refused sternly. De Huang, Xiaolong, stop fooling around. It won't take long for us to go to the colored glass sea. You two stay in Kirin province and cultivate well. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead. That Muibai was too arrogant. It was uncertain if he would bring Jiang Chen and Long Shersan along, let alone the four of them. Big Yellow was still fine as he had a lot of experience. But if Xiaolong went, he would have a slim chance of survival. The Azure Ocean was filled with dangers that were hundreds of times more dangerous than the Hurricane Heavenly Domain. Jiang Chen couldn't even protect himself, so he couldn't take care of Xiaolong. To Xiaolong, it was safer to stay in Kirin province. Moreover, the cultivation resources here were much more abundant than in the Crimson South region. This was the pinnacle of the Crimson Afterglow astral boundary. All right. Xiaolong pouted, his face full of displeasure, but he still obeyed Jiang Chen's words. The little fellow could only swear that he would cultivate well and not be a burden to his big brother. Monkey, why are you following them? The Huang dog bared his teeth at Long San. Training and refining my golden fiery eyes. Long San grinned at the Huang dog, his golden fiery eyes shining brightly. Bullsh *t. You've fallen for Mui Bai. The Huang dog looked at him with disdain. What? Zi opened her mouth and looked at Long San with her big eyes. Damn it, stupid dog. Don't talk nonsense. Long San blushed. Stop pretending. You were staring at Mui Bai when we were outside the city gate. Lord Dog knows that you're a guy who values love over friendship. The Huang dog snorted disdainfully, as if he had seen through Sioux Quebec. It's normal for you to fall for my sister. The number of geniuses in the entire capital who admire my sister can form a line from here to the gate of the capital. Brother 13 likes my sister, which proves that he has a good taste. However, it's not easy to win my sister's heart. You just have to work hard. Zi's personality was completely different from when she was in the Hurricane Sky region. She seemed to have exposed her true nature. Cough, cough, Long San coughed and stared at the Huang dog with his golden fiery eyes. Ha ha. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog burst into laughter. They knew each other too well. Seeing Long San's shy look, they knew the Huang dog was right. Damn it, stop laughing. I'm embarrassed. Long San shouted. Kid, work hard. Jiang Chen patted Long San's shoulder. In the eyes of others, Long San might not be a good match for Mui Bai. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, Mui Bai was not a good match for Long San. Mui Bai was naturally the young master of the constellation. He was a high and mighty figure in the Qilin mansion and even the entire imperial city. However, San's potential wasn't something that Mui Bai could match. It wouldn't take long for San to catch up to Mui Bai. Moreover, in the future, Mui Bai could only look up to and look forward to Long San's achievements. Jiang Chen never doubted this. Let's go. I'll take you to see my sister. Zi said. The major geniuses of Kirin province all had their own independent mountains and cultivation places. Mui Bai, who was the young mistress of Kirin province, had a much higher status and identity than the other major geniuses. Even many star lords and elders couldn't compare to Mui Bai. The mountain where Mui Bai was at was called White Cloud Peak. It towered into the clouds and was covered in mist. The aura of the entire peak matched Mui Bai's aura very well. At the peak of the mountain, there was a woman who looked like a banished immortal, yet also like a holy spirit. She stood there alone, her eyes closed in meditation. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, complementing this unique scenery. Chapter 42-59. The Lady in White was naturally Mui Bai, a celebrity in the capital city, the pride of Kirin province, and the target of countless young geniuses from the 4 prefectures and 1 camp. White Cloud Peak was not a place that anyone could ascend. Not to mention a lowly disciple, even a major genius would incur Mui Bai's wrath if they dared to ascend without her permission. Zi led Jiang Chen and Long San up White Cloud Peak and came to Mui Bai's side. Sister. Zi called. Mui Bai opened her eyes and turned around. When she saw Jiang Chen and Long San, there was a hint of displeasure in her eyes. It was obvious that she still held a grudge against Jiang Chen for the duel with Zhu Chongqing. What's the matter? Mui Bai asked coldly. She was asking Jiang Chen. She was too smart. Since Zi brought Jiang Chen and Long San here, it must mean that something had happened to Jiang Chen. Sister, Brother Jiang and Brother San want to go to the colored glass sea with you. Ah, Z said. Nonsense. Mui Bai didn't even think about it. Miss, my duel with Zhu Chongqing is only for 3 months. I'm afraid that the cultivation resources in Kirin province are not enough for me to catch up to Zhu Chongqing. The colored glass sea will greatly improve my cultivation. Jiang Chen said. I don't want to bring a burden. Mui Bai looked like she could not be bothered to respond. Boom! As soon as Mui Bai's words left his mouth, a violent and scorching energy rippled out from Jiang Chen's body. A fiery dragon hovered above White Cloud Peak, and a deep dragon roar could be heard. It was a mighty sight. When Mui Bai saw the flames unleashed from Jiang Chen's body, her expression instantly changed. She stared at the fire dragon without blinking, unable to move her eyes away. Such a powerful flame. It's at least a combination of several types of supreme flames. Any one of them is much stronger than my Baishi freezing fire. I didn't expect this kid to have such a powerful flame. Mui Bai could not help but be surprised. Although she had a cold temperament, she had a true fire attribute body. Her Baishi freezing fire was cold, which made her personality completely different from that of a fire attribute body. Those with a fire attribute physique were the most sensitive to fire. Mui Bai could see the uniqueness of Jiang Chen's flames with just a glance. He even knew that his white frost fire was not on the same level as Jiang Chen's flames. The difference was like heaven and earth. Facing Chen's fire dragon, Baishi freezing fire in Mui Bai's body began to tremble. It had the urge to submit. It was as if a commoner had seen a king. One had to know that White Seal's cold flame was already considered one of the best extraordinary flames. First Mistress, I believe in the environment of the Azure Sea. I won't be a burden to you. Jiang Chen kept the fire dragon and said calmly. And me, the eyes of fire and gold. Long Shisan's aura fluctuated as he activated the eyes of fire and gold. His eyes were bottomless like 2 volcanoes, rumbling. Following that, 2 beams of fiery light shot out from his eyes and soared into the clouds, as if they were going to tear the clouds apart. First Mistress, the monkey's eyes of fire and gold can see through illusions and everything in the world. The monkey saw through the city outside the city gates with a single glance. Jiang Chen said. Seeing this, Mui Bai was shocked once again. His heart was in turmoil. Where did these 2 monsters come from? Jiang Chen has too many secrets. I can't see through him at all. And this monkey, he has such a noble bloodline, almost comparable to the eternal apes. These 2 are talents that can be molded. I'm afraid their future achievements won't be weaker than mine. This is the fortune of Kirin province. The Azure Sea is a sea of fire. Jiang Chen has such profound flames, he will definitely be able to handle it with ease. Long Shisan's eyes of fire and gold can see through illusions and can see through the many secrets of the Azure Sea. I might be able to benefit from bringing them along. Mui Bai immediately changed his view of Jiang Chen and Long Shisan. They might not be a burden if he brought them along. Hee. Have you been stunned by Brother Monkey's domineering aura? Just you wait. You will soon be subdued in my arms, little beauty. The monkey chuckled as he thought to himself. Naturally, he couldn't say these words out loud. If he were to profane this cold beauty before him, not to mention going to the Azure Sea, he might not even be able to stand on this White Cloud Peak. He might even be sent back with a slap. Jiang Chen, I heard that you single-handedly annihilated the entire Yu clan in the Crimson East region. You are indeed outstanding. Kirin province cherishes talents and naturally doesn't wish for you to die in the hands of Zhu Chongqing. I'll bring both of you to the Azure Sea. However, I have to warn you first. The Azure Sea is filled with dangers. I might not be able to take care of you when the time comes. Whether you live or die will depend on your own luck. Even if you have your own advantages, the Azure Sea is still a dangerous place for you. Think carefully. Mui Bai said, agreeing to Jiang Qin and Long Shersan's request. Of course. Jiang Qin nodded. He had to go to the Azure Sea. In fact, even if Mui Bai wasn't willing to bring them along, Jiang Qin would still find a way to enter. Alright, we'll set off in 3 days. 3 days later, both of you come to White Cloud Peak. I have a passage to the Azure Sea. Mui Bai said. In that case, thank you. First Mississippi. Jiang Qin cupped his fists at Mui Bai and turned around, only to find Long Shersan staring straight at Mui Bai with a silly smile on his face. Let's go. Jiang Qin kicked Long Shersan. This bastard didn't know how to conceal himself. If he made Mui Bai unhappy, their plan to go to the Azure Sea would be ruined. Little Chinzi, do you think Mui Bai will be conquered by my domineering aura? On the way, Long Shersan was proud of himself. He was so narcissistic that it was like he was possessed by De Huang Dog. I think she didn't even look at you properly. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. Just you wait. She'll conquer me sooner or later. Long Shersan was brimming with confidence. Brother Jiang, Brother Shersan, I won't be accompanying you. I still have some matters to attend to. At the foot of White Cloud Peak, Zi bade farewell to Jiang Qin and Long Shersan. Go. Jiang Qin smiled and swaggered towards their residence with Long Shersan. For the next 3 days, Jiang Qin prepared to break through to the second heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. In his current state, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the second heavenly layer in 3 days. As long as Long Shersan worked hard, he could break through to the fifth heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. He had the inheritance of the eternal ape, just like how the Black King had obtained the Tao law of Dragon Futu. It was a great advantage, and his progress would be inhumane. Right now, nothing was more important than raising his cultivation. The hidden dangers of the human race were too severe, and the people they had to deal with were not ordinary. Moreover, the stronger they were, the better it was for them to enter the Azure Sea. Chapter 4260. A conflict was currently occurring in a quiet courtyard in the middle-class district of Kirin Province. This was the residence of the middle-class disciples. Zi had specially prepared it for Long Shersan. Even in Kirin Province, only a small number of middle-class disciples had the right to live in such a luxurious courtyard. This small number referred to those who had reached the peak of the sixth heavenly layer and had made outstanding contributions to Kirin Province. Clearly, Long Shersan was not one of them. He did not have the right in terms of cultivation or contributions. Not to mention the fact that De Huang Dog and Xiao Long, 2 low-level disciples of the second heavenly layer, had entered the courtyard. At this moment, 7 or 8 people had entered the large courtyard. The leader was at the 5th heavenly layer, while the rest were at the 4th heavenly layer. All of them exuded an air of arrogance and fierceness. De Huang Dog, kid, this courtyard isn't for you. Hurry up and scram, said a disciple. A disciple said. 7 to 8 disciples surrounded Big Yellow and Xiaolong. Brother De Huang, they've come to rob us. Xiaolong clenched his fists. He was not afraid at all. At worst, he could fight them. Even if he could not win, he could still leave with his tail between his legs. Otherwise, he would lose too much face. Moreover, he would lose face for Jiang Qin. How rare. I've always been the one robbing others. This is the first time I've seen someone robbing me. De Huang Dog wagged his tail as if he did not care at all. He did not care about these ordinary disciples at all, even if their cultivations were higher than his. De Huang Dog's motto did not include being afraid of himself. At worst, he would just run away. Let alone Kirin Province, he was not interested in the entire Lin Kingdom. The Huang dog could not even be bothered with the fate of the Lin kingdom. This is the place that Sister Z arranged for us. Are you not going to give her face? Xiaolong said. Second Miss is a noble lady. She doesn't understand the rules of Kirin province very well. However, this is indeed not a place for lowly disciples like you to live. Hurry up and get lost. I'll give you 3 breaths to disappear from our sight. If not, we won't be polite anymore. The leader said in an incomparably arrogant manner. If you are polite to Lord Dog won't be used to it. The Huang dog wasn't someone who could be easily intimidated. These fellows weren't qualified to chase the Huang dog away. Why is a dog so arrogant? I'll skin him alive. A 4th heavenly layer heavenly source disciple could not take it anymore. His aura surged as he raised his head and threw a punch at the Huang dog's head. Good timing. The Huang dog bared his teeth as a golden light flickered above his head. He charged forward and clashed with the man's fist, causing a dull sound and a lot of sparks. Thud, thud, thud. The disciple cried out in alarm and was forced to retreat 3 steps before he could stabilize his body. What? The disciple cried out as he stared at the Huang dog in shock. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He shook his numb arm, unable to believe it was real. That's all you've got? The Huang dog sneered. The disciple's face flushed red. This was just too embarrassing. In reality, as a genius disciple of Kirin province, a 4th heavenly layer heavenly source cultivator was definitely not this weak. The reason why he had been defeated by the Huang dog was because he had underestimated his opponent. After all, the Huang dog only seemed to be at the 2nd heavenly layer on the surface. There was an insurmountable gap between them. Moreover, he had used his physical strength to touch the Huang dog's head. It must be known that the Huang dog's head was the toughest part of his body, comparable to a true weapon. You're looking to die. The disciple flew into a rage. Golden light flickered in his hand as he prepared to attack the Huang dog again. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout was heard. A few silhouettes rushed into the courtyard. One of them was leading the group with an imposing aura. Big Yellow wasn't unfamiliar with this person. He was Zhao Xian, whom they had saved in the Hurricane Sky region. Beside Zhao Xian was a disciple whom they had saved before. Tan Qing, what are you doing? Zhao Xian appeared and yelled at the leading 5th heavenly layer heavenly source disciple. Zhao Xian's cultivation had already reached the 5th heavenly layer, and she was at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, only a step away from the 6th heavenly layer. She had improved quite a lot after returning from the Hurricane Heavenly region. Zhao Xian, I advise you to mind your own business. Tan Qing said coldly. Mind your own business. You're the one who's looking for trouble. You clearly know that this place was arranged by the 2nd Miss. Who gave you the courage to come here and cause trouble? Will you be able to bear the consequences if the 2nd Miss blames you? Zhao Xian Leng retorted. Rules are rules. This is a middle-class district, so how can we allow low-class disciples to stay here? The 2nd Miss is high and mighty, so she doesn't understand the difficulties of us disciples. We've been in Kirin province for so long, yet we don't have the right to stay here. We can't accept this. Even if the 2nd Miss is here, we still have something to say. Isn't that right, brothers? Tan Qing was extremely arrogant. He did not even take the 2nd Miss seriously. God damn it, looks like someone is behind this. We've been targeted as soon as we arrived, thought the Huang dog. Big Yellow thought to himself. He wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, he was very smart. Given Tan Qing's identity and status, he wouldn't dare to go against the 2nd Miss during normal times, let alone not giving her any face. They must have been instructed by those behind them to target them. However, this was to be expected as well. After all, the appearance of those from the Sidhi tribe back then had probably raised the wariness of those behind them. The arrival of Tan Qing and the others was probably just the beginning. This further confirmed his and Jiang Chen's speculation. Empress Lin's influence had already completely infiltrated every corner of the imperial capital. Even in Kirin province, there were people under Empress Lin's command. The crisis of the human race was getting closer and closer. With me, Zhao Xian, here today, let's see who dares to make a move. Zhao Xian was domineering. When it came to his savior, he would not shirk his duty. His life was saved by the second miss. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog and the others, he would have died in the Hurricane Sky region. He wouldn't have been able to continue standing here. Now that his savior was in trouble in Kirin province, Zhao Xian would have to help even if it meant risking his life. It wasn't just Zhao Xian. The disciples who were saved by De Huang Dog and the others were the same. All of them stared at Lin Fan with their eyes wide open. Brother Tan, what should we do now? Zhao Xian is not someone to be trifled with. One of them whispered. What are you afraid of? If anything happens, Brother Wang Lin will take care of it. Also, this is a mission from Brother Wang Lin. If we can't complete it, we will have to face Brother Wang Lin's anger. Tan Qing clenched his teeth. They were here under orders, so there was no way they could back down. Zhao Xian, are you really going to be a busybody? If we really fight, you are definitely not my match. Also, we have more people than you. Tan Qing coldly said. Then let's try. Zhao Xian's aura shook and the power in his body began to surge. Chapter 4261. Fight! Tan Qing roared. Source energy surged between his palms as he charged towards Zhao Xian. The two of them were evenly matched in strength. Neither was willing to submit to the other. As disciples of Kirin province, every single one of them was prideful. Once a conflict broke out, no one would back down. The experts that Tan Qing had brought also instantly charged out and engaged in a fierce battle with Zhao Xian's group. For a moment, energy drifted and rolled, airwaves danced in the air, and there was battle chi everywhere. The Qilin Mansion's houses were all laid down by experts with sturdy arrays, so ordinary battles wouldn't destroy the houses. The reason why the formation was set up was to prevent conflicts between disciples. It must be known that Kirin province was one of the best universities in the Scarlet Mid-region. Even Heavenly Source experts were qualified to enter the university. Due to the large number of disciples under them, there would be constant conflicts. Whoever did not like the look of others would start fighting. If the formation was not set up to stabilize the houses, it was unknown how many times the houses here would have been destroyed. The people of Kirin province did nothing but repair the houses every day, requiring a large number of people. After all, everyone here was very competitive. This was especially true for Tan Qing's group. They had come here with great vigor. If they failed to do so and even lost the battle, wouldn't that be a great humiliation to them? Rumble, the battle turned white-hot as soon as it began. Neither side was willing to submit. Tan Qing was a little stronger than Zhao Xian. He had been suppressing Zhao Xian. The people under Tan Qing were also as ferocious as tigers. Coupled with their advantage in numbers, they had 3 more people than Zhao Xian's group. This battle was basically a one-sided suppression. Zhao Xian's group could only defend and could not fight back. Xiaolong, let's fight too. De Huang Dog said. Big brother De Huang, I'm afraid we can't beat them. Xiaolong said. Fuck, you're still young, but you know how to boost the morale of others. Big Yellow cast a disdainful glance at the little dragon, then he dashed away with his head held high. Let's just fight. Xiaolong shook his fist and joined the battle. Fighting was one thing, but whether or not he fought was another. Xiaolong's current strength was extraordinary. He had followed Jiang Qin for a long time, and Jiang Chen's constant guidance had allowed him to surpass ordinary people. Even third heavenly layer heavenly origin geniuses were not his opponent. However, none of them were at the third heavenly layer of heavenly source. The weakest among them was at the fourth heavenly layer, and they were all geniuses from Kirin province. Therefore, even if De Huang Dog and Xiaolong joined the battle, the situation of being suppressed could not be changed. Soon, someone was injured and howling in pain. De Huang Dog and Xiaolong were able to deal with these people by relying on their movement skills, but it was almost impossible for them to chase them away. On the other side, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were walking leisurely from White Cloud Peak. When they were about 1,000 feet away from their residence, their expressions suddenly changed. Someone's fighting. It looks like our place. It doesn't look like it. *CK him. Someone is making trouble for me. Let's go. The two of them shuddered and arrived at the entrance in the blink of an eye. Their anger immediately soared when they saw the situation inside. Just look at my temper. Long Shisan's hair almost stood on end. He shot forward like an arrow and kicked the disciple fighting Xiaolong. The kick sent the disciple flying over 12 feet away. His fat body wriggled a few times on the ground before fainting. Whoosh! Because of this sudden kick, the originally noisy battle instantly quietened down. Brother Shisan. Xiaolong immediately leapt over when he saw Long Shisan. At that moment, everyone's gazes landed on Long Shisan, before looking at the unconscious disciple on the ground in the distance. They felt their hairs stand on end. Just how powerful was he to knock out a fourth heavenly layer heavenly origin expert with a single kick? In reality, Long Shisan had held back. Otherwise, the disciple would have died on the spot instead of fainting. Which son of AB*TCH came looking for trouble? Long Shisan's aura fluctuated as a domineering aura leaked out. An angry roar shook everyone's mind. Those who came to cause trouble subconsciously hid behind Tan Qing's back. At this moment, Jiang Qin walked in. He was furious when he saw the bruised faces of Zhao Xian and the others. Brother Jiang. Zhao Xian arrived in front of Jiang Qin and clasped his fists at Jiang Qin. You've worked hard, brother. Tell me what's going on. Jiang Qin patted Zhao Xian's shoulder. With his experience, he knew what had happened without even guessing. Zhao Xian was a loyal friend for standing out at a time like this. Brother, these guys came looking for trouble. They want to chase us out and say we don't have the right to stay here. Xiaolong said. Is that so? Monkey, take care of them. Jiang Qin said nonchalantly to Long Shisan. However, Jiang Qin was smart. Like De Huang Dog, he immediately guessed that there must be someone behind this. Otherwise, how could a mere disciple of Kirin province not give face to the second miss? Who didn't know that they were personally arranged by the second miss? What had happened outside the city gates had already spread. Even the first miss had helped them, but now there were still people looking for trouble. Jiang Qin did not believe that there was nothing fishy about this. Long Shisan walked in front of Tan Qing with a cold expression. Do you know who I am? Long Shisan said with a pressuring aura. You're the Long Shisan who killed Zhu Jing. Tan Qing's voice was trembling. Facing an expert who killed Zhu Jing, it was impossible for him not to be nervous. After all, his ability was not as good as Zhu Jing. In fact, Tan Qing didn't want to do such a thing, but someone from above had given him a mission. He had no choice but to do it. After all, Long Shisan couldn't kill him like how he killed Zhu Jing. Also, the person who sent him here had said that if Long Shisan dared to resist and didn't leave obediently, he would show himself. He was just a lackey. Since you know who I am, you still dare to come looking for trouble. Do you think I won't dare to kill you? Long San said. Long San, don't be arrogant. This is Kirin province. Even if you have 100 guts, you won't dare to kill me. I advise you to get out of here immediately. This isn't a place where you can stay. Tan Qing was still as arrogant as ever. With someone supporting him, he was unyielding. Tan Qing's arrogance made Jiang Chen frown. The person behind this didn't even put the second miss in his eyes. One should know that the second miss represented the master of the Qilin mansion. If there was someone who didn't put the master in his eyes in the Qilin mansion, the matter would not be simple. It seemed that Empress Lin's hands had truly interfered with the internal affairs of Kirin province. Chapter 42-62. Paw. A resounding slap rang out. Tan Qing, who had been arrogant just a second ago, was slapped across the face by Long San. The force of the slap was so great that it felt like a mountain was crushing down on him. Tan Qing was unable to withstand the slap at all. He was completely dazed. His head and body were dazed. He spun 3 times on the spot, only seeing stars in front of him. Long San, you, how dare you hit me? Tan Qing was enraged. He had never thought that his threat would be completely useless. The other party did not take him seriously at all, beating him up without even greeting him. This was the first time Tan Qing had seen a new disciple being so arrogant. Paw. As soon as Tan Qing finished speaking, Long San slapped the other side of his face. Yep, as expected, he spun 3 more times on the spot before sitting down on the ground. His head drooped, and he fainted. With Long San's current strength, it was too easy for him to deal with a 5th heavenly layer heavenly source expert. Moreover, the gap between Tan Qing and Zhu Jing was huge. Long San could even kill Zhu Jing instantly, so what could a puny Tan Qing do? As for whether there was someone more powerful behind Tan Qing, Long San did not care. If he was unhappy, he would just fight. Brother Monkey's style had always been this sharp. Whoosh, the disciples who had come with Tan Qing were all dumbfounded. They could not help but back away. When they looked at Long San again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell was this? The plot should not have been like this. Didn't they say that the other party would not dare to resist? Didn't they say that the other party would withdraw? Damn it, wasn't this just harming others? This person was too ruthless. Without saying a word, he had finished off Tan Qing with 2 slaps. What should they do next? Fight? Fight my ass. They wouldn't even know how they died. Only now did these idiots remember that this Long San dared to kill even the disciples of Vermilion Bird Camp. They had overestimated themselves by coming to find trouble. Behind him, Zhao Xian and a few disciples looked at each other. Zhao Xian couldn't help but give Long San a thumbs up. Awesome. Zhao Xian did not recognize Long San. This was the first time he saw him, but he had heard of the incident of Long San killing Zhu Jing. Now that he saw him in person, he thought inside that he was vicious as expected. As expected of someone that didn't even put Vermilion Bird Camp in his eyes. This Tan Qing really kicked a metal plate. Tan Qing was beaten to such a state by a new disciple. When he returned, he would immediately become the laughing stock of the entire Kirin province. From now on, he would be the target of criticism wherever he went. Thinking of Tan Qing's embarrassed look in the future, Zhao Xian felt happy. Scram. Long San's domineering words caused the ears of those disciples to buzz and see stars. The disciples felt as if they had been granted amnesty. How could they dare to stay for a moment longer? They turned around and left. Come back. Long San shouted and pointed at the ground. Take the trash away. The disciples didn't dare to be slow. They grabbed Tan Qing and the other disciple that was kicked unconscious by Long San and quickly left the courtyard, disappearing without a trace. Brother San is awesome. Xiaolong was elated. The domineering manner of Long San just now was too exciting and satisfying. This one is Zhao Xian. Greetings, Brother San. Zhao Xian cupped his hands towards Long San. There was undisguised admiration in his eyes. This admiration wasn't just for Long San's powerful strength, but also for Long San's courage and boldness. As a spectator, he felt his anger had been vented. I've heard little Chenzi talk about you. The fact that you were able to stand up for him today shows that you are loyal. In the future, in Kirin Province, Brother Monkey will protect you. I guarantee that no one will dare to bully you. Long San started acting cool. The Huang dog snorted at him, feeling that his limelight had been stolen. Thank you, Brother San. Zhao Xian blushed. He had never dreamed that there would be a day when a new disciple would say that he would protect him in Kirin Province. However, it was undeniable that Long San was really powerful. However, since Brother San has beaten Tan Qing, I'm afraid that the matter won't end so easily. There might be even more trouble. Tan Qing is with Wang Lin. Wang Lin is at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. He's ranked 3rd among the intermediate disciples in Kirin Province. He's not someone to be trifled with. He has even been accepted as a direct disciple by an elder of Kirin Province. He's even more arrogant and lawless in Kirin Province. After all, he has the support of a Star Lord expert. You should know that your residence was arranged by the second lady. With Tan Qing's identity and status, he wouldn't dare to provoke you. If I'm not wrong, it must be Wang Lin's doing. Zhao Xian said. Monkey, looks like we're being targeted. You beat Tan Qing and fell into someone's trap, giving them a chance to act. Jiang Chen said. In the end, these guys are just cannon fodder. They're being used. The Huang dog said with a smile. It seemed that the matter was more complicated than they had thought. Logically speaking, when Jiang Chen and the others had just arrived at the Qilin mansion, they had the second miss as their backer, so there shouldn't be anyone targeting them. But in reality, they had just arrived and they were already being targeted. Who would believe that there wasn't anything fishy going on behind this? Zhao Xian didn't know what exactly was going on, but Jiang Chen and the others knew very well. It was likely that this Wang Lin was being used. Who cares? Even if Wang Lin comes, I don't care. He's ranked 3rd among the intermediate disciples. I'd like to meet him. Long San was the least afraid of trouble. No matter what scheme, no matter who came looking for trouble, he would just fight. How's the inheritance of the eternal ape? Jiang Chen asked. It's been restless. It's a great shock to me. I can reach the 5th heavenly layer at any time. Long San said. He had only reached the 4th heavenly layer when he fought against Zhu Jing. It hadn't even been a day, and the inheritance of the eternal ape was restless again. If he advanced again, it would really be amazing. Yes, I have some wind origin source here. It contains powerful energy. Refine it immediately and take advantage of the restlessness of the inheritance to raise your cultivation to the 5th heavenly layer. Jiang Chen took out some wind origin source and gave it to Long San. There might be a tough battle ahead. They were not afraid of anyone. Just like Long San had said, as long as they came looking for trouble, as long as they were enemies, they would just fight. However, Wang Lin was ranked 3rd among the intermediate disciples in Kirin Province, and he was at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. At the very least, he was not someone like Zhu Jing could compare to. Chapter 4263. Long Shan did not stand on ceremony with Jiang Qin. He put away the wind origin. Jiang Qin had given him the fourth heavenly layer wind origin. This level was useful to Long Shan, but any lower level would not be of much use. Of course, the most important thing to Long Shan was not the wind origin, but the inheritance of the eternal ape. Now that the spirit bead was restless, the external energy from the wind origin could effectively stimulate the spirit bead. This way, the energy in the spirit bead would be stimulated again, allowing Long Shan's cultivation to rise to the fifth heavenly layer in a short period of time. Although Jiang Qin was not afraid of Wang Lin, it would be best if Long Shan could defeat Wang Lin personally. This would allow Kirin Province to see Long Shan's potential. Now that they were being targeted, especially Long Shan. Because he had seen through the fairy clan with his fiery eyes of truth, he was the first target. Therefore, only if Long Shan's performance became more dazzling would the upper echelons of Kirin Province notice him. They would cherish his talent and protect Long Shan to a certain extent. This was what Jiang Qin wanted to see. The battle with Empress Lin was a long and dangerous process. During this process, Long Shan would definitely be an indispensable helper and battle force. Moreover, the three brothers had come to the eternal world together. Jiang Qin naturally hoped to see Long Shan become more and more powerful. I'll go into seclusion to refine the wind origin first. Call me when Wang Lin comes, and I'll beat him to death. Long Shan said arrogantly. Then, he entered his room and began to refine the wind origin. Brother Jiang, I think we should inform the second lady. That Wang Lin is not easy to deal with, and if things get out of hand, it won't end well. Zhao Xian said with some worry. Don't worry, I'm not afraid. Jiang Qin smiled. The two of them had experienced many things. They could still gather together the excitement of a small city like Kirin Province. Moreover, they were obviously being targeted. Even if the second miss came, it would be difficult to solve the problem. Moreover, Jiang Qin was not a person who liked to trouble others. Usually, if he could solve it himself, he would solve it directly. Since he had already been targeted, he had to make a fuss. The bigger the fuss, the better. In any case, the entire imperial capital was surging with undercurrents. Since Jiang Qin was here, he would let these undercurrents gradually surface. In the future, there would definitely be more and more troubles. Since it was destined that there would be no peace, then there was no need to care. He would start with Kirin Province, bit by bit. In the room, Long Shan refined all the wind origin in one go. Under Long Shan's guidance, this powerful foreign energy stimulated the spirit orb in his body and stimulated the inheritance of the eternal ape. In reality, Long Shan's current cultivation had reached a critical point. Just the energy from the wind origin was enough for him to break through, not to mention the inheritance of the eternal ape. Buzz buzz, a buzzing sound came from Long Shan's body and the energy around him became extremely restless. His cultivation of the peak fourth heavenly source realm began to loosen, charging toward the fifth heavenly source realm. Breaking through 2 levels in a single day could only be described as abnormal. Ignoring the fact that Long Shan had the ability to kill geniuses above his level, just as heaven-defying cultivation speed alone was enough for the upper echelons of Kirin Province to treat him differently. In the courtyard, Zhao Xian and the others didn't leave. Although Jiang Qin had told them not to get involved in this mess, they still didn't leave. They were all people who valued friendship and friendship. If they left now, would they still have any face left? After all, Jiang Qin had saved their lives. Without Jiang Qin, they would have died in the heavenly hurricane region long ago. How would they have the chance to stand here and talk? Moreover, they were not afraid of Wang Lin. Wang Lin naturally had a backer, but so did they. They relied on the second lady. As a matter of fact, it didn't matter if they had a backer or not, they couldn't just leave at this moment. Jiang Chen's problem was their problem. If Jiang Chen was in trouble, they wouldn't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for him. Sure enough, not long after Tan Qing and the rest left, roughly half an hour later, a powerful aura descended from the sky and descended into the courtyard. The newcomer seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. He wore a yellow Taoist robe and had a powerful presence. His brows were filled with arrogance. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer, only a step away from the 7th heavenly layer. There was no need for introductions. This person was definitely Wang Lin, ranked 3rd among the mid-level disciples of Kirin province. Both his talent and ability were first class, or even above first class. 5 or 6 5th heavenly layer heavenly origin experts had come with Wang Lin. They were all mid-level disciples of Kirin province. Every single one of them was filled with arrogance, as if their eyes were floating above their heads. At the same time, quite a few disciples hurried over. After all, there had been some commotion earlier, and the news of Tan Qing and the others being knocked out had already spread across the entire mid-level area in the past hour. Now that Wang Lin had personally appeared, he naturally attracted many spectators. This was just how the world was. No matter when or where, there was no lack of spectators. Wherever there was a commotion, there would be people. Let's go watch the show. I heard that Long San knocked out Tan Qing, and now even senior brother Wang Lin is here. It's going to be a good show. Damn, why is the new disciple so arrogant now? Is it that Long San who killed Zhu Jing? He just arrived in Kirin province and already beat people up. How arrogant. But why did Tan Qing go and provoke them? I heard that Long San has a good relationship with the second miss. This place was specially arranged by the second miss. But it's really infuriating to think about it. This is the best place to live in the mid-level area. Even senior brother Wang Lin, who is ranked 3rd, can't live here. What right do they have to live here? Tan Qing must have been instructed by senior brother Wang Lin to cause trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble for the second miss friend. I've been told. Let's go take a look. Senior brother Wang Lin isn't someone to be trifled with. He's a famous genius of Kirin province and is highly valued by the Kirin province. He also has a Star Lord as his master. Long San is finished. With senior brother Wang Lin's identity and status, even if he kills Long San, there won't be any trouble. Chapter 42-64. Inside the courtyard, Wang Lin landed. His sharp gaze swept across the people in the courtyard before landing on Zhao Xian's group. Zhao Xian, how dare you hit my people? I'll give the second miss some face and won't pursue this matter. Now scram. Wang Lin's words were extremely domineering. Brother Wang, Jiang Chen and Long San are the second miss friends. Since brother Wang is giving the second miss face, why bother looking for trouble? Zhao Xian clasped his hands at Wang Lin. It was clear that Zhao Xian was still afraid of Wang Lin. Of course, this was normal. After all, Wang Lin was too famous. In the middle region of Kirin province, almost no one dared to look down on Wang Lin. Even the first and second ranked disciples had to give Wang Lin face because Wang Lin had a Star Lord as his master. You're teaching me how to do things. Wang Lin coldly looked at Zhao Xian. I don't dare. Zhao Xian frowned. This is the best place in the middle region. Ordinary elders don't even have the right to live here. Now that a low-ranked disciple has come, the other disciples of the middle region are dissatisfied. As the representative disciple of the middle region, I naturally have to stand up for everyone, so I sent Tan Qing to persuade them. I didn't think that they wouldn't appreciate it and even injured someone. Right now, this matter can no longer be resolved by leaving. Zhao Xian, I'll give you one last chance. Scram immediately. Wang Lin was extremely arrogant. Long Shisan beating Tan Qing gave him a good excuse to get rid of Long Shisan. Jiang Qin saved my life. I won't leave. Zhao Xian clenched his teeth and insisted. If you don't leave, then go die. A peak fifth heavenly source cultivator beside Wang Lin waved his hand and charged toward Zhao Xian. Swish! Just at this moment, a beam of sword light shot out from the void, blocking the path of that disciple. That disciple was horrified and hurriedly retreated. This sword was simply too fast. Just the sword chi alone gave him a sense of danger. If he was half a beat slower, his palm would have been chopped off by now. How dare you touch my friend, Jiang Qin? Jiang Qin said coldly. The sky dragon sword whistled in his hand. The sword just now was made by Jiang Qin. What a fast sword. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Even Zhao Xian was shocked. This was the first time Zhao Xian had seen Jiang Qin fight. In the Hurricane Sky region, it was always the Black King and a Huang dog who fought. Jiang Qin didn't do anything. But that sword just now made Zhao Xian's eyes widen, and her image of Jiang Qin in the depths of her heart also rose greatly. She had originally thought that Jiang Qin was only relying on the people around him, but who would have thought that his own strength was so strong to such an extent? He's too powerful. He's only at the first heavenly layer, yet he forced back a fifth heavenly layer heavenly source cultivator with a single strike. I would never believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Zhao Xian's heart churned. Only when he saw Jiang Qin fight did he finally understand why Jiang Qin had so many strange people around him. Fuck, why is this bastard sword technique so powerful? The disciple who had been forced back by Jiang Qin flushed red. Although he was shocked inside, he was still a fifth heavenly layer heavenly source cultivator. It was just too embarrassing for him to be forced back by someone who was not even at the second heavenly layer. Don't be discouraged. You just underestimated your opponent. His sword technique is indeed powerful, but he's no match for you in a direct confrontation. Wang Lin comforted the disciple, but he was extremely shocked inside. After all, Jiang Qin's cultivation was just too low. Even if Jiang Qin was no match for Jiang Qin, the difference would not be too great. If Jiang Qin reached the second heavenly layer, the disciple would not be his opponent at all. In other words, Jiang Qin could easily defeat an opponent 3 levels higher than him. This was just too terrifying. No one in the entire Kirin province could achieve such a feat. Wang Lin did not know that if Jiang Qin used his draconic transformation, no one present could be his opponent aside from Wang Lin. Jiang Qin, do you dare to fight me? The disciple was furious and wanted to redeem his face. You're no match for me. Jiang Qin sheathed his sword and ignored him. Bastard, what did you say? The disciple became irritated. He felt like he had lost all face. He was at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, but a peak 1st heavenly layer heavenly source had said that he was no match for Wang Lin. How angry was he? I said that you're no match for me. It's best if you don't try to fight me. Jiang Qin said indifferently. His face was filled with confidence. You sure are confident. Jiang Qin, if you can defeat him, I'll spare you today. Wang Lin said. You really want to fight? Jiang Qin asked with uncertainty. If you want to fight, then I, Zhang Kuan, must fight you today. A battle of life and death. Didn't you say that I'm no match for you? Do you dare to accept? Zhang Kuan was furious. He had to fight back. Are you sure you're ready? Jiang Chen looked at Zhang Kuan and asked once more. Of course I'm sure. I'm just afraid you won't dare. Zhang Kuan had already made such a bold statement, so how could he back down now? He swore to kill Jiang Chen and earn some merit in front of Wang Lin. As you wish, Jiang Chen said. With a sway of his body, he soared into the sky and hovered in the air. Kill him, Wang Lin said to Zhang Kuan in a low voice. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. He had received orders from above to kill both Long San and Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin died in the battle of life and death, then he wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Also, he didn't believe that anyone could kill someone 4 levels above them. There was absolutely no such person. Don't worry, senior apprentice brother Wang. I know. I'm going to decapitate this brat. Zhang Kuan clenched his teeth. His face was filled with confidence as he charged into the sky. Jiang Chen, if you die in a battle of life and death, don't blame anyone else. Wang Lin smiled. You have said what I wanted to say, but there is one thing I want to make clear. I'm not fighting him because I want you to let me go. Before me, you are nothing but dog fart. Don't talk about letting me go. If someone is going to let you go, it should be me letting you go. Unfortunately, I won't be so merciful. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Lin. His domineering aura pierced the sky. He clearly heard Wang Lin telling Zhang Kuan to kill him. With Jiang Chen's way of doing things, both Wang Lin and Zhang Kuan were dead for sure. Jiang Chen's methods were not something they could handle. They couldn't handle it at all. Damn, they are really going to fight. It is a battle of life and death right from the start. Isn't this a bit too overbearing? Is this Jiang Chen an idiot? He actually agreed to a battle of life and death with Zhang Kuan. The difference in cultivation levels between the two is too big. Yeah, he is simply overestimating himself. No one can fight someone 4 levels above them. Blind confidence. Chapter 42-65. In the sky above the middle region of Kirin province, 2 powerful experts stood opposite each other, filled with killing intent. Their battle intent soared to the sky. It was impossible for them not to attract attention. This time, they had attracted the attention of almost half of Kirin province. Jiang Chen, if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll give you a chance to live. Zhang Kuan said loudly. He had to save his face. 26 sword. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time. He swung the sword in his hand and used the 26 sword, his strongest attack. The heavenly dragon sword whistled and almost turned into a dragon. The powerful sword chi covered the sky and arrived before Zhang Kuan in the blink of an eye. What a powerful sword! Zhang Kuan's expression suddenly changed. He had already experienced the power of Jiang Chen's swordsmanship, so he didn't dare to be careless. A battle spear appeared in his hand. The spear was decorated with blue starlight. Zhang Kuan shouted. The spear in his hand emitted rays of light and collided with Jiang Chen's sword. Clang! The collision of the two produced a clanging sound. Even the air was trembling. Zhang Kuan was a genius of Kirin province after all, so he still had some tricks up his sleeve. For example, the spear in his hand accurately broke Jiang Chen's 26 sword. The powerful chi wave sent Jiang Chen flying hundreds of meters away. This guy is really powerful. Wang Lin saw all of this. Although Jiang Chen was at a disadvantage, Zhang Kuan's spear didn't hurt Jiang Chen at all. This was the most terrifying part. A first heavenly source realm cultivator against a 5th heavenly source realm cultivator. There was a difference of 4 levels, but Jiang Chen was unharmed. What did this mean? A monster. Wang Lin had never seen a battle like this. It should have been a one-sided battle, but it ended up like this. So Brother Jiang is the real monster. Zhao Xian sighed endlessly and didn't dare believe her eyes. Of course, shock was shock, but it didn't prevent Zhao Xian from worrying for Jiang Chen, and she even broke into a cold sweat. Jiang Chen's natural talent was heaven-defying and his methods were formidable, but the gap between their cultivations was too great after all. In the collision earlier, Jiang Chen had fallen into a disadvantageous position. At least in this battle, Jiang Chen didn't seem to have the upper hand. This Jiang Chen is amazing. I've never heard of him before. That's right. There's a difference of 4 levels, yet he didn't receive any damage. This isn't something an ordinary person can do. He's a monster. If he grows up, he'll be even more terrifying. Especially Jiang Chen's sword technique, it's simply superb. Naturally, I'm also a sword cultivator, but I can't even understand that sword technique. However, in this battle, I'm afraid Jiang Chen doesn't stand a chance. Zhang Kuan isn't easy to deal with. With just a single move, everyone was shocked. Although Jiang Chen had fallen into a disadvantageous position, no one mocked Jiang Chen. After all, if it was any other first, second or third heavenly layer heavenly source, that spear attack would have taken their lives. In the sky, Zhang Kuan's aura grew even stronger after gaining the upper hand. Jiang Chen, you're done for. I've already seen through your sword technique. You've already used your strongest move, but I still have many trump cards. I'll definitely kill you today to protect my face, Zhang Kuan arrogantly shouted. After gaining the upper hand, his confidence was off the charts. He felt that he could crush Jiang Chen as he pleased. Is that so? Jiang Chen sneered. A primordial energy suddenly exploded from Jiang Chen's body. The roar of a dragon shook the sky as Jiang Chen dragon transformation appeared. His battle prowess instantly increased tenfold. Heavens, what's that? A dragonkin. A transformation technique. It's a transformation technique. He still has a trump card. What a powerful transformation technique. His battle prowess has increased tenfold, reaching the 2nd heavenly layer. That's equivalent to an entire level. There was no one who wasn't shocked. The impact that the dragon transformation brought to everyone's eyes was too great. Why, you have a transformation technique. The smile on the arrogant Zhang Kuan's face instantly froze. He was the closest to Jiang Chen, so he knew how powerful Jiang Chen was after transforming. The increase in battle prowess had far exceeded his imagination. There were many taboo techniques that could temporarily increase one's battle prowess, but this was the first time he had seen one that could increase one's battle prowess by so much. It's just the beginning. A sneer curled up from the corner of Jiang Chen's lips. It was extremely cold. Fusion of dragon and sword, 26 swords. Jiang Chen struck once more. This time, he didn't use any fancy moves. Just like before, he used his strongest killer move. The fusion of dragon and sword in the form of a dragon combined with the 26 swords was the pinnacle of the sword technique. It was the true extreme. Even a true grandmaster of sword in the eternal world would be shocked by this strike. What? Zhang Kuan exclaimed. He felt that he had been locked by a powerful wave of qi. He could not avoid it and had to face it head-on. But he could not withstand this sword no matter what. Roar, the roar of the dragon shook the sky, the sword qi crisscrossed. At this moment, Jiang Chen disappeared. The heavenly dragon sword also disappeared. Only a golden dragon appeared in the sky, wreaking havoc. The fusion of dragon and sword, the human was the dragon was the sword, and the sword was the human. Swish, it was too fast. This sword contained supreme mysteries. It was not just fast. The spear in Zhang Kuan's hand was destroyed on the spot, shattering into pieces. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out. The shriek came from Zhang Kuan. One of his arms had been chopped off by Jiang Qin, and almost half of his shoulder had been chopped off. This was because Zhang Kuan had reacted quickly. If he had been any slower, his head would have been chopped off. The dragon disappeared, and Jiang Qin returned to his human form. The sword in his hand landed on Zhang Kuan's neck. A powerful aura firmly suppressed Zhang Kuan. Dense killing intent filled the surroundings. Zhang Kuan, who was at the end of his flight, was scared out of his wits. Oh my God, Zhang Kuan has been defeated. He has been utterly defeated by a first heavenly layer heavenly source expert. That's too heaven-defying. He killed an enemy 4 levels higher. Is he still human? This Jiang Qin is going to become famous after this battle. There was a hubbub of voices and everyone was shocked. They had never seen someone who could fight above their cultivation realm. Not to mention the Qilin mansion, there was no other genius like Jiang Qin in the entire Crimson Afterglow star boundary. Among the geniuses of the human race, feather race and elf race, there was no one like Jiang Qin. Not to mention the Crimson Cloud star realm, there was no one else like him in the entire Heaven Awakening star realm. Senior Brother Wang, save me. Zhang Kuan felt Jiang Qin's endless killing intent and cried out to Wang Lin for help. Only Wang Lin could save him now. He can't save you. No one can. If I want to kill you, you have to die. Chapter 4266. Jiang Qin's killing intent was oppressive. He had already sentenced Zhang Kuan to death. Stop! Jiang Qin, you dare to kill me! Wang Lin roared. His face was filled with anger, but his heart was filled with shock. He had never thought that Jiang Qin would really defeat Zhang Kuan, and without any suspense at all. He had killed a disciple of Kirin province who was 4 levels higher than him. Such a monster was rarely seen. A life and death battle, he said so. Jiang Qin didn't even look at Wang Lin. He spoke coldly and mercilessly thrust the sword in his hand forward. Puchi! Zhang Kuan didn't even have time to scream before his head was pierced by Jiang Qin's sword. He died on the spot. Until his death, Zhang Kuan's eyes were wide open. They were filled with fear and regret. That's right, Zhang Kuan was filled with regret before he died. He regretted standing out. As a mid-tier disciple of Kirin province, he had reached the 5th heavenly layer at such a young age. He had a great future ahead of him, a status that countless people envied. He carried the highest glory in his own small place. However, all of this turned into bubbles the moment he met Jiang Qin. They turned into love, turned into bubbles. Voila, everyone was shocked, and the way they looked at Jiang Qin began to change. From indifference to shock, and even a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Jiang Qin's killing was just too decisive. He didn't give his enemy any chance or face at all. Even though they were all disciples of Kirin province, he killed them without any hesitation. What a vicious method. We can't offend this person. Yeah, after this battle, the upper echelons of Kirin province will probably pay attention to Jiang Qin. A genius that can kill someone 4 levels higher than him is rare. Also, Zhang Kuan died for nothing. He initiated the life and death battle. Everyone knows the rules of the life and death battle. Life and death are determined by fate. If he dies, he can only blame himself for being weak. Everyone's mentality began to change. Jiang Qin had killed someone 4 levels higher so easily. No one would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. On the white cloud peak, Mui Bai was dressed in white clothes. His sparkling eyes penetrated through the layers of obstacles and clearly saw everything that was happening here. His frosty face couldn't help revealing an intense shock. I actually underestimated him. To be able to kill an enemy 4 levels higher than him, such talent is rare in the world. And his sword art, even with my cultivation as a Star Lord, I can't see through it. I can't even see the surface of it. Such a profound skill, just where did this powerful guy come from? Mui Bai couldn't help but be shocked. The stronger a warrior was, the more shocked they would be after witnessing Jiang Chen's technique, because even they couldn't understand Jiang Chen's technique. The scariest thing was that they couldn't understand it, as it meant that there was a fundamental gap between them. Mui Bai had no doubt that Jiang Chen's attack just now was something that even a Sword Dao master wouldn't be able to execute. The mysteries contained within didn't seem to be something that a heavenly source cultivator could do. Zhang Kuan's death made Wang Lin furious. A violent wave of qi spread out from Wang Lin's body as he shouted at Jiang Qin, you killed a fellow disciple. Today, I will kill you to avenge Zhang Kuan and uphold the rules of the middle-level region. Boom, just as Wang Lin's words left his mouth, before he could even reach Jiang Qin, a powerful airwave suddenly rose up from one of the rooms in the courtyard. The roof of the room was blown away, and a bright golden pillar of light shot up into the sky. In the next moment, a yellow-robed youth holding a metal rod appeared at the top of the golden pillar of light. Wang Lin, who did you say you were going to kill? Long Shan looked at Wang Lin with his fiery eyes of truth. Long Shan's cultivation had already reached the 5th heavenly source stage, so fighting Wang Lin was not a problem at all. Who is that? What a powerful wave of qi. It's Long Shan. He must be Long Shan, the guy who killed the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Camp outside the capital. He really is arrogant. It looks like it won't be easy for senior brother Wang Lin to get rid of them today. This Long Shan is probably even more difficult to deal with than Jiang Qin. Everyone sighed again. It had been a long time since Kirin province had been so shaken, and it had also been a long time since such a monstrous genius had appeared. There was no need to mention Jiang Qin. He had easily killed an opponent 4 levels higher than him, which was a rare sight in the world. This Long Shan also seemed very domineering and definitely not someone easy to deal with. Of course, how could someone who could kill the genius disciples of the Vermilion Bird Camp be easy to deal with? On White Cloud Peak, Mui Bai's gaze fell on Long Shan. He could not help but feel a sliver of interest in him. This guy seems to have become stronger again. Including the time when he fought with Xu Jing, he has already risen by 2 levels in just 2 short days. Where exactly did these 2 guys come from? No matter how arrogant Mui Bai was, he had no choice but to put down his nobility and become serious when facing the 2 weirdos, Jiang Qin and Long Shan. There were countless geniuses in the country of Lin's royal family, the 4 prefectures, and the 1 camp, but only a few were worthy of Mui Bai's attention. The appearance of Jiang Qin and Long Shan had undoubtedly broken the balance of geniuses. If the geniuses of the Qixia star realm were called geniuses, then Jiang Qin and Long Shan were on another level above the geniuses. Wang Lin naturally could not stand being shouted at like this. He jumped in front of Long Shan. Leng Leng said, "You are Long Shan." "That's right, Grandpa. Let me ask you, who did you say you wanted to kill?" Long Shan's arrogance was so great that it gave people the feeling that Wang Lin was nothing but a fart in his eyes. "Jiang Qin, and you. Both of you broke the rules of Kirin province, so both of you must die." Wang Lin said. "I don't care about the rules. If you want to kill him, then I'll kill you. Come, your opponent is me." Long Shan raised his iron rod and waved his hand to unleash the battle saint technique. His tyrannical battle power and powerful battle intent covered the sky and earth as he charged toward Wang Lin. Moreover, Dragon Shersan didn't hide his killing intent at all. Just because Wang Lin said that he wanted to kill Jiang Qin and himself, there was no need for him to be polite anymore. Wang Lin wanted to kill him and Jiang Qin just because of his words. Just kill. The so-called indifferent to life and death, and if you're not satisfied, then fight. This was vividly displayed by Long Shersan. This bastard is going to act tough again. The Huang dog snorted. He knew that Wang Lin was finished. I only admire Brother 13 when it comes to acting tough. Xiaolong cheered. You little brat, you've only known this monkey for a few days and you've already used your admiration for Lord Dog on him. Is he better than me when it comes to acting tough? The Huang dog didn't want to be outdone. He felt that his position as the act tough king was about to be taken away. Chapter 42-67. Rumble, the mountain in the sky was filled with violent shock waves. Long Shersan was born for battle, so his battle intent was simply too high. The battle saint technique was extraordinary and rare. Wang Lin's expression changed. Even though his cultivation was one level higher than Long Shersan, even though he was ranked 3rd in the middle region, Wang Lin couldn't help but reveal a serious expression when Long Shersan made his move. If it was an ordinary cultivator at the 5th layer of heavenly source, Wang Lin wouldn't care at all. He could kill them with a wave of his hand. However, Long Shersan gave him, who was ranked 3rd, a great amount of pressure with his cultivation at the 5th layer of heavenly source. Even the 1st and 2nd ranked cultivators in the middle region couldn't give him this kind of pressure. I want to see just how powerful a damn monkey like you is. Wang Lin's competitive spirit was aroused, and his heart was filled with indignation. Jiang Chen's ability to kill enemies that were 4 levels higher than him was already shocking enough. Now, Dragon Shersan had appeared out of nowhere, and he was still a monster among monsters. Wang Lin didn't believe that there were so many monsters in this world. Wang Lin's hands danced as he used resplendent. A blazing sun appeared and collided with Long Shersan's battle saint technique. Everyone's gazes fell on the battle in the sky. Today's battle would have an extraordinary meaning. Wang Lin had taken the initiative to pick a fight, so he couldn't lose. If he lost, and to a new disciple whose cultivation was lower than his, he would lose all his face. He wouldn't be able to survive in Kirin province anymore. Rumble, the sky above Kirin province trembled. This meant that the entire Kirin province was covered in layers of restrictions, including the sky. Otherwise, the commotion would have been even bigger. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the blazing sun Wang Lin had created was destroyed by Long Shersan's battle saint technique. The domineering aura filled the sky and Wang Lin was forced back several dozen meters. His face also began to turn red. It was clear that Wang Lin had received quite a bit of shock from the collision. This kind of shock made him feel very uncomfortable. Powerful. This Long Shersan is too powerful. Yeah, he defeated Wang Lin in one move. It has to be said that senior brother Wang Lin is one of the best among the middle region disciples, a genius among geniuses. He's ranked 3rd, but he's still not a match for Long Shersan. This Long Shersan is a monster. One is Jiang Qin and the other is Long Shersan. Where did these two come from? They're too monstrous. Don't worry. Senior apprentice brother Wang Lin is also someone with hidden cards. He won't be defeated so easily. Otherwise, wouldn't he be ranked 3rd among the mid-ranked disciples? Countless disciples were restless. Long Shersan's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. It was just like when Jiang Qin battled Zhang Kuan. The result was always unexpected. Ranked 3rd among the middle region disciples is only so-so. Long Shersan mocked. After reaching the 5th heavenly layer, he really didn't consider Wang Lin a threat at all. Long San, don't be happy too early. My methods are not something you can imagine. Heaven and Earth Cauldron. Wang Lin was completely enraged. Being defeated in one move was a great humiliation for him. He let out a roar and a large, golden cauldron appeared. It quickly grew until it was the size of a small mountain. The giant cauldron rotated and almost tore the void apart. The cauldron seemed like it was going to contain the entire sky. Buzz, buzz, Wang Lin continued to inject origin energy into the heaven and earth furnace. The heaven and earth furnace let out a buzzing sound and a violent, tearing force came from the heaven and earth furnace. It had the power to kill gods and Buddhas. What a good weapon. Long San's eyes lit up. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the heaven and earth cauldron was a truly good treasure. In essence, it had already reached the level of a grade 5 Genesis weapon. Although there were some flaws, it was still at the peak of grade 4. When used by Wang Lin, its battle power would be raised to the limit. Long San, let's see how you block my heaven and earth cauldron. Wang Lin's hair danced in the wind as he raised the heaven and earth cauldron high and charged at Long San. Come. Long San was naturally not afraid. With a wave of his arm, the black and gold rod appeared in his hand. The huge metal rod contained supreme Tao intent. Long San raised the metal rod high in the air. Its power was even greater than the heaven and earth cauldron. At this moment, Long San was like a giant. With the rod in his hand, he smashed it down on the heaven and earth cauldron. Rumble. This was a true battle between the strong. There was nothing fancy about it. It was a collision of pure strength. The collision of two divine weapons caused a loud boom that spread across the sky. Many people below felt their ears go deaf. It was an indescribable discomfort. Crack. Under countless horrified gazes, a cracking sound came from the heaven and earth cauldron as a crack appeared on it. I don't care what cauldron you are. Break it for your father. Long San was too domineering. The metal rod smashed down once again. Ruthlessly smashed. The heaven and earth cauldron finally could no longer endure. Under the heavy blow from the metal rod, it shattered into countless pieces and fell from the sky. What? Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and even his eyes were bleeding. But compared to the shock on his body, the shock in his heart was the greatest. The heaven and earth cauldron was a Genesis weapon passed down to him by his master. He had always treated it like a treasure. It was a Genesis weapon that was infinitely close to a grade 5 Genesis weapon, which was also a Lord-level Genesis weapon. But now, the indestructible heaven and earth cauldron had been smashed into pieces by the terrifying guy before him. How could Wang Lin accept this? What the fuck, this is too savage. What kind of weapon is that metal rod to be able to destroy the heaven and earth cauldron? This is too explosive. It seems they are not on the same level at all. Wang Lin's heaven and earth cauldron has already been smashed. How can he fight against Long San? The entire crowd was restless. No one wasn't shocked. This scene was too shocking, and the result was unacceptable. Wang Lin, accept your death. Long San didn't let Wang Lin off. He continued to smash the metal rod toward Wang Lin. Bang! The metal rod landed squarely on Wang Lin's body, sending him flying hundreds of feet away. Wang Lin coughed out blood and the arm he used to block the metal rod was almost shattered. Swish! In the next moment, Long San caught up. Without any surprise, he smashed down with the metal rod again. Wang Lin was truly afraid now. How could he block Long San's metal rod in his current state? But looking at Long San's unrelenting attitude, It seemed like he would only be satisfied after Wang Lin was beaten to death. "Stop!" Wang Lin shouted. "Stop your sister." Long San had always been unforgiving. Even if Wang Lin knelt down and begged for mercy, Long San's metal rod would still smash down. Chapter 4268. Bang, bang, bang. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Long San swung the iron rod at Wang Lin. How could Wang Lin, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, be a match for Long San? He was beaten to death by Long San. When Wang Lin's body fell from the sky, there was not a trace of life left in him. He couldn't be any more dead. Bang! Wang Lin's body mercilessly smashed into the ground, creating a large hole. The entire place was silent. No one spoke, only heavy breathing could be heard. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected such an outcome. Dead. Long San had killed Wang Lin. This was a major event in Kirin province, or at least in the middle-tier region. My God, he really killed Wang Lin. Long San really killed Wang Lin. His guts are really big. He is too ruthless. He beat Wang Lin to death without any mercy. When Wang Lin was alive, Elder Wu was a Star Lord level expert. How could he let this go? Yeah, but I really admire Long San. Such guts is really admirable. Also, Wang Lin was very arrogant. He tried to kill Long San the moment he attacked. If Long San didn't kill him, he would have killed Long San. Too domineering, too fierce. Long San was only at the 5th heavenly source layer, while senior brother Wang Lin was ranked 3rd among the middle-tier disciples. He was killed just like that. In other words, Long San's strength is enough to rank 1st among the middle-tier disciples. A fierce person. I've seen a fierce person today. This guy killed a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Camp as soon as he came to the capital, and now he killed a genius of Kirin province. He has become famous after one battle. Everyone became excited. They had seen many fierce people, but it was the first time they had seen someone as fierce as Long San. Bastard, how dare you kill my disciple? At this moment, a loud roar came from the depths of Kirin province. A monstrous wave of air, carrying with it an endless amount of anger, covered the sky and covered the earth. The violent black whirlwind reached the sky in the blink of an eye and turned into a black-robed old man. The old man was fat and looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He exuded the aura of a celestial lord. It's Elder Wu. Elder Wu really showed up. Elder Wu has reached the 2nd sky of the Star Lord realm. Long San is done for. No matter how powerful he is, he's only at the 5th heavenly layer. The difference between him and the Planet Lord isn't small. Elder Wu has always been protective of her children and doted on Wang Lin. Now that Long San has killed Wang Lin, Elder Wu will definitely not let him off. Heis! Long San is way too arrogant. He doesn't leave any leeway for himself. Elder Wu's appearance brought the situation to a peak. The punishment from a Star Lord was not something an ordinary disciple could bear. Bastard, how dare you kill my disciple? Die! Elder Wu glared at Long San angrily. Without saying a word, she waved her hand and sent a wave of air at Long San. If Long San was hit by the attack of a Star Lord, he would die for sure. He would not be able to fight back at all. No matter how talented he was, no matter how monstrous he was, it was useless before the absolute difference in strength. Elder Wu, stop. Mu Bai made a move. She was like a fairy descending from the heavens. She sent out a stream of icy flames to block Elder Wu's attack and stood in front of Long San. Although Elder Wu was at the 2nd sky of the Star Lord realm, which was 1 level higher than Mu Bai, the aura Mui Bai gave off was not weak at all. She had also blocked Elder Wu's attack perfectly. After all, Mui Bai was at the peak of the first sky of the Star Lord realm. If they really fought, Elder Wu might not be her match. She might not even be her match. The eldest miss wants to stop me. Elder Wu was infuriated. Today's incident was arranged by him. There were almost no obstructions at all. Long San was the same. He chose to go into seclusion in order to completely stabilize his cultivation at the fifth heavenly layer. There were too many variables in the glass sea and danger lurked everywhere. Only powerful strength could allow them to survive in the glass sea. The Huang Dog and Xiao Long did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The capital was filled with danger, and they were in the eye of the storm. If they did not increase their cultivation as soon as possible, they would not be able to deal with the danger that could befall them at any time. The Huang Dog and Xiao Long were both at the peak of the second heavenly layer. With their strength, reaching the third heavenly layer in 3 days was very easy. 3 days was just too short for people who were cultivating in seclusion. It passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, they pushed open their doors at the same time early in the morning. Kirin province was built in the mountains. The morning mist permeated the air, making it cool and refreshing. Jiang Chen had successfully reached the second heavenly layer, taking another step forward in his strength. Long San's cultivation had completely stabilized at the fifth heavenly layer, while Xiao Long and the Huang Dog had reached the third heavenly layer. Probably only these people possessed such terrifying cultivation speeds. Each one was more monstrous than the last. De Huang, Xiao Long, be careful when we're not around. Don't cause trouble in Kirin province. If you encounter any trouble, go find Zi. Hozi and I are going to the glass sea. We'll be back in a month. Jiang Chen said. He was not afraid of going to the glass sea. Instead, he was rather worried about De Huang Dog and Xiao Long. If they came together, it would be hard for people with ill intentions to target De Huang Dog and Xiao Long. Of course, Jiang Chen was not particularly worried with Zi around. Although Zi's cultivation was not high, her status in Kirin province was not low. As the second young mistress of Kirin province, it would be very easy for her to protect the two of them if she wanted to. Don't worry, big brother. I'll beat up whoever comes looking for trouble. Xiao Long waved his little fists as if he was unwilling to submit to anyone. The Huang Dog wagged his thick tail, completely ignoring Jiang Chen and Long San. It seemed that he was still brooding over the fact that he had not been invited to the glass sea. Damn dog, I'll catch a few fire demons for you to eat. Long San said. Catch a few more. There won't be enough to eat. The Huang Dog was unperturbed, not letting go of any opportunity to show off. Let's go. First young mistress is waiting for us on White Cloud Peak. Jiang Chen patted Long San's shoulder. With a sway of their bodies, the two disappeared and soon arrived at White Cloud Peak. At the top of White Cloud Peak, Mui Bai was still standing solemnly like a fairy. When he saw Jiang Chen and Long San appear, Mui Bai waved his hand and a fiery token appeared in his hand. The token looked extremely mighty, but it also had a hint of demonic nature. Source energy was imbued into the token by Mui Bai, causing it to let out a buzzing sound. Rays of fiery light shot out from it and formed a flaming door on top of White Cloud Peak. This is the door to the glass sea. Are you ready? Once you enter the glass sea, even I won't be able to protect you. Mui Bai looked at Long San and Jiang Chen and reminded them one last time. Chapter 4270. These Two Fellows. Mui Bai was taken aback for a moment before she couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time she had seen two people so excited about the Azure Sea. Others feared the Azure Sea like a tiger, and many wanted to avoid it at all costs. Yet these two fellows were so excited that they advanced forward as if it wasn't the Azure Sea in front of them, but a paradise. Mui Bai didn't dare to be negligent. She knew how terrifying the Azure Sea was, and she was afraid that Jiang Qin and Long San would meet with an accident. She hurriedly followed them into the fire door. Inside the fire door was a blazing path in space. Mui Bai led Jiang Qin and Long San forward. She was initially worried that the blazing environment would negatively affect the two of them. After all, the temperature in the Azure Sea was too high for ordinary cultivators to bear. Even though they hadn't reached the Azure Sea yet, the temperature in the space passage was already extremely high. But looking at Jiang Qin and Long San, they looked completely fine. It was as if this was not the Azure Sea, but a comfortable hot spring. The two of them felt as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. It was a very comfortable feeling. Naturally, Mui Bai didn't know that these two fellows had extremely strong resistance to fire. Just their physical bodies alone were indestructible. The temperature of the Azure Sea was naturally high, but it was impossible to burn their physical bodies. "Eldest Miss, tell us about the Azure Sea," Long San said. "The Azure Sea has existed for at least 10,000 years and is a true sea of fire. It is said that the origin of the Azure divine fire exists in the Azure Sea, hence the name. However, in the past 10,000 years, countless experts from the Crimson Afterglow star boundary have entered the Azure Sea in an attempt to find the Azure divine fire, but all of them returned empty-handed. Until now, the Azure divine fire only exists in legends. The Azure Sea has a radius of 1,000,000 miles, and many fire attribute creatures are born within it. The most terrifying among them is a type of fire demon that can be found throughout the Azure Sea. It loves to eat humans, or rather, all living creatures with flesh and blood are loved by fire demons. There is a powerful Star Lord level fire demon in the Azure Sea that is so powerful that even I can't compare to it. Therefore, after you enter, you must be extra careful. If you really encounter danger, I may not be able to protect you. I've already told you that if you insist on entering, then life and death will be determined by fate." Mui Bai explained the situation of the Azure Sea to Jiang Qin and Long San. Jiang Qin and Dragon San nodded as if they understood the situation. However, there was not the slightest trace of worry on their faces. They naturally didn't have anything to worry about. A mere colored glass sea was nothing compared to some of the life and death situations they had experienced before. The temperature in front suddenly rose, and the void trembled violently. Even more dazzling flames could be seen floating in the distance, like many fire dragons. "We're almost there," Mui Bai reminded them. Her handsome face was also filled with anxiety. Even though it was not her first time coming to the Azure Sea, Mui Bai could not help but feel nervous every time she came. After all, entering this place was dangerous even for a Star Lord like her. Mui Bai's goal in coming to the Azure Sea this time was very clear: to make use of the environment here to make a breakthrough and reach the second heaven of Star Lord. As for the legendary origin of the colored glass divine fire, Mui Bai did not even dare to think about it. After all, no one had been able to find it in 10,000 years, let alone herself. Moreover, Mui Bai had tried her best to find the colored glass divine fire before coming here, but it was all in vain in the end. The colored glass divine fire was a true supreme flame that countless people coveted. The strength of the colored glass divine flame could be seen just by looking at the existence of the colored glass sea. The origin of the colored glass divine flame had created a sea of fire that spanned millions of miles. This was no joke. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. Jiang Chen was very interested in the colored glass divine fire that had been difficult to find even after 10,000 years. He had several types of divine fires in his body, and their levels were no lower than the colored glass divine fire. Given his sensitivity to fire, unless the colored glass divine fire was just a legend and did not exist, Jiang Chen was confident that he could find it as long as it existed. Boom! The end of the tunnel was blasted apart by a powerful wave of fire energy. Endless waves of heat surged over, but the three of them did not dodge. They allowed the waves of heat to land on them, completely unharmed. The space suddenly changed, and the three of them found themselves in an endless sea of fire. Flames filled the surroundings, and when they probed with their soul sense, they found that it was truly a sea of fire. Asterisk roar, asterisk a bone-chilling roar suddenly sounded out from the sea of flames. In the next moment, a 30-meter-tall fire devil appeared and lunged toward Jiang Chen with its mouth wide open. The fire demon was extremely excited to see a human. When it saw Jiang Chen, it was like it had seen its long-awaited prey. Eating a human's flesh could truly increase the fire demon's strength. Be careful, it's a fire demon, warned Mui Bai. Mui Bai called out, but he did not move to help. Instead, his gaze landed on Jiang Chen. His intentions were very clear. He wanted to see Jiang Chen's true abilities. The fire demon before them was already at the 5th heavenly layer of heavenly source, 3 whole levels higher than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression did not change when he faced the incoming fire demon. A smile even appeared on his face. Asterisk roar, asterisk Jiang Chen copied the fire demon and opened his mouth, producing a dragon's roar. His head instantly turned into a dragon's head. The dragon's head was extremely powerful, devouring the fire demon in a single gulp. The dragon's head was not a big deal. Jiang Chen burped, tastes pretty good. Mui Bai was dumbfounded. He had come to the colored glass sea many times and seen countless experts fight with fire demons. He himself was extremely experienced in fighting fire demons, but this was the first time he had seen someone treat a fire demon as food like Jiang Chen. Tastes pretty good. This guy had really treated the fire demon as food. Moreover, he had swallowed the 5th heavenly layer fire demon in a single gulp without it being able to resist at all. Mui Bai would never have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. In the colored glass sea, when cultivators fought with fire demons, they would kill the fire demons and extract the fire spirit within their bodies. Then, they would refine it to increase their strength. However, Jiang Chen had devoured the fire demon in a single gulp as easily as drinking water. His relationship with the fire demon had been completely reversed. Little Chenzi, how do you feel? Long Shisan asked. The danger zone is a good place. I've eaten a 5th heavenly layer fire demon and my cultivation has increased quite a bit. If I eat a few more 6th heavenly layer fire demons, I'll be able to reach the 3rd heavenly layer. It's a blessed land. Chapter 4271. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the colored glass sea surged, filled with waves of fire. The place had become a giant alchemy cauldron, making one feel like they were in agony. Generally, those who came to the glass sea for training were those who had a greater need for fire. They either had a fire-attributed physique or cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. Otherwise, coming here would be a true torture, and it would be meaningless. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen disappeared from the spot, flying towards the depths of the colored glass sea. That guy has no idea how terrifying the colored glass sea is. His life will be in danger if he barges in like this. Mui Bai said in a bad mood. Don't worry, young miss. Taking little Chenzi's life in such an environment is harder than ascending to the heavens. Long Shisan said. You're pretty confident. Mui Bai glared at Dragon Shisan. Of course, Jiang Chen was more familiar with fire, and the flames he could control were even more magical. However, this was because his cultivation base was too weak. Sometimes, no matter how big an advantage he had, it was useless in front of an absolute gap in strength. Roar, in front of him, the fire devils were roaring. Jiang Chen held the combat sword in his hand and rushed into the group of fire devils. Because of the absolute advantage and suppression of the flames, these fire devils were completely suppressed. They could only unleash half of their combat strength. Jiang Chen and Long Shan slaughtered their way through, killing countless fire demons. Jiang Chen had only used half a day to reach the third heavenly layer of heavenly source, while Long Shan was half a step into the sixth heavenly layer. Mu Yibai was stunned by their terrifying cultivation speed, as if he was looking at two monsters. This was the first time she had seen someone devour a fire demon to advance. To Jiang Chen, this azure sea was an absolute paradise. After cultivating here for a month, Jiang Chen's cultivation realm would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Once he gets out of here, he would definitely be able to fight against Zhu Chongqing. Young miss, little Chenzi, there seems to be a treasure up ahead. Long Shan suddenly said. Where? Mu Yibai looked at Long Shan. There were many treasures in the glass sea, but it wasn't easy to find them. He didn't expect Long Shan to appear so easily. Long Shan's eyes trembled. Two beams of golden light darted out of the fiery waves and landed on a mountain 100 miles away. There's a mountain in front, and behind the mountain is a valley. In the valley, there's a fire coral. It's definitely a treasure. Long Shan said. Fire corals, are there really fire corals? Mu Yibai's expression flickered. The words fire coral immediately tugged at her heart. That's right, I'm not mistaken, it's the fire coral. Long Shan said firmly. Come, let's go check it out. The fire coral is a rare treasure of the glass sea. One fire coral is enough for all three of us to raise our cultivation by a level. Mu Yibai said. She couldn't help but be excited. The fire coral was a treasure among treasures of the fire attribute, especially for those with the fire attribute. It was a treasure among treasures. Mu Yibai glanced at Long Shan with admiration. Only now did she realize that the two she brought weren't burdens, but real helpers. Long Shan's fiery golden eyes were magical and could see through anything. Even the fire coral that was separated by a mountain couldn't escape Long Shan's eyes. Be careful, there seems to be a fire beast guarding the fire coral. Also, there are two experts rushing over. They're preparing to fight the fire beast. Long Shan said. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, Mu Yibai took the lead and flew out. Jiang Chen and Dragon Shan followed closely behind him. The fiery beast that was guarding the fiery coral had reached the Star Lord realm, and the two great experts that appeared were also at the Star Lord realm. Jiang Chen and Dragon Shan couldn't handle these experts, so they could only rely on Mu Yibai. In front of them was a tall mountain that existed in the glass sea. It was blood red, and the entire mountain had turned into a fiery crystal. On the other side of the mountain was a valley. Inside the valley, a blood-soaked fire coral was growing on a boulder. Next to the fire coral was a ferocious-looking fire beast, which was roaring at the two people on its left and right. Both of them were Star Lords at the first heaven of the Star Lord level, the same as Mu Yibai. One of them was a winged human. Jiang Chen could tell at a glance. He was too sensitive to the aura of a winged human. The other one had azure eyes and long, narrow ears. He was an elf. Interesting. The winged race, the elf race, and the human race have their eyes on the fire coral at the same time. Looks like a fierce battle is unavoidable. Jiang Chen smiled. That fire beast isn't easy to deal with. With the advantage of the environment, even a second heaven of the heavenly source realm would have a hard time killing it. Long Shan said. It's the great beauty Mui Bai of the human race. Nice to meet you. The winged human's eyes lit up when he saw Mui Bai. Mui Bai and the others didn't hide their auras on purpose. It was useless to do so in front of a Star Lord. Mui Bai glanced at the winged human Leng Leng but didn't say anything. Interesting. The experts of the three races have gathered. Looks like everyone has the same goal, which is the fire coral. However, this fire beast isn't easy to deal with. In my opinion, the three of us should work together and kill the fire beast first before dividing the fire coral. What do you two think? The elf race man said as he looked at Mui Bai and the winged human. Very well. I have no objections. The winged human agreed. I want the fire coral. You guys don't deserve to work with me. I, Mui Bai, will not work with the winged human and the elf race. Mui Bai was arrogant and didn't even look at the two. As the young mistress of Kirin province, she wouldn't cooperate with outsiders. Damn, this young mistress is quite headstrong. Long Shan said. If it were him, he might have agreed. After all, it was the best choice for the three of them to work together and kill the fire beast first. Mui Bai has her own pride. Jiang Chen said. However, she has offended those two guys by doing this. It won't be good if they work together to deal with us first. Their strength doesn't seem to be any weaker than Mui Bai's. Long Shan said worriedly. Let's just wait and see. Jiang Chen said that he would let the Black King out if it didn't work out. The Black King had already reached the ninth sky of the heavenly source realm and was only one step away from becoming a Star Lord. Mui Bai, I've heard that you're arrogant, but it seems that you're ridiculously arrogant. The elf race man was immediately enraged. His blue eyes glowed and he didn't hide his killing intent at all. Let's work together and take down Mui Bai first. I'm going to make this arrogant woman submit under my crotch. Chapter 42-72. Move your eyes away and show some respect. Otherwise, I'll smash your head in. Long Shan said to the winged man with his fiery golden eyes spewing flames. Hearing this, the winged man was clearly stunned. The smile on his face froze before he shifted his gaze to Long Shan. When he saw Long Shan's cultivation, the winged man almost vomited blood. Brat, say that again. The winged man stared at Long Shan coldly. I said, move your eyes away. Long Shan emphasized every word, not giving him any face at all. Asterisk boom, asterisk a violent rage erupted from the winged human youth's body. He felt that he had been greatly humiliated. He was a genius of the winged race, a powerful Star Lord expert. Ordinary Star Lords of the same level wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. This bastard was only at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, not even at the 6th heavenly layer, yet he dared to insult him. This was ridiculous. I'll kill you first. The winged man was enraged. He made a grabbing motion with his hand, causing the void to distort. Boundless waves of fire spread out, grabbing towards Long Shan. If he was caught, he would definitely die. You think I don't exist? Mui Bai coldly snorted. He appeared in front of Long Shan with a sway of his jade-like hand covered in ice-cold flames, colliding heavily with the winged man's palm. Asterisk bang. Asterisk waves of fire surged. The winged man was pushed back by Mui Bai's palm. Jiang Chen saw everything. He had to admit that Mui Bai was indeed powerful. At least, he was slightly stronger than the winged man. Mui Bai definitely had the upper hand in the previous exchange. My friend from the elf clan, are you just going to watch the show? Let's get rid of them together and then deal with the fire beast. The winged man's face was filled with fury. He turned his head to look at the male elf. All right. The elf nodded, and without any visible movement, he had already closed in on Muibai, one on the left and one on the right, along with the winged man. You two leave first. Muibai said without turning his head. Little Chinzi, what should we do? If it's 1 against 2, I'm afraid First Miss won't be their match. Long San frowned, a worried look on his face. Not necessarily. Let's wait and see. Muibai's methods aren't simple. Even if the two of them work together, it won't be easy to take down Muibai in a short time. I'll take a look at Muibai's methods first. She's already at the peak of the first sky of Star-Lord. If there are any flaws in her methods, I can give her some pointers so that she can reach the second sky of Star-Lord in a short time. Jiang Qin said that he could tell from Muibai's attack just now that Muibai had great potential. He was at the peak of the first sky of Star-Lord and only 1 step away from the second sky. What Muibai lacked now was an opportunity to break through. She was at a bottleneck, and as long as she broke through this bottleneck, she would be able to break through instantly. Therefore, as long as Muibai fought the two of them with all her strength, Jiang Qin would be able to see through Muibai's shortcomings and help her break through the bottleneck. This was the only way for them in their current situation. He and Long San were too weak after all. At least, it was impossible for them to fight against a Star-Lord at this moment. They could only rely on Muibai to fight against a Star-Lord. Alright, this is the only way. Long San nodded. He understood what Jiang Qin meant. In front of them, the 3 Star-Lords' auras were surging in the waves of fire, each more powerful than the last. Endless killing intent permeated the air. This was undoubtedly a battle of life and death. Not to mention the fire coral, the human race and the other 2 races were sworn enemies. They would only fight to the death when they met. Finish it quickly and take down Muibai. But don't kill her, I still want to enjoy her. As the young man spoke, a fiery red war spear appeared in his hand. The man from the elf clan had an illusory body and an extremely strange movement technique. Furthermore, he was good at disguising and sneak attacks. Especially in the Glass Sea, he relied on his own physical attributes and the innate talent of the elf clan to do the same as the fire demon. He moved silently in the sea of fire. 3 absolutes of leaf fire, hurricane fire. Muibai attacked first. The white seal cold fire in his body rippled, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Endless white seal cold fire condensed into a hurricane, one on the left and one on the right, attacking the 2 at the same time. Mystic fire divine spear. Unparalleled king. The winged man and the elf attacked at the same time. The 2 of them struck out shocking waves, turning the sky and earth upside down. Their momentum was no weaker than Muibai's hurricane fire. Together with the 2 of them, they were even stronger than Muibai. Rumble, the sky and earth were spinning and the mountains below were about to collapse. The 3 Star-Lord geniuses fought back and forth in the sky. The battle soon became white-hot. Lee Dragon Fire. World Annihilation Fire. Muibai used the other 2 of the 3 absolutes of Lee Fire. Flames filled the air, but unfortunately, Muibai's control of the 3 absolutes of Lee Fire was still lacking. He hadn't reached a perfect level of control, and he hadn't unleashed his true power. The elf was good at camouflage and sneak attacks, catching Muibai off guard every time. The winged man was also unparalleled. He was invincible with his spear. Soon, Muibai was at a disadvantage. He could barely hold on and didn't have much strength to fight back. Moreover, the 3 absolutes of leaf fire consumed too much energy. It was a main combat skill. Even a Star Lord would consume a lot of energy to use it. Mui Bai, you're dead. Surrender. I won't kill you. The winged man had an evil smile on his face. Mui Bai's face was pale. She was in a difficult situation. She had come to the colored glass sea several times, and the current situation was the most dangerous one. She could choose to run away. With her ability, it wouldn't be a problem for her to run away. But if she brought Jiang Qin and Long San with her, it would be impossible. Mui Bai couldn't run away by herself. Mui Bai started to regret bringing Jiang Chen and Long San. They had really become her burden. Miss, your 3 absolutes of Li fire isn't perfect yet. Why don't you try one of them? You can use the chant of the Li dragon fire to cast the hurricane fire, turning the hurricane into a dragon. This is the essence of the 3 absolutes of Li fire. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.